or anybody else in the world. That's a really critical characteristic. And it actually is, it's probably one of the fundamental things that makes Bitcoin special. Bitcoin isn't just a crypto asset network. It's easy to create a crypto asset network. It's very hard to create an ethical crypto asset network because you have to create one without any government or corporation or investor exercising undue influence to make it successful.
So open, permissionless, non-censorable. So basically no way for you without explicitly saying so, outsourcing control to somebody else. So it's a kind of, you have full control. Even with a barrel of oil, what's the difference between a barrel of oil and Bitcoin to you? What is the, because you kind of mentioned that both are property. Is you mentioned Russia and China and so on. Is it the ability of the government to confiscate? In the end, governments can probably confiscate no matter what the asset is, but you want to lessen the effort involved.
A barrel of oil is a bucket of physical property, liquid property, and Bitcoin is a digital property.
But it's easier to confiscate a barrel of oil.
It's easier to confiscate things in the real world than things in cyberspace. Much easier.
So that's not universally true. Some things in the digital space are actually easier to confiscate because just the nature of how things move easily with information, right? So
I think in the Bitcoin world, what we would say is that Bitcoin is the most difficult property that the human race possesses or has yet invented to confiscate. And that's by virtue of the fact that you could take possession of it by your private keys. So, if you got your 12 seed phrases in your head, then that would be the highest form of property right, because I literally have to crack your head open and read your mind to take it. It doesn't mean I couldn't extract it from you under duress, but it means that it's harder than every other thing you might own. If you, in fact, it's exponentially harder. If you consider every other thing you might own, a car, a house, a share of stock, gold, diamonds, property rights, intellectual property rights, movie rights, music rights, anything imaginable, they would all be easier by orders and orders of magnitude to seize. So digital property in the form of a set of private keys is by far the apex property of the human race. In terms of ethics, I want to make one more point. It's like, I might say to you, Lex, I think Bitcoin is the best, most secure, most durable crypto asset network in the world. It's going to go up forever, and there's nothing better in the world. I might be right. I might be wrong. But the point is, because it's property, it's ethical for me to say that. If I were to turn around and say, Lex, I think the same about MicroStrategy stock, MSTR. That's a security. Okay. If I'm wrong about that, I have civil liability or other liability because I could go to a board meeting tomorrow and I could actually propose we issue 1 million more shares of MicroStrategy stock. Whereas the thing that makes Bitcoin ethical for me to even promote is the knowledge that I can't change it. If I knew that I could make it 40 million instead of 21 million and I had the button back here, right, then I have a different degree of ethical responsibility. Now, I could tell you your life would be better if you buy Bitcoin. Maybe not. You might go buy Bitcoin, you might lose the keys and be bankrupt, and your life ends, and your life is not better because you bought Bitcoin, right? But it wouldn't be my ethical liability any more than if I were to say, Lex, I think you ought to get a farm. I think you should be a farmer. I think a chicken in every pot. You should get a horse. I think you'd be better. I mean, these are all, they're all opinions expressed about property, which may or may not be right, that you may or may not agree with. But in a legal sense, if we read the law, if we understand securities law, and I would say, most people in the crypto industry, they didn't take companies public, and so they're not really focused on the securities law. They don't even know the securities law. If you focus on the securities law, that would say you just can't legally sell this stuff to the general public or promote it without a full set of continuing disclosures signed off on by a regulator. So there's a fairly bright line there with regard to securities. But when you get to the secondary issues, how do you actually build a world based on digital property if public figures can't embrace it or endorse it? You see, so you're not going to build a better world based upon Twitter stock, if that's your idea of property, because Twitter stock is security, and Twitter stock is never going to be a non-sovereign bearer instrument in Russia, right, or in China, right? It's not legal in China, right? It's not a global, permissionless, open thing. It will never be trusted by the rest of the world, and legally, it's impracticable. Would you really want to put $100 trillion worth of economic value on Twitter stock if there's a board of directors and a CEO that could just get up and take half of it tomorrow? The answer is no. So if you want to build a better world based on digital energy, you need to start with constructing a digital property. And I'm using property here
open, permissionless,
in the legal sense. Okay. But I would also go to the next step and say property is low frequency money. So if I give you $1 million and you want to hold it for a decade, you might go buy a house with it, right? And the house is low frequency money. You converted the $1 million of economic energy into a structure called a house. Maybe after a decade, you might convert back into energy. You might sell the house for currency, and it'll be worth more or less depending upon the monetary climate.
The frequency means what here? How quickly it changes state?
How quickly does something vibrate? So if I transfer $10 from me to you for a drink, and then you turn around and you buy another, right? We're vibrating on a frequency of every few hours, right? The energy is changing hands. But it's not likely that you sell and buy houses every few hours, right? The frequency of a transaction in real estate is every 10 years, every 5 years. It's much lower frequency transaction. And so when you think about what's going on here, you have extremely low frequency things, which we'll call property. Then you have mid-frequency things, I'm going to call them money, currency. And then you have high frequency, that's energy. And that's why I use the illustration of you got the building, you got the light, and you got the sound, and they're all just energy moving at different frequencies. Now, Bitcoin is magical, and it is truly the innovation. It's like a singularity because it represents the first time in the history of the human race that we managed to create a digital property, properly understood. It's easy to create something digital, right? Every coupon and every scan on Fortnite and Roblox and Apple TV credits and all these, they're all digital something, but they're securities, right? Shares of stock are securities. Whenever anybody when you transfer money on PayPal or Apple Pay, you're transferring in essence a security or an IOU. And so transferring a bearer instrument with final settlement in the internet domain or in cyberspace, that's a critical thing. And anybody in the crypto world can do that. All the cryptos can do that. But what they can't do, what 99% of them fail to do, is be property. They're securities.
Well, there's a line there I'd like to explore a little further. For example, what about when you, like Coinbase or something like that, when there's an exchange, you buy Bitcoin in, you start to move away from this kind of, some of the aspects that you said makes up a property, which is this non-censorable and permissionless and open. So in order to achieve the convenience, the effectiveness of the transfer of energy, you have to leverage some of these
Yeah.
places that remove the aspects of property. So I mean, maybe you can comment on that.
Let me give you a good model for that. If you think about the layer one of Bitcoin, the layer one is the property settlement layer, and we're going to do 350,000 transactions or less a day. 100 million transactions a year is the bandwidth on the layer one. And an ideal layer one $1 billion from point A to point B with massive security. The role of the layer one is two things. One thing is I want to move a large sum of money through space with security. I can move any amount of Bitcoin in a matter of minutes for dollars on layer one. The second important feature of the layer one is I need the money to last forever. I need the money indestructible, immortal. So the bigger trick is not to move $1 billion from here to Tokyo. The big trick is to move $1 billion from here to the year 2140.
That's right.
And that's what we want to solve with layer one. And the best real metaphor in New York City would be the granite or the schist. What you want is a city block of bedrock. And how long has it been there? Like millions of years it's been there. And how fast do you want it to move? You don't. In fact, the single thing that's most important is that it not deflect. If it deflects a foot in 100 years, it's too much. If it deflects an inch in 100 years, you might not want that. So the layer one of Bitcoin is the foundation upon which you put weight. How much weight can you put on it? You put 1 trillion, 10 trillion, 100 trillion, a quadrillion. How much weight's on the bedrock in Manhattan, right? Think about 100-story buildings. So the real key there is the foundational asset needs to be there at all. So the fact that you can create $100 trillion layer one that would stand for 100 years, that is the revolutionary breakthrough, first time. And the fact that it's ethical, right? It's ethical and it's common property, global, permissionless. Extremely unlikely that would happen. People tried 50 times before and they all failed. They tried 15,000 times after, and they've all generally failed. 98% have failed, and a couple have been less successful. But for the most part, that's an extraordinary thing. Now,
just really quickly, pause just to define some terms. If people don't know, layer one is that Mike was referring to is in general what people know of as the Bitcoin technology originally defined, which is the blockchain. It's a consensus mechanism of proof of work, low number of transactions, but you can move a very large amount of money. The reason it's using the term layer one is now that there's a lot of ideas of layer two technologies built on top of this bedrock that allow you to move a much larger number of transactions. So sort of higher frequency, I don't know how the terminology I want to use, but basically be able to use now something that is based on Bitcoin to then buy stuff, be a consumer, to transfer money, to use it as currency, just to define some terms.
yeah, so the layer one is the foundation for the entire cyber economy. And we don't want it to move fast. What we want is immortality, immortal, incorruptible, indestructible. Right? That's what you want, integrity from the layer one. Now there's layer two and layer three. And layer two I would define as an open, permissionless, non-custodial protocol that uses the underlying layer one token as its gas fee.
So what's custodial mean, and how does the different markets, is Lightning Network?
So Lightning Network is an example of a layer two, non-custodial. So the Lightning Network will sit on top of layer one. It'll sit on top of Bitcoin, and it solves what you want to do is solve the problem of, it's well and fine. I don't want to move $1 billion every day. What I want to move is $5
I like
a billion times a day. So if I want to move $5 a billion times a day, I don't really need to put the entire $1 trillion of assets at risk every time I move $5. All I really need to do is put $100,000 in a channel or $1 million in a channel, and then I do 10 million transactions where I have $1 million of risk. And of course, it's kind of simple. If I lower my security requirement by a factor of 1 million, probably move the stuff 1 million times faster. And that's how Lightning works. It's non-custodial because there's no corporation or custodian or counterparty you're trusting, right? There's the risk of moving through the channel, but Lightning is an example of how I go from 350,000 transactions a day to 350 million transactions a day. So on that layer 2, you could move the Bitcoin in seconds for fractions of pennies. Now, that's not the end-all be-all, because the truth is there are a lot of open protocols. Lightning probably won't be the only one. There's an open market competition of other permissionless open source protocols to do this work. And in theory, any other crypto network that was deemed to be property, deemed to be non-security, you could also think of as potentially a layer 2 Bitcoin. Right? There's a debate about are there any and what are they, and we can leave that for a later time.
But why do you think of them as layer 2 as opposed to contending for layer 1?
Yeah, sure. If they're using their own token, then they are a layer 1. If you create an open protocol that uses the Bitcoin token as the fee, then it becomes a layer 2. Right? Bitcoin itself, right, incentivizes its own transactions with its own token. That's what makes it layer 1.
Okay, what's layer 3 then?
Layer 3 is the custodial layer. So if you want to move Bitcoin in milliseconds for free, you move it through Binance or Coinbase or Cash App. This is a very straightforward thing. I mean, it seems pretty obvious when you think about it that there are going to be hundreds of thousands of layer 3s. There may be dozens of layer 2s. It might be Lightning is A1, but it's not the only one. Anybody can invent something. Right? And we can...
I forget his name, but he might be the funniest bucket full I've ever had. He's the guy who's hauling horses and causing... Not that guy. That was somebody. That was different. I like the guy who says, "I'm calling horses and causing the horses." That guy's name. Yeah, he absolutely did. Very. But I've watched them all. It took me like 3 months to watch all 700 episodes, but it was fun. Yeah, nobody. I don't like the stadium shows. I don't like. I don't think David Lucas is pretty funny. I don't think that. We're not, there are a lot of people who don't. Yeah, no, I know who you're talking about. Rick, I think that guy. So I don't think he does. No. It could just be personal preference, but I don't think he's funny. I think that guy from Houston, the newest bucket phone, or maybe second newest bucket phone after that guy from Japan. Yeah. He has been on like two. Yeah, I think he's pretty funny. Um, I think that Cam can be funny, but he also can he can be hit and miss. Um, William Montgomery. I mean, I'm not saying I don't think he's like completely funny. Like they did that thing at that Koki restaurant or whatever, like sushi restaurant, um, like a couple weeks ago, and that was okay. Um, I think that I, I think William Montgomery is fucking hilarious. He's the highlight of the show. Yeah. I think I think that Harry Maddie is pretty funny. I think that who else do I think is funny? I think he's not funny. He sucks. Doug, I'm in his subreddit just to see people rip on his ass. He sucks. Dude, he lost. He lost that stadium thing. And, it's rigged because I'm sure you're aware, like, whenever they do any of those, like, do you think number one won? And then people cheer, or number two. Always number two. It's like that for the, it's like that for, if you've ever seen the drama. Exactly. And did you watch the ones when they did it in LA? No, 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 no. I mean, like, when did you start watching? Like, just when they've been in Austin? Yeah, did you watch? Have you seen the one like in LA? Yeah, exactly. Um, it was a different kind of show then. And when I first saw the ones, like I only had seen the ones that were like more recent, but then I saw the ones where they did that when the band would do things, and then I actually thought they were really funny. And did you ever see? These are real, right? Where they had not Iron Man, the Iron Patriot. Yeah, exactly. Those ones are fucking deep cuts, but they're hilarious. And the Iron Patriot actually came on stage, like he rushed the stage at episode like 200 something, and it like freaked Tony out like crazy. It was just really funny. And yeah, so he rushes the yeah he rushes the stage and then just does this little wave, and Tony is literally like, "I just saw my life flash before my eyes." Like he thought he was like gonna have a gun or something, and he pretty easily could have. Um, I I very much enjoyed, believe it or not, the Iron Patriot because he gave like a little background. He gave a little background of on the guests. So he would read their Wikipedias and then ask them really awkward things about their Wikipedias, which I kind of thought was funny. Like, because nobody else is going to press you on your Wikipedia, but this guy did, and he was really creepy too. I'm not saying he wasn't creepy, but there was just something about him that like I just thought was really interesting that he would, um, well, he would just, yeah, and he promotes Kill Tony, even though they want nothing to do with him. And like he promoted the most recent Nashville show. I don't know. I'd like him to come back. Actually, he's weird though. He's weird. And if you okay, so the lore of him was this: he was at the first episode, and if you've ever seen the first episode, it's like really bare bones. And he offered, he said like, "Hey, I've got this suit that I'd like to wear that costs $6,000. I imported it from Norway. Would you let me come on?" And they're like, "Okay, well, we guess you could do like security or something like that, like whatever." And so he was on the first like 50 episodes or something, and he would read. He really was like a third part of the show. He was the band before the band, and he would read the people's Wikipedias and then ask them about like weird things on their Wikipedias. And sometimes the people didn't want to answer or whatever. Um, it was weird. It was kind of funny. So he couldn't. He had this suit that was like $6,000 that would like smell because he couldn't like wash it. It was like a plastic Iron Man suit, and it couldn't be the Iron Man suit because if it was the Iron Man suit, it was um, it was a copyright infringement. So basically, he had to like be Iron Patriot instead of Iron Man. And what the reason why he lost his job was he was annoying. Like he would annoy people. He would chime in when he shouldn't have chimed in or whatever. But that's fine. He was just kind of feeling out. Right. So they brought him on another podcast. Have you ever seen Getting Doug with High with Doug Benson? So they were on that show, and um, the Iron Patriot didn't smoke pot, or like he did at one time, but he didn't anymore. And then they like got him high, or like it was just like I don't know if they got him high purposefully. If I recall, it was like just secondhand, but he just kept talking and like interrupting the show. And then after the show, he went up to Doug and he was like, "Hey, I could drop Kill Tony and just be a full time sidekick to you." And Doug was like, "Yeah, no, like thanks, but no thanks." And then Doug, of course, told Tony about that. And then Tony was like, "Wait a second. You mean to tell me that you felt that you told Doug that you were holding you back and that you could be a lot bigger than you currently were? You're like basically, I don't be on the show if you think we're holding you back." So then he booted him. And that's kind of the end of that. Yeah, definitely. He was. Um, right, and he could have been really, really good. He could be like a multi-millionaire, like Red Band or Tony, if he would have just played along with. I don't know if they would have like. I don't know if they. Yeah, do you see it now? Exactly. Um, I don't know if necessarily he'd be a millionaire, but he'd be probably quite a wealthy individual if they would have let him. If they would have let him. If they would have let him continue, because there's the question like they fired kind of a lot of people, um, or got I don't know if they fired them, but like got rid of the old band. They just said that it wasn't working out, and they didn't take them to Austin with them. Although they allowed some people to come, like Jet Ski, Johnson. Yeah, I think she's pretty cool. She had a she had a really big she she had a really big episode, like where she said a bunch of funny stuff, like 3 episodes ago or something. Like she just is knocking it out of the park. Um, I think it's cool that she plays an instrument, and she's a girl. Girls are just wearing comedy, so I get why they're they they basically bring her in. I think that the old band, I think, had to get really creative because they would wear like different costumes every episode, which cost some money and time and everything. And they were doing other things too. I mean, like nobody made Kill Tony their full time job. They all had other stuff going on, and like now they can. But um, and then they had in the really early days, they had this is what they had regulars, but they were only women, and they had um, Condon. They had Southern Girl, I forget his name. Last name said um, with Kelsey or something. And then they had this other girl on who just never could get comedy right. She was just really scared and just couldn't do it. Then they had this one girl. You can look her up on Instagram. This one's hot as fuck. Her name's Violet Jones on Instagram. And she actually got too big for Kill Tony and started working full time at HBO. So she kind of was like, she got big time. Yeah, very attractive woman. Even like Joe Rogan, who normally wouldn't make comments about chicks like that. I don't think, he was already pretty big and he didn't want to me too. He was like, you don't have this. But, and she was very pretty. So her name was Vanessa Johnston or something like that. And but she goes by Violet Jones. Anyway, and then they had this other guy, this this guy from North Carolina, who was maybe the funniest person they've ever had on the show. Unfortunately, what happened, and they never talk about him anymore, but what happened with him was he moved from North Carolina and he was living in his car. And it was really sad because all his guy's stories were about being homeless, basically. But he was very, very, very funny. I mean, I'm like, you watch his old stuff, he comes through and he's very, very funny. And they loved him. He was the first male Rabbi. And he started doing tours with Tony a little bit and like opening up for people. And he actually got in a video game. He was starting to become big. But the saddest thing happened, he was living in his car and he was like living in a gym parking lot, always having to dodge cops and stuff. And one night he was out and about and he got jumped. And they got him good to the point where he had like brain damage. And he was never the same. He was never as funny as he was. And then he went back to being homeless and apparently like he moved out of LA. I mean it's just like a really sad story. And there was it's like not talking about that, but he was on like maybe he was on I maybe like 50 episodes or so. He was on like episodes 100 through 150, but he was so funny that I remember Red Band saying, we've had a lot of people on here, and no one aside from you has ever come up and killed every single time. He's like, you did never not kill. I remember it was like 25 in a row. He just killed, and he was really, really funny. He was before William Montgomery. so funny. What a tragic story. But his memory lives on. It is really sad. Yeah. She's she's pretty hot and pretty funny. And it, yeah, it's sad. Um, it is sad. No doubt about that. You know, Michael Air right. You know, when I first started watching the show, I watched like I think I just it was just the way that it came on where it was like a bunch of people with like brain injuries or autism or MS, and I thought the show was like, hey, let's bring people on here who have developmental disabilities and make fun of them. And I was like, this is terrible. Like, I can't believe that this is allowed. But then I pretty quickly saw like, oh no, he's giving people who normally wouldn't get an opportunity to be funny, and that's pretty cool. And Michael Lair, yeah, exactly. And I understand that. But at least with Michael Lair, I don't know a lot of other people would have given him such an opportunity, and he just would tear the place apart. The only issue is you couldn't understand what he was saying sometimes, but if you understood what he was saying, his jokes were so funny. I mean, I'll never forget his first joke, which is, "What the fuck happened to all that ice bucket challenge money?" That is just a killer joke, and like he's just a very funny individual. And if you've ever seen, they showed it one time. They showed a clip of him before MS, and it was like, oh, dude, this guy was not only really funny in improv and stand-up, he was a good-looking dude too, and just like it makes you think like this could happen to anybody. Yeah. Um. So I watched all of them from episode 1 to episode 700 or whatever. And now, now let's talk about guests. Who your favorite guests are? For the longest time, Tony wouldn't always be able to fill the guest spot, so they would have Dom Irera on, who was quite funny. But he's got, yeah. Um, they also have Doug Benson on a lot. Dude, somebody who I did, some, oh yeah, 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 yeah. Um, are you talking about the episode where that guy rushes the stage on mushrooms? That's right. That's what happened. That's right. Um, that's right. And could sense something was going to happen. Um, there was um, Brody Stevens, who I actually appreciated a lot more after his death. All his positivity and all that, and just like and yeah, I mean, he's from LA, and living in LA, he a lot of his humor was like LA based. So if you're here, you like Oh, he had all kinds of issues. He wasn't that bad. He just had like severe depression, and he was just like one of those guys who could never like he played baseball at Arizona State and like wasn't good enough to make the major leagues and was always trying to make these teams and like he got into stand up and then started doing he was the opening comic for he was like the warm up guy for Chelsea Lately and it was in the Hangover and he was just a funny person and he had a lot of catchphrases. The biggest one is 818 till I die, which is the area code for the valley and kind of sad that he did die. And he's just a he was just a really funny person. I think not really funny, but there were aspects of him that I thought were funny. Um, now, yeah, definitely, he was a lawyer and then became a stand-up comedian. Yeah, definitely, definitely, he would be so big today. He would be big today, and what's his name? Oh, it's very funny. Patrice O'Neill would be huge today too. They even say, and I've even heard them say, Patrice O'Neill, if he was alive today, he'd have the biggest podcast in the world. And I don't know if that's true. I don't know if it'd be bigger than the Joe Rogan experience, but I think it would be very big. And I also think that it would be he would have had other roles as well. He was on The Office as a warehouse worker. He was on Chappelle's show. He just gone too soon. Another guy who's gone too soon. It's like it's a different person. Yeah, dog. I thought the same thing. So I've looked into this one pretty deeply, and allegedly, didn't he say that they killed him? Exactly. Yeah. And I heard they killed his wife and kids as well, and did the same. Whether whether that's true or not, they would be the perfect person to test out that kind of technology because he does not look the right. Exactly. Like this is deep on the iceberg chart. Yeah, that's the 1954 Edwards Air Force Base and Holloman Air Force Base uh, aiming treaties, basically allowing for alien abductions in exchange for advanced technology. Oh no, no, I thought you were talking about when he was in Australia. Antarctica. The German one, yes. So, yeah, he he made it over the North Pole, and then all of a sudden, like some crafts, like basically guided him down over, and it started to be green and mesh, and they okay. All right, tell me about it. Okay. Yeah, it's back to Dave Chappelle. That story. There's somebody else who talks about it. Oh, it's Jim Brewer. If you've ever seen Jim Brewer talk about it, he's kind of made. He's kind of he okay. Well, the Jim Brewer that they discuss is, or he discusses Dave Chappelle, and he's like, yeah, it's not the same person. Like, he's not the same guy like he was when we did. Um, what movie did they do? Half Baked, yeah. Um, and we're gonna look at this Jim Brewer. Jim Brewer, Dave Chappelle. Me and Jim Brewer's question might be Dave Chappelle, who returned from Africa, is a real one on the claim. The speculation began after Chappelle's trip to Africa, which Brewer believed might have changed Chappelle's search significantly. There's no doubt about that. Brewer's comments were made in the YouTube video published April 29, 2024, so just like a year ago. Some people think that I suggest that Chappelle had a crisis of conscience and wanted to preserve it every day. Okay, so I'm just for that April 29th video and see what it does. So, Jim, what happened to Dave Chappelle? So, I mean, he says that he has doubts that they the same person serving for them. Yeah. Um, whether that's true or not, I'm not sure. All I know is that he came back jacked, and nobody talked about it. And it was like, why don't people like, this is ball. That's some weird shit, man. he talks about it, and he had pictures of it, allegedly, whatever.
We can have this debate about custodial, non-custodial.
Don't you think there's a monopolization possibilities at layer 3? So, um, coin, you mentioned Binance, Coinbase. What if they start to dominate and basically everybody's using them, practically speaking, and then it becomes too costly to memorize the private key in your brain?
Yeah, and you
Right? Or like a cold storage of layers technology.
The idealists fear the layer threes because they think, and especially they would detest it a bit. There's almost like a layer four, by the way, if you want to. A layer four would be I've got Bitcoin on an application, but I can't withdraw it. So I've got an application that's backed by Bitcoin, but the Bitcoin is sealed. It's a proprietary example. And I'll give you an example of that. That would be like Grayscale. If I own a share of GBTC, and so I own a security, actually, you can own MSTR. If you own a security or you own a product that has Bitcoin embedded in it, you get the benefits of Bitcoin, but you don't have to go to withdraw the asset.
To get on a security market at layer 4, it might change correctly.
I don't know if I would say not all securities are layer 4, but anything that's a proprietary product based upon with Bitcoin embedded in it, where you can't withdraw the Bitcoin, is another application of Bitcoin. So if you think about different ways you can use this, you can either stay completely on the layer 1 and use the base chain for your transactions, or you can limit yourself to layer 1 and layer 2 Lightning. And the purist would say we stay there and get your Bitcoin off the exchange. But you could also go to the layer 3. When Cash App supported Bitcoin, they made it very easy to buy it, and then they gave you the ability to withdraw. When PayPal or I think Robinhood let you buy it, they wouldn't let you withdraw it. There was a big community uproar, and people want these layer 3s to make it possible to withdraw the Bitcoin so you could take it to your own private wallet and get it off the exchange. I think the answer to the question of, well, is corruption possible, is corruption is possible in all human institutions and all governments everywhere. The difference between digital property and physical property is when you own a building in Los Angeles and the city politics turn against you, you can't move the building. And when you own a share of a security that's like a U.S. traded security, and you wish to move to some other country, you can't take the security with you either. And when you own a bunch of gold and you try to get through the airport, they might not like to take it. So Bitcoin is advantageous versus all of those because you actually do have the option to withdraw your asset from the exchange. And if you had Bitcoin with Fidelity and you had shares of stock with Fidelity, and if you had bonds and sovereign debt with Fidelity, and if you own some mutual funds and some other random limited partnerships with Fidelity, none of those things can be removed from the custodian. But the Bitcoin you can take off the exchange, you can remove from the custodian. So So
It's still possible,
there's a
though.
deterrent. There's a
Yes.
deterrent. There's an anti-corrupting element, and the phrase is an armed society is a polite society, right? Because you have the optionality to withdraw all your assets from the crypto exchange, you can enforce fairness. And at the point where you disagree with their policies, you can, within an hour, move your assets to another counterparty or take personal custody of those assets. And you don't have that option with most other forms of property. Maybe you don't have as much optionality with any other form of property on earth. And so what makes digital property distinct is the fact that it has the most optionality for custody. Now, coming back to this digital energy issue, the real key point is the energy moves in milliseconds for free on layer threes. It moves in seconds or less than seconds on layer twos. It moves in minutes on the layer one. And I don't think it makes any sense to even think about trying to solve all three problems on the layer one, because it's impossible to achieve the security and the incorruptibility and immortality if you try to build at that much speed and that functionality and performance. In fact, if you come back to the New York model, you really wanted a block of granite, a building, and a company. That's what makes the economy. Right? If I said to you, you're going to build a building, but you only have one company in it for the life of the building, it would be very fragile, like very brittle. What company 100 years ago is still relevant today? You want all three layers because they all oscillate at different frequencies, and there's a tendency to think, well, it's got to be this L1 or that L1. Not really. And sometimes people think, well, I don't really want any L3. But companies, it's not an either or. Companies are better than crypto asset networks at certain things. If you want complexity, you want to implement complexity, or you want to implement compliance or customer service, right? Companies do these things well, right? We know that you couldn't decentralize Apple or Netflix or even YouTube. The performance wouldn't be there, and the subtlety wouldn't be there. And you can't really legally decentralize certain forms of banking and insurance because they would become illegal in the political jurisdiction they're in. So unless you're a crypto anarchist and you believe in no companies and no nation states, right, which is just not very practical, not anytime soon. Once you allow that nation states will continue and companies have a role, then the layered architecture follows, and the free market determines who wins. For example, there are layer threes that let you acquire Bitcoin and withdraw Bitcoin. There are other applications that let you acquire but not withdraw it, and they don't get the same market share, but they might give you some other advantage. There are certain layer threes like Jack Dorsey's Cash App where they just incorporated Lightning, an implementation of it. So
It's a Cash App.
So that makes it advantageous versus an application that doesn't incorporate Lightning. If you think about the big picture is 8 billion people with mobile phones served by 100 million companies doing billions of transactions an hour, and the companies are settling with each other on the base layer in blocks of 80 million at a time. And then the companies are trading with the consumers, right, in proprietary layers like layer three, and then on occasion people are shuffling assets across custodians with Lightning layer two because you don't want to pay $5 to move $50. You want to pay a 20th of a penny to move $50. And so all of these things create efficiency in the economy. And Lex, if you want to consider how much efficiency, if you gave me $1 billion in 20 years, I couldn't find a way to trade with another company or a counterparty in Nigeria. Like, no amount of money. Give me $10 billion. I couldn't do it because you get shut down at the banking level. You can't link up a bank in Nigeria with a bank in the U.S. You get shut down at this credit card level because they don't have the credit cards and they don't clear. You get shut down at the compliance FCPA level because you wouldn't be able to implement a system that interfaced with somebody else's system if it's not in the right federal jurisdiction. On the other hand, three entrepreneurs in Nigeria on the weekend could create a website that would trade in this lightning economy using open protocols without asking anybody's permission. So you're talking about something that's like 1,000,000 times cheaper, less friction, and faster to do it if you want to get money to move.
What do you think that looks like? So that now there's a war going on in Ukraine. There's other wars, Yemen, going on throughout the world. In this most difficult of states that a nation can be in, which is a war, civil war or war with other nations. What's the role of Bitcoin in this context?
I mean, Bitcoin is a universal trust protocol, a universal energy protocol, if you will. English is one. Okay. What I see is a bunch of fragmentation of applications. For example, the Russian payment app is not going to work in Ukraine. The Ukraine payment app is not going to work in Russia. The U.S. payment apps won't work either of those places, as far as I know. So, and in Argentina, their payment app may not work in certain parts of Africa. So what you have is different local economies where people spin up their own applications compliant with their own local laws, or in war zones not compliant, but just spinning up.
So how do you put something that's not compliant? What is the revolutionary act here? When you don't agree with the government or what you want to free yourself from this. So here's the thing: when a nation is really at war, especially if it's an authoritarian regime, it's going to try to control the populace, lock everything down, the spread of information. How do you break through that? Do you do the thing that you mentioned, which is you have to build another app, essentially, that allows the flow of money outside the legal constraints placed on you by the government? So basically break the law.
Metaphorically speaking, if you want to break out of the constraints of your culture, you want to speak English. For example, it's not illegal to speak English, or even if it is, it doesn't matter. But English works everywhere in the world if you can speak it, and then you can tap into a global commerce and intelligence network. So Bitcoin is a language, so you learn to speak Bitcoin, or you learn to speak Lightning, and then you tap into that network in whatever manner you can.
Because the problem is it's still very difficult to move Bitcoin around in Russia and Ukraine now in a war. And there was to me that cryptocurrency in general could be the savior for helping people. There's millions of refugees that are moving all around. It's very difficult to move money around in that space to help people.
I think we're very early. Like we're very embryonic here. If you look at
we as a human civilization, we operating in the cryptocurrency space.
I think the entire crypto economy is very embryonic, and the human race's adoption of it is embryonic. We're like 1-2% down that adoption curve. If you take Lightning, for example, the first real commercial applications of Lightning are just in the last 12 months. So we're like year one. We might be approaching year 2 of commercial Lightning adoption. And if you look at Lightning adoption, Lightning's not built into Coinbase. It's not built into Binance. It's not built into FTX. Cash App just implemented the first implementation, but not all the features are built into it. There's a dozen Lightning wallets circulating out there. So I think that we're probably going to be 36 months of software development. At the point that every Android phone and every iPhone has a Bitcoin wallet or a crypto wallet in it of sorts. That's a big deal. If Apple embraced Lightning, that's a big deal.
So the adoption is the thing. Like in a war zone, adoption. The people who struggle the most in war are people who weren't doing that great before the war started. They don't have the technological sophistication. The hackers and all those kinds of people will find a way. It's just regular people who are just struggling to make day-by-day living. So if the adoption permeates the entire culture, then you can start to move money around in the digital space. What if from a if you can psychoanalyze Jack Dorsey for a second, that he's one of the early adopters, or he's one of the people pushing the early adoption in this layer 3, so inside Cash App. What do you make of the man of this decision as a business owner, as somebody playing in the space? Like why did he do it, and what does that mean for others at this scale that might be doing the same? So incorporating Lightning Network, incorporating Bitcoin into their products.
I think he's been pretty clear about this. He feels that Bitcoin is an instrument of economic empowerment for billions of people that are unbanked and have no property rights in the world. If you want to give an incorruptible bank to 8 billion people on the planet, that's the same as asking the question, how do you give a full education through PhD to 8 billion people on the planet? And the answer is a digital version of the 20th century thing running on a mobile phone. And Bitcoin is a bank in cyberspace. It's run by incorruptible software, and it's for everybody on Earth. So I think when Jack looks at it, he's very sensitive to the plight of everybody in Africa. You look at Africans, right? Like, you're going to give them banks. You're not going to put a bank branch on every corner. That's an obscene waste of energy. You're not going to run copper wires across the continent. That's an obscene waste of energy. You're not going to give them gold, So how are you going to provide people with a decent life? But the metaphor, I think, is relevant here. The biological metaphor, Lex, is type 1 diabetic. If you're a type 1 diabetic, you can't form fat. And if you can't form fat, then you can't store excess energy. So that means that fat is the ultimate organic battery. And if you've got 30 pounds of it, you can go 60 days without eating. But if you can't generate insulin, you can't form fat cells. And you can't form fat cells and store energy, then you can eat yourself to death. I mean, you will eat and you will die. You'll starve to death. So the lack of property rights is like being a type 1 diabetic. And so if you look at most people everywhere in the world, they don't have property rights, they don't have effective bank, and their currency is broken. Like, what are the two things that in theory would serve as the equivalent of an organic battery or an economic battery in a civilization? Would be, I have a currency which holds its value and I can store it in a bank. So a risk-free currency derivative. I pay you your money, you take your life savings, you put it in the bank, you save up for your retirement, you live happily ever after. That's the American dream, right? That's the idyllic situation. The real situation is there are no banks, you can't get a bank account, so I give you your pay in currency, and then I double the supply and I give it to my cousin, or I give it to whatever cause I want, or I use it to buy weapons, and then you find a loaf of bread costs triple next month is what it costs, and your life savings is worthless. And so in that environment, everybody's ripped back to Stone Age barter. And the problem with that, even Stone Age barter, is you're going to carry your life savings on your back, and what happens when the guy with a machine gun points it at your head and just takes your life savings? So I think from Jack's point of view, he thinks that life is, this is maybe too strong, but these are my words, life is hopeless for a lot of people, and Bitcoin is hope. Because it gives everyone an engineered monetary asset that's a bearer instrument, and it gives them a bank on their mobile phone, and they don't have to trust their government or another counterparty with their life force. So there's a secondary thing I think he's interested in, which is the first thing is the human rights issue, and the second thing would be the friction to trade cross borders is so great, right? Like, you like AI, so I'll give you a beautiful notion. Maybe one day there'll be an artificially intelligent creature in cyberspace that is self-sufficient and rich.
Like we would have sovereignty.
Can a robot own money or property? How about can a Tesla car actually put enough money in a car for it to drive itself and maintain itself forever? Or can I create an artificially intelligent creature in cyberspace that is endowed such that it would live 1,000 years and continue to do its job? Right? We have a word for that in the real world, institution. Harvard, Cambridge, Stanford, right? They're institutions with endowments that go on in perpetuity. But what if I wanted to perpetuate a software program? And with something like digital property, with Bitcoin and Lightning, you could do it. And on the other hand, with banks and credit cards, you couldn't, right? You couldn't ever. So you can create things that are beautiful and lasting. And what's the difference in speed? Well, so I can either trade with everybody in the world at the speed of light, friction-free, in 24 hours writing a Python script. Or I can spend $100 billion to trade with a few million people in the world after it takes them 6 months of application. The impedance is like a 10 million to 1 difference, right? And the metaphors are literally like launching something in orbit versus almost orbit, or vacuum sealing something. Does it last forever, and does it orbit forever, or does it go up and come down and burn up? Right? And I think Jack is interested in, putting freedom in orbit, right? Putting freedom in orbit. And he said it many times. He said, this is the internet needs a native currency, right? And no political construct or security can be a native currency. You need property, and you need a property that can be moved 1 million times a second. Can you oscillate it at 10 kilohertz or 100 kilohertz? And the answer is only if it's a pure digital construct, permissionless and open. And so I think he's enthusiastic as the technologist and he's enthusiastic as the humanitarian. And what he's doing is support both those areas. He's supporting the Bitcoin and the Lightning protocol by building those products, but he's also building the applications which you need at the Cash App level in order to commercialize and deliver the functionality and the compliance necessary. And they're related.
And I should also say he's just a fascinating person that, for a random reason that I couldn't even explain if I tried. I met him a few days ago and gave him a really big hug in the middle of nowhere. There was no explanation. He just appeared. That's a fascinating human. His relationship with art, with the world, with human suffering, with technology is fascinating. I don't know what his path looks like, but it's interesting that people like that exist. And in part, I'm saddened that he no longer is involved with Twitter. I dread this because I was hoping something inside Twitter would also integrate some of these ideas of what you can call digital energy to see how social networks, something I'm really interested in and passionate about, can be transformed. Let me ask you, just for educational purposes, the Can you please explain to me what Web3 and the beef between Jack and Mark Andreessen is exactly? Did you see what happened? Sorry to have you analyze Twitter like it's Shakespeare, but can you please explain to me why there was any drama with this topic?
First of all, Web3 is a term that's used to refer to, the part of the economy that's token finance. So if I'm launching an application and my idea is to create a token along with the application and issue the token to the community so as to finance the application and build support for it, I think that that's the most common interpretation of Web3. There are other interpretations, so I'm just going to refer to that one. And I think the beef, in a nutshell, not articulated, but I'll articulate it, is whether or not you should focus all your energy creating applications on top of an ethical digital property like Bitcoin, or whether you should attempt to create a competitor to it, which generally would be deemed as a security by the Bitcoin community. So I'm going to put on my Bitcoin hat here.
Yeah.
Right? All the tokens that have been, if it's driven by a venture capitalist, well, it's a security. If there's a CEO and a CTO, it's a security. So all these projects, they're companies. Foundations are companies, right? If you call them a project or a foundation, it doesn't make it not a security. They're all, in essence, collections of individuals that are issuing equity in the form of a token. And if there's a pre-mine, an IPO, an ICO, a foundation, or any kind of protocol where there's a group of engineers that have influence over it, then to a securities lawyer or to most Bitcoiners, and definitely to anybody that's steeped in securities law, you look at it and say, well, that passes the Howey test. It looks like a security. It should be sold to the public pursuant to, disclosures and regulations. And you're just ducking the IPO process, right? And so now we get back to the ethical issue. Well, the ethical issue is you're trading it as a commodity and representing it as a commodity, while truthfully as a security, then it's a violation of ethics rules and it's probably illegal.
Well, you keep leaning on this. Let me push back on that part.
Yeah.
Maybe you can educate me. But you keep leaning on this line of securities law as if it, with all due respect to lawyers, as if that line somehow defines what is and isn't ethical. I think there's a lot of correlation, as you discussed, but I'd like to leave the line aside. If the law calls something a security, it doesn't mean, in my eyes, that it is unethical. I mean, there could be some technicalities. Lawyers and people play games with this kind of stuff all the time. But I take your bigger point that if there's a CEO, if there's a project lead, that's fundamentally, well, that to you is fundamentally different than the structure of Bitcoin.
It's not that creating securities is unethical. I created a security. I took the company public, right? That's not the unethical part. It's completely ethical to create securities. Block is a security. All companies are securities. The unethical part is to represent it as property when it's a security, and to promote it or trade it as such.
This whole promotion, that's also a technical thing, because you're like what counts and not as promotion is a legal thing. I mean, you get in trouble for all these things, but that's the game that lawyers play. There's an ethical thing here, which is like, what's right to promote or not. To me, propaganda is unethical, but it's usually not illegal.
And if you roll the clock back 20 years, right, all the boiler room pump and dump schemes were all about someone pitching a penny stock or selling swampland in Florida. And if you roll the clock back forward 20 years and I create my own company and I represent it as the same thing and I don't make the disclosures, right, you're just one step removed from the boiler room scheme. And that's what's distasteful about it. There are ways to sell securities to the public, but there are expectations. Maybe we could forget about whether the security laws are ethical or not, right? we'll leave that alone. We'll just start with the biblical definition of ethics.
Yes.
Don't lie, cheat, or steal. So if I'm going to sell something to you, I need to fully disclose what I'm selling to you, right? And that's a matter of great debate right now. And so I think that that's part of the debate. But the other part of the debate is whether or not we need more than one token. Like, we need at least one, right?
Yes.
We need at least one digital property
One is better than
because
zero.
zero means there is no digital economy.
Yes.
And by the way, the conventional view of maximalists is they think there's only one and everything else isn't. That's not the point I'm going to make. I would say we know there is at least one digital property, and that is Bitcoin. If you can create a truly decentralized, non-custodial, bearer instrument that is not under the control of any organization, that is fairly distributed, then you might create another or multiple, and there may be others out there. But I think that the frustration of a lot of people in the Bitcoin community, and I share this with Jack, is we could create $100 trillion of value in the real world simply by building applications on top of Bitcoin as a foundation. And so continually trying to reinvent the wheel and create competitive things is a massive waste of time, and it's diversion of human creativity. It's like we have an ethical good thing, and now we're going to try to create a third or a fourth one. Why?
Let's talk about it. So, first of all, I'm with you, but let me ask you this interesting question. Because talk about properties and securities. Let's talk about conflict of interest. You said you could advertise public. You have a popular Twitter account. It's hilarious and insightful. You do promote Bitcoin in a sense. I don't know if you would say that, but do you think there's a conflict of interest in anyone who owns Bitcoin promoting Bitcoin? Is it the same as you promoting the farming?
I would say no. There's an interest. I think that you can promote a property or an idea to the extent that you don't control it. I think that the point at which you start to have a conflict of interest is when you're promoting a proprietary product or a proprietary security. A security in general is a proprietary asset. So, for example, if you look at my Twitter, you will find that I make lots of statements about Bitcoin. You won't ever see me making a statement that, say, MicroStrategy stock will go forever. I'm not promoting a security MSTR because at the end of the day, MSTR is a security. It is proprietary. I have proprietary interest in it. I have a disproportionate amount of control and influence on the direction.
Control is the problem. The control is the problem. Because you have interest in both. You can if Bitcoin is successful, as we're talking about, you are very possibly become the richest human on earth, given how much you own in Bitcoin, right? The wealthiest, not the richest. I don't know what those words
mean. I would benefit economically.
You would benefit economically.
That's true.
So the reason that's not conflict of interest is because the word property, that Bitcoin is an idea and Bitcoin is open.
I don't control it. In essence, the ethical line here is, could I print myself 10 million more Bitcoin or not? Right?
Can anyone? Right? It's not just you. Can anyone? Because can you promote somebody else's? Yes, I guess you can. Like can you promote Apple?
You could have a Twitter account where you promote oil, or you promote camping, or you promote family values, or promote a carnivore diet, or promote the Iron Man. Right?
You're not going to get wealthier if you promote camping because you can't own a stake. You own a lot of Bitcoin. What is that? What is that? Don't you own a stake in the idea of
Yeah,
Bitcoin?
I would grant you that.
But the lack of control is the fundamental ethical line that you don't have. All you are is you're a fan of the idea. You believe in the idea. You power the idea.
Yeah, I think
You can't take that idea away from others.
let's come back to, let me give you some maybe easier examples. If you were the head of the Marine Corps, right, and someone came to you and said, I created Marine, and the twist on Marine coin is I want you to tell every Marine that they'll get an extra Marine coin, when they get their next stripe. And then I'm going to give you, I'm going to let you buy Marine coin now, and then after you buy Marine coin, I want you to promote it to them, right? At some point, if you start to have a disproportionate influence on it, or if you're in a conversation with people with disproportionate influence, it becomes conflict of interest. And it would make you profoundly uncomfortable, I think, if the head of the Marine Corps started promoting anything that looked like a security. Now, if the head of the Marine Corps started promoting canoeing, you might think he's kind of wacky, like that's kind of a waste of time and distraction. So, but to the extent that canoeing is not a security, not a problem unless ultimately the issue of decentralization is really a
So
critical
not having a head.
one.
Is it something? Can Bitcoin be replicated? So all the things that you're saying that make it a property can that be replicated? Have
I
any
think it's
other?
possible to create other crypto properties.
Does the having a head like of a project a thing that limits its ability to be a property if you try to replicate a project?
Right.
Is that the fundamental flaw?
I think the real fundamental issue is you just never want it to change. If you really want something decentralized, you want a genetic template that substantially is not going to change for 1,000 years. So I think Satoshi said it at one point. He said the nature of the software is such that by version 0.1, its genetic code was set. If there was any development team that's continually changing it, on a routine basis, it becomes harder and harder to maintain its decentralization because now there's the issue of who's influencing the changes. So what you really want is a very, very simple idea, right? The simplest idea. I'm just going to keep track of who owns 21 million parts of energy. And when someone proposes big functional upgrades, you almost you don't really want that development to go on the base layer. You want that development to go on the layer threes because now Cash App has a proprietary set of functionality and it's a security. And if you're going to promote the use of this thing, you're not going to promote the layer 3 security because that's an edge to a given entity and you're trusting the counterparty. You're going to promote the layer 1 or at most the layer 2.
Okay, so one of the fascinating things about Bitcoin, and sorry to romanticize certain notions, but Satoshi Nakamoto, that the founder is anonymous. Maybe you could speak to whether that's useful, but also I just like the psychology of that, to imagine that there's a human being that was able to create something special and walk away. Though first, are you Satoshi Nakamoto?
I sort of don't know. No, I think the provenance is really important. And if I were to look at the highlighted points, I think having a founder that was anonymous or pseudonymous is important. I think the founder disappearing is also important. I think that the fact that the Satoshi coins never moved is also important. I think the lack of an initial coin offering is also important. I think the lack of a corpus is important. I think the fact that it traded for 15 months with no commercial value was also important. I think that the simplicity of the protocol and is very important. I think that the outcome of the block size wars is very important. And all of those things add up to common property. They're all indicators of a digital property as opposed to security. If there was a Satoshi sitting on top of $50 billion worth of Bitcoin, I don't think it would cripple Bitcoin as property, but I think it would undermine its digital property. If I wanted to undermine a crypto asset network, I would do the opposite of all those things. I would launch one myself. I would sell 25% or 50% to the general public. I would keep some of the initial, I would pre-mine some stuff or early mine it, and I would keep an influence on it. Those are all the opposite of what you would do in order to create common property. And so I see the entire story as Satoshi giving a gift of digital property to the human race and disappearing.
Do you think it was one person? Do you have ideas as who it could be?
I don't care to speculate.
So do you think it was one person?
It was one person. Maybe in conjunction with a bunch of others. I mean, it might have been a group of people that were working together, but certainly there's a Satoshi.
It's just so fascinating to me that one person could be so brave and thoughtful, or do you think a lot of it is accident, like the block size wars, the decision to make a block a certain size? All the things you mentioned led up to the characteristics that make Bitcoin property. Do you think that's an accident, or it was deeply thought there? Like, this is almost like a history of science question.
People tried it they tried 40 of them, right? I mean, I think there's a history of attempting to create something like this, and it was tried many, many times, and they failed for different reasons. And I think that, like Prometheus tried to start a fire 47 times, and maybe the 48th time it sparked. And that's how I see this. This is the first one that sparked, and it sets a roadmap for us. And I think if you're looking for any one word to characterize, it's fair. Right? The whole point of the network is it's a fair launch, a fair distribution. Like, yeah, I have Bitcoin, but I bought it. In fact, at this point, we've paid $4 billion of real cash to buy it. If I was sitting on the same position and I had it for free, then there's always this question of, did I, or I bought it for a nickel a coin or a penny a coin. The question is, was it fair? And that's a very hard question to answer, right? Did you acquire the Bitcoin that you own fairly? And if you roll the clock back, you could have bought it for a nickel or a dime, but that was when it was a million times more likely to fail. Right? When the risk was greater, the cost was lower, and then over time, the risk became lower and the cost became greater. And the real critical thing was to allow the marketplace, absent any powerful interested actor. Right? It's almost like if Satoshi had held 1 million coins and then stayed engaged for 10 more years, tweaking things in the background, there'd still be that question. But what we've got is really a beautiful thing. We've got a chain reaction in cyberspace, or an ideology spreading virally in the world that has seasoned in a fair, ethical fashion. Sometimes it's a very violent, brutal fashion with all the volatility, right? And there's been a lot of sound and fury along the way.
How do you psychoanalyze? How do you deal from a financial, from a human perspective with the volatility? You mentioned you could have gotten it for a nickel and the risk was great. Where's the risk today? What's your sense?
We're 13 years into this entire activity. I think the risk has never been lower. Right? If you look at all the risks, right, the risks in the early years is the engineering protocol proper, like 1 megabyte block size, 10-minute clock frequency, cryptography. First, will it be hacked or will it crash? 730,000 blocks and it hasn't crashed. Will it be hacked? Hasn't been hacked. It's a lengthy thing, right? You wait 13 years to see if it will be hacked. But on the other hand, with $1 billion, it's not as interesting a target as it is with 100 billion. And when it gets to be worth $1 trillion, that is a bigger target. So the risk has been bleeding off over time as the network monetized. I think the second question is, will it be banned? You couldn't know. It literally could have been banned at many times early on. In fact, in 2013, I tweeted on that subject. I thought it would be banned. I made a very infamous tweet. I thought it was going to be banned. In 2014, the IRS designated it as property and gave it property tax treatment. Okay, so they could have given it a tax treatment where you had to pay tax on the unrealized capital gains every year, and it probably would have crushed it to death, right? So it could have been in any number of places banned by a government, but in fact it was legitimized as property. And then the question is, would it be hacked or would it be copied? Will it be something better than that? And it was copied 15,000 times. And you know the story of all of those. And they either diverged to be something totally different and not comparable, or someone trying to copy a non-sovereign bearer instrument store of value found that their networks crashed to be 1% of what Bitcoin is. So now we're sitting at a point where all those risks are out of the way. I would say that year one of institutional adoption is it started August 2020. That's when MicroStrategy bought $250 million worth of Bitcoin, and we put that out on the wire. We were the first publicly traded company to actually buy Bitcoin. I don't think you could have found a $5 million purchase from a public company before we did that. So that was kind of like a gun going off. And then in the next 12 months, Tesla bought Bitcoin, Square bought Bitcoin. And I'd say now we're in year two of institutional adoption. And there are about 24, should be 24 publicly traded Bitcoin miners by the end of this quarter. So you're looking at 36 publicly traded companies, and you've got 50, at least in the range of $50 billion on the balance of Bitcoin on the balance sheet of publicly traded companies, and hundreds of billions of dollars of market cap of Bitcoin exposed companies. So I would say the asset, decade one was entrepreneurial, experimental. Decade two is a rotation from entrepreneurs to institutions, and it's becoming institutionalized. So maybe decade one you go from 0 to $1 trillion, and decade two you go from 1 trillion to 100 trillion.
What about governments? Government adoption and institutional adoption. Are governments supporting this? Maybe making it, some governments incorporating it into as a currency, into the banks, all that kind of stuff. Is that important? And if it is, when will it happen?
It's not essential for the success of the asset class, but I think it's inevitable in various degrees over time. But the most likely thing to happen next is large acquisition by institutional investors of Bitcoin as a digital gold, or they're just swapping out gold for digital gold and thinking of it like that. And the government entities most likely to be involved with that would be sovereign wealth funds. If you look at all the sovereign wealth funds that are holding big tech stock, equities, the Swiss, the Norwegians, the Middle Easterners, if you can hold big tech, then holding digital gold would be, not far removed from that. That's a non-controversial adoption. I think there are opportunities for governments that are much more profound, right? If a government started to adopt Bitcoin as a treasury reserve asset, that's much bigger than just an asset investment. That's 100x bigger. And you could imagine that's like $1 trillion opportunity. Like any government that wanted to adopt it as a treasury reserve asset would probably generate trillions of dollars, $1 trillion or more of value. And then, the thing that people think about is, well, will oil ever be priced in Bitcoin or any other export commodity? I think it's like $1.8 trillion or more of export commodities in the world, and right now they're all priced in dollars. I think this is a colorful thing, but it's not really that relevant. Like you could sell all that stuff in dollars. The relevant decision that any institution makes, whether they're a nonprofit, a university, a corporation, or a government, is what's your treasury reserve asset. And if your treasury reserve asset is the peso, and if the peso is losing 20% or 30% of its value a year, then your balance sheet is collapsing within 5 years. And if the treasury reserve asset is dollars and currency derivatives and U.S. treasuries, then you're getting your seven. Right now, it's probably 15% or more monetary inflation. We're running double the historic average. You could argue triple. Some of us say double and triple, depending upon what your metric is. So, do I think it'll happen? I think that they're conservative, but they have to be shocked, and I think there is a shock. The late Russian sanctions are a big shock. When the West sees $300 billion worth of Russian gold and currency derivatives, I think it's, you got the famous quote by Putin that, we have to rethink our treasury strategies, and that pushes everybody toward a commodity strategy. What commodities do I want to hold? I think that's got a lot of people thinking. I think it's got the Chinese thinking. Everybody wants to be reserve currency, right? So if I buy $50 billion worth of dollars every year, then I buy 500 billion over a decade, and I probably pay $250 billion of inflation cost on the backs of my citizens in a decade. So
inflation could be one of the sources of shock. And you wonder if there is a switch to Bitcoin, whether it will be a bang or a whimper. Like, what is the nature of the shock, the transition?
I think that the year 2022 is pretty catalytic for digital assets in general, for Bitcoin in particular. The Canadian trucker crisis, I think, educated hundreds of millions of people and made them start questioning their property rights and their banks. I think the Ukraine war was a second shock, but I think that the Russian sanctions was a third shock. I think all three of them, and I think hyperinflation in the rest of the world is a fourth shock, and then persistent inflation in the U.S. is a fifth shock. So I think it's a perfect storm, and if you put all these events together, what do they signify? They signify the rational conclusion for any person thinking about this is, I'm not sure if I can trust my property. I don't know if I have property rights. I don't know if I can trust the bank. And if I'm politically at odds with the leader of my own country, I'm going to lose my property. And if I'm politically at odds with the owner of another country, I'm still going to lose my property. And when push comes to shove, the banks will freeze my assets and seize them. And I think that that is playing out in front of everybody in the world, such that your logical response would be, I'm going to convert my weak currency to a strong currency. Like I'll convert my peso and lira to the dollar. I'm going to convert my weak property to strong property. I'm going to sell my building downtown Moscow, and I'd rather own a building in New York City. I'd rather own in a powerful nation than be stuck with a building in Nigeria or a building in Argentina or whatever. So I'm going to sell my weak properties, my strong properties. I'm going to convert my physical assets to digital assets. I'd rather own a digital building than own a physical building. Because if I had $1 billion building in Moscow, who can I rent that to? But if I have $1 billion digital building, I can rent it to anybody in any city in the world. Anybody with money. And the maintenance cost is almost nothing. And I can hold it for 100 years. So it's an indestructible building. And then finally, I want to move from having my assets in a bank with a counterparty to self-custody assets. Right? So, and this is not, it's not just Ukraine, but this is like the story in Turkey, Lebanon, Syria, Afghanistan, Iraq, South America. You don't really want to be sitting with $10 million in a bank in Istanbul. The bank's going to freeze your money, convert it to lira, devalue the lira, and then feed it back to you over 17 years, right?
So self-custody assets would be layer one, basically.
Self-custody assets is like if I got my own hardware wallet and I've either got your highest form of self-custody would be Bitcoin on your own hardware wallet or Bitcoin in your own self-custody. The other thing people think about is how do I get crypto dollars, like Tether, like some stable coin. Like I'd rather, if you had a choice, would you rather have your money in a bank in a war zone in dollars or have your money in a stable coin on your mobile phone in dollars? Right? I mean, you take the latter risk rather than the former risk.
So definitely, yeah.
And you can see that happening. Like we've gone from 5 billion in stable coins to 200 billion in the last 24 months. So I do think there's massive demand for crypto dollars in the form of a US dollar asset. And everybody in the world would say, yeah, I want that. Well, unless you're just an extreme patriot. But most people would say, I want that. And then a lesser group of people would say, I think I want to be able to carry my property in the palm of my hand. So I have self-custody of it.
So Bitcoin price has gone through quite a roller coaster. What do you think is the high point it's going to hit?
I think it'll go up forever. I think the Bitcoin is going to climb in a serpentine fashion. It's going to advance and come back, and it's going to keep climbing. I think that the volatility attracts all the capital into the marketplace. And so the volatility makes it the most interesting thing in the financial universe. It also generates massive yield and massive returns for traders. And that attracts capital. Like we're talking about the difference between 5% return and 500% return. So the fast money is attracted by the volatility. The volatility has been decreasing year by year by year. I think that it's stabilizing. I don't think we'll see as much volatility in the future as we have in the past. I think that if we look at Bitcoin and model it as digital gold, the market cap goes between 10 and 20 trillion. But gold is defective property. Gold is dead money. You have $1 billion of gold that sits in a vault for a decade. It's very hard to mortgage the gold. It's also very hard to rent the gold. You can't loan the gold. No one's going to create a business with your gold. So gold doesn't generate much of a yield. So for that reason, most people wouldn't store $1 billion for a decade in gold. They would buy $1 billion of commercial real estate property. And the reason why is because I can rent it and generate a yield on it that's in excess of the maintenance cost. So if you consider digital property, that's $100 to $200 trillion addressable market. So I would think it goes from 10 trillion to 100 trillion as people start to think of it as digital property.
What does that mean in terms of price per coin?
At 500,000, right? That's a $10 trillion asset. At 5 million, that's a $100 trillion asset.
I think it crosses $1 million, it can go even higher.
Yeah, I think it's going up forever. Is there looking to go to 10 million, right? Because digital property isn't the highest form, right? Gold was that low frequency money. Property is mid-frequency money, but when I start to program it faster, it starts to look like digital energy, and then it doesn't just replace property. Then you're starting to replace bonds. It's 100 trillion in bonds. There's 50 to 100 trillion in other currency derivatives, and these are all conventional use cases, right? I think that there's 350 trillion to 500 trillion dollars worth of currency derivatives in the world. And when I say that, I mean things that are valued based upon fiat cash flows. any commercial real estate, any bond, any sovereign debt, any currency itself, any derivatives to those things, they're all derivatives, and they're all defective. And they're all defective because of this persistent 7 to 14% lapse, which we call inflation, monetary expansion. Can we switch subjects and talk about the energy side of it, like the innovative piece?
Yeah.
Let's just start with this idea that I've got a hotel, like $1 billion with 1,000 rooms.
Mm-hmm.
When it becomes a dematerialized hotel,
I love that word so much, by the way. Dematerialized.
we're across from the Fontainebleau here. Imagine the Fontainebleau is dematerialized. The problem with the physical hotel is I got to hire real people, moving subject to the speed of sound and physics laws and Newton's laws, and I can rent it to people in Miami Beach. But if it was a digital hotel, I could rent the room to people in Paris, London, and New York every night, and I can run it with robots. And as soon as I do that, I can rent it by the room hour, and I can rent it by the room minute. And so I start to chop my hotel up into 100,000 room hours that I sell to the highest bidder anywhere in the world. And you can see all of a sudden the yield, the rent, and the income of the property is dramatically increased. I can also see the maintenance cost of the property falls. I get on Moore's Law, and I'm operating in cyberspace. So I got rid of Newton's laws. I got rid of all the friction and all those problems. I tapped into the benefits of cyberspace. I created a global property. I started monetizing it at different frequencies. And of course, now I can mortgage it to anybody in the world, right? I mean, you're not going to be able to get a mortgage on a Turkish building from someone, in South Africa. You have to find someone that's local to the culture you're in. So when you start to move from analog property to digital property, it's not just a little bit better, it's a lot better. And what I just described, Lex, is like the DeFi vision, right? It's the beauty of DeFi, flash loans, money moving at high velocity. At some point, if the hotel is dematerialized, then what's the difference between renting a hotel room and loaning a block of stock? Right? I'm just finding the highest best use thing.
It feels like the magic really emerges though when you build a market of layer 2 and layer 3 technologies on top of that. It's like, then maybe you can correct me if I'm wrong, but for all these hotels and all these kinds of ideas, it's always touching humans at some point, and the consumers or the humans, business owners, and so on. So you have to create interfaces, you have to create services that make all that super efficient, super fun to use, pleasant, effective, all those kinds of things. So you have to build in a whole economy on top of that.
Yeah, and I happen to think that won't be done by the crypto industry at all. I think that'll be done by centralized applications. I think it'll be, the Citadels of the world, the high-speed traders of the world, the New Yorkers. I think it'll be Binance, FTX, and Coinbase as a layer 3 exchange that will give you the yield and will give you the loan and the best terms. Because ultimately, you have to jump these compliance hoops. It comes like BlockFi can give you yield, but they have to do it in a compliant way with the United States jurisdiction. So ultimately, those applications to use that digital property and either generate a loan, give you a loan on it, or give you yield on it, are going to come from companies. But the fundamental difference is it could be companies anywhere in the world. So if a company in Singapore comes up with a better offering, right, then the capital is going to start to flow to Singapore. I can't send 10 city blocks of LA to Singapore to rent during a festival, but I can send 10 blocks of Bitcoin to Singapore. So you've got a truly global market that's functioning in this asset, and is there second order asset? For example, maybe you're an American citizen and you own 10 Bitcoin, and someone in Singapore will generate 27% yield in the Bitcoin, but legally you can't send the money to them or the Bitcoin Bitcoin to them, it doesn't matter because the fact that that exists means that someone in Hong Kong will borrow the 10 Bitcoin from somebody in New York, and then they will put on the trade in Singapore, and that will create a demand for Bitcoin, which will drive up the price of Bitcoin, which will result in an effective tax-free yield for the person in the U.S. that's not even in the jurisdiction. So there's nothing that's going on in Singapore to drive up the price of your land in LA, but there is something going on everywhere in the world to drive up the price of property in cyberspace if there's only one digital. And so there's a dynamic there which is profound because it's global. But now let's go to the next extreme. I'm still giving you a fairly conventional idea, which is let's just loan the money fast on a global network and let's just rent the hotel room fast in cyberspace. But let's move to maybe a more innovative idea. The first generation of the internet, brought a lot of productivity, but there's also just a lot of flaws in it. For example, Twitter is full of garbage. Instagram DMs are full of garbage. Your Twitter DMs are full of garbage. YouTube is full of scams. Every 15 minutes, there's a Michael Saylor Bitcoin giveaway spun up on YouTube. My Office 365 inbox is full of garbage. Millions of spam messages. I'm running 4 different email filters. My company spends $1 million a year to fight denial of service attacks and all sorts of other things. There are denial of service attacks everywhere against everybody in cyberspace all the time. It's extreme. And we're all beset with hostility, right? You've been a victim of it on Twitter. You go on Twitter and people post stuff they would never say to your face. And then if you look, you find out that their account was created like 3 days ago. And it's not even a real person. So, we're beset with phishing attacks and scams and spam bots and garbage. And why? And the answer is because the first generation of internet was digital information and there's no energy. There's no conservation of energy in cyberspace. The thing that makes the universe work is conservation of energy. Like, if I went to a hotel room, I have to post a credit card, and then if I smash the place up, there'd be economic consequences, maybe there'd be criminal consequences, there might be reputational consequences, a lamp might fall on me, but in the worst case, I can only smash up one hotel room. Now imagine I could actually write a Python script to send myself to every hotel room in the world every minute, not post a credit card, and smash them all up, anonymously. The thing that makes the universe work is friction, speed of sound, speed of light, and the fact that it's conservative. You're either energy or you're matter, but once you've used the energy, it's gone, and you can't do infinite everything. That's missing in cyberspace right now. And if you look at all of the moral hazards and all of the product defects that we have in all of these products, most of them, 99% of them, could be cured if we introduced conservation of energy into cyberspace. And that's what you can do with high-speed digital property, high-speed Bitcoin. And by high-speed, I mean not 20 transactions a day, I mean 20,000 transactions a day. So how do you do that? Well, I let everybody on Twitter post 1,000 or 10,000 Satoshis via Lightning wallet, a Lightning badge. Give me an orange check. If you put up $20 once in your life, you could give 300 million people an orange check. Right now, you don't have a blue check, Lex. You're a famous person. I don't know why you don't have a blue check. Have you ever applied for a blue check?
No.
There are 360,000 people on Twitter with a blue check. There are 300 million people on Twitter. So the conventional way to verify accounts is elitist, archaic.
Yeah, how does it work? How do you get blue check?
You got to apply and wait 6 months, and you have to post, like 3 articles in the public mainstream media that demonstrates you're a person of interest. Generally, they would grant them to CEOs of public companies, or the whole idea is to verify that that you are
who you are.
who you say you are.
Right.
And the question is, why isn't everybody verified?
Right.
And there's a couple of threads on that. One is some people don't want to be doxxed; they want to be anonymous. But there are even anonymous people that should be verified, because otherwise you're subjecting their entire following to phishing attacks and scams and hostility. But the other
What's the orange verification? So that this idea, can you actually elaborate a little bit more? If you put up $20,
I think everybody on Twitter ought to get an orange check if they could come up with like $10.
and what is the power of that orange check? What does that verify exactly?
You basically post a security deposit for your safe passage through cyberspace. So the way it would work is if you've got $10 once in your life, you can basically show that you're credit worthy. And that's your pledge to me that you're going to act responsibly. So you put the $10 and the $20 into the Lightning wallet, you get an orange check. Then Twitter just gives you a setting where I can say the only people that can DM me are orange checks. The only people that can post on my tweets are orange checks. So instead of locking out the public and just letting your followers, comment, you lock out all the unverified, and that means people that don't want to post $10 security deposit can't comment. Once you've done those two things, then you're in a position to monetize malice, monetize motion or malice. Well, let's just say, for the sake of argument, you post something and 9,700 bots spin up, and pitch their whatever scam. Right now, you go report, and if you spend an hour, you get through half of them. You waste an hour of your life. They just spin up another 97 million because they got a Python script spinning it up, so it's hopeless. But on the other hand, if you report them and they really are a bot, Twitter's got a method to actually delete the account. They know that they're bots. The problem is not they don't know how to delete the account. The problem is there are no consequences when they delete the account. So if there are consequences, Twitter could just seize the $10 or seize the $20 because it's a bot. It's a malicious criminal act or whatever. It's a violation of the platform rules. You end up seizing $10,000. Give half the money to the reporter and half the money to the Twitter platform. And
it's a really powerful idea, but that's adding friction akin to the kind of friction you have in the physical world. You have consequences, real consequences.
Conservation of energy.
Conservation of energy.
There's no friction. There's nothing on this earth. Right? I mean, you can't walk across the room without friction. Right? So friction is not bad. Right? Unnecessary friction is bad. So in this particular case, you're introducing conservation of energy, and in essence, you're introducing the concept of consequence or truth into cyberspace. And that means if you do want to spin up 10 million fake-less fragments, right? It's going to cost you $100 million to spin up 10 million fake Lexes.
The thing is, you could do that with the dollar. In your case, you're saying that it's more tied to physical reality than you do that with Bitcoin.
Yeah, well, let's follow up on that idea a bit more. If you did do it with the dollar, then the question is, how does 6 billion people deposit dollars? Because what you're doing is, could you do it with a credit card? Like, how do you send dollars? You have to dox yourself. Like, it's not even so. You're talking about inputting a credit card transaction, doxing yourself, and now you've just eliminated the 2 billion people that don't have credit cards, who don't have banks. You've also got a problem with everybody that wants to remain anonymous. But you've also got this other problem, which is credit cards are expensive transactions, low frequency, slow settlement. So do you really want to pay 2.5% every time you actually show a $20 deposit? Maybe you could do a kludgy version of this for a subset of people. It's like it's 10% as good if you did it with conventional payment rails. But what you can't do is the next idea, which is I want the orange badge to be used to give me safe passage through cyberspace, tripping across every platform. So how do I solve the denial of service attacks against a website? I publish a website, you hit it with 1 million requests. Okay, now how do I deal with that? Well, I can lock you out and I can make it a zero trust website, and then you have to be coming at me through a trusted firewall with a trusted credential, but that's a pretty draconian thing. Or I could put it behind a lightning wall. A lightning wall would be, I just challenge you, Lex. You want to browse my website, you have to show me your 100,000 Satoshis. Do you have 100,000 Satoshis? Click. Okay, now you click away 100 times or 1,000 times, and after 1,000 times, well, now Lex, you're getting offensive. I'm going to take a Satoshi from you, or 10 Satoshis, a microtransaction. You want to hit me 1 million times? I'm taking all your Satoshis and locking you out. What you want to do is you want to go through 200 websites a day, and what you want every time you cross a domain, you need to be able to, in a split second, prove that you've got some asset. And now when you cross back, when you exit domain, you want to fetch your asset back. So how do I, in a friction-free fashion, browse through dozens or hundreds of websites, host a security deposit for safe passage, and then get it back? You couldn't afford to pay a credit card fee each time. When you think about 2.5% as a transaction fee, it means you trade the money 40 times, and it's gone.
Yeah.
It's gone.
Yeah, so you can't do this kind of hopping around through the internet with this kind of verification like grounds you to reality. It's a really, really interesting idea. Why hasn't that been done?
I think you need two things. You need an idea like a digital asset like Bitcoin. It's a bearer instrument for final settlement. And then you need a high-speed transaction network like Lightning, where the transaction cost might be a 20th of a penny or less. And if you roll the clock back 24 months, I don't think you had the Lightning network in a stable point. It's really just the past 12 months. It's an idea you can think about this year, and I think you need to be aware of Bitcoin as something other than like a scary speculative asset. So I really think we're just the beginning.
The embryonic stage. I have to ask, you said it before, there's no second best Bitcoin. What would be the second best? Tradition is Ethereum with smart contracts, Cardano proof of stake, Polkadot with interoperability between blockchains. Dogecoin has the incredible power of being privacy with Monero. I just can keep going. There's of course after the block size wars, the different offshoots of Bitcoin.
I think if you decompose or segment the crypto market, you've got crypto property. Bitcoin is the king of that. Another Bitcoin forks that want to be a bearer instrument, store of value, would be a property, Bitcoin Cash or Litecoin, something like that. Then you've got cryptocurrencies. I don't think Bitcoin's a currency, because a currency I define in nation state sense. A currency is a digital asset that you can transfer in a transaction without incurring a taxable obligation. So that means it has to be a stable dollar or a stable euro or a stable coin. So then you've got cryptocurrencies that are sort of most famous. Then you've got crypto platforms, and Ethereum is the most famous of the crypto platforms, the platform upon which, with smart contract functionality, etc. And then I think you got just crypto securities. It's just like my favorite whatever meme coin, and I love it because I love it, and it's attached to my game or my company or my persona or my whatever. I think if you pushed me and said, well, what's the second best? I would say the world wants two things. It wants crypto property as a savings account, and it wants cryptocurrency as a checking account. And that means that the most popular thing really is going to be a stablecoin dollar. right? And there's maybe a fight right now. It might be Tether, right? But a stable dollar, because I feel like the market opportunity. It's not clear that there'll be one that will win. The class of stable dollars is probably a $1 to $10 trillion market easily. I think that in the crypto platform space, Ethereum will compete with Solana, Binance Smart Chain, and the like.
Are there certain characteristics of any of them that kind of stand out to you? Don't you think the competition is based on a set of features? Also, so a set of features that a cryptocurrency provides, but also the community that it provides. Don't you think the community matters? So the adoption, the dynamic of the adoption, both across the developers and the investors.
I'm looking at that. I mean, the first question is what's the regulatory risk? How likely is it to be deemed property versus security? And the second is what's the competitive risk? And the third is what's the speed and the performance? And all those things lead to the question of what's the security risk? How likely is it to crash and burn? And how stable or unstable is it? And then there's the marketing risk. I mean, there are different teams behind each of these things and community behind them. I think that the big cloud looming over the crypto industry is regulatory treatment of cryptocurrencies and regulatory treatment of crypto securities and crypto platforms. And I think that won't be determined until the end of the first Biden administration. For example, there are people that would like only U.S. FDIC insured banks to issue cryptocurrencies. They want JP Morgan to issue a crypto dollar backed 1-to-1. But then in the U.S. right now, we have Circle and we have other companies that are licensed entities that are backed by cash and cash equivalents, but they're not FDIC insured banks. There's also a debate in Congress about whether state chartered banks should be able to issue these things. And then we have Tether and others that are outside of the U.S. jurisdiction. They're probably not backed by cash and cash equivalents. They're backed by stuff, and we don't know what stuff is. And then finally, you have UST and DAI, which are algorithmic stablecoins, right? That are even more innovative, further outside of the compliance framework. So if you ask who's going to win, the question is really, I don't know, will the market decide or will the regulators decide? If the regulators get out of the way and the market, well, then it's an interesting discussion. And then I think that all bets are off if the regulators get more heavy-handed with this. I think you get the same discussion with crypto properties, like the DeFi exchanges and the crypto exchanges. The SEC would like to regulate the crypto exchanges. They'd like to regulate the DeFi exchanges. That means they may regulate the crypto platforms and at what rate and in what fashion. And so I think that I could give you an opinion if it was limited to competition and the current regulatory regime. But I think that the regulations are so fast moving and it's so uncertain that you can't make a decision without considering the potential actions of the regulators.
You still make the case that Dogecoin is, I guess, the second best cryptocurrency, if you consider Bitcoin a cryptocurrency, but instead of crypto property.
I would classify it as crypto property because the U.S. dollar is a currency. So unless your crypto asset is pegged algorithmically or stably to the value of the dollar, it's not a currency, it's a property or it's an asset.
So that can you still make the case that Dogecoin is the best cryptocurrency because Bitcoin is not even in that list?
The debate is going to be whether it's property or security. And there's a debate whether it's decentralized enough. So let's assume it was decentralized. Well, it's increasing at not quite 5.5% a year inflation rate, but it's not 5% exponentially. It's like a plus 5 million, 5% something capped, and it's less. I forget the exact number, but it's an inflationary. It's got a lower inflation rate than the U.S. dollar. And it's got a much lower inflation rate than any other fiat currency. So I think you could say that.
But don't you see the power of ideas, the power fund or whatever mechanism is used to captivate a community.
I do, but they're meme stocks. But it doesn't absolve you of your ethical and securities liabilities if you're, if you're promoting it. So I don't have a problem with like people buying a stock. It's just the way I divide the world is right. There's investment, there's saving, and there's speculation, and there's trading. So Bitcoin is an asset for saving. If you want to save money for 100 years, you don't really want to take on execution risk or the like. So you're just buying something to hold forever. For you to actually endorse something as a property, like if you said to me, Mike, what should I buy for the next 100 years? I say, well, some amount of real estate, some amount of scarce collectibles, some amount of Bitcoin, right? You can run your company, right? But running your company is an investment. So the savings are properties. If you said, what should I invest in? I'd say, well, here's a list of good companies, private companies. You can start your own company. That's an investment, right? If you said, what should I trade? Well, trading is like a proprietary thing. Like I don't have any special insight into that. If you're a good trader, you know you are. If you said to me, what should you speculate in? We talk about meme stocks and meme coins, and it kind of sits up there. It sits right in the same space with what horse should you bet on, and what sports team should you gamble on, and should you bet on black 6 times in a row and double down each time. I mean, it's fun, but at the end of the day, it's a speculation, right? You can't build a civilization on speculation. It's not an institutional asset. And in fact, where I'd leave it, right, is Bitcoin is clearly digital privacy, which makes it an institutional grade investable asset for a public company, a public figure, a public investor, or anybody that's risk adverse. I think that the top 100 other cryptos are like venture capital investments, and if you're a VC and if you're a qualified technical investor and you can pull capital and you can take that kind of risk, then you can parse through that and form opinions. It's just orders of magnitude more risky because of competition, because of ambition, and because of regulation. And if you take the meme coins, when some rapper comes out with a meme coin, it's maybe the peak when I hear about it, right? It's like, but the SHIB was created as a coin such that it had so many zeros after the decimal point that when you looked at it on the exchanges, it always showed 0, 0, 0, 0. And it wasn't until like 6 months after it got popular that they started expanding the display so you could see whether the price had changed.
That's speculation. You've been, maybe you can correct me, but you've been critical of Elon Musk in the past in the crypto space. Where do you stand on Elon's effect on Bitcoin and cryptocurrency in general these days?
I believe that Bitcoin is a massive breakthrough for the human race that will cure half the problems in the world and generate hundreds of trillions of dollars of economic value to the civilization. And I believe that it's in an early stage where many people don't understand it and they're afraid of it, and there's FUD, and there's uncertainty, there's doubt, there's fear, and it's a very noisy crypto world, and there's 15,000 other cryptos that are seeking relevance. And I think most of the FUD is actually fueled by the other crypto entrepreneurs. So the environmental FUD and the other types of uncertainty that's around Bitcoin, generally, they're not coming from legitimate environmentalists. They don't come from legitimate critics. They actually are guerrilla marketing campaigns that are being financed and fueled by other crypto entrepreneurs because they have an interest in doing so. So if I look at the constructive path forward, first, I think it'd be very constructive for corporations to embrace Bitcoin and build applications on top of it. You don't need to fix it. There's nothing wrong with it, right? Like when you put it on a layer 2 and a layer 3, it moves 1 billion times a second at the speed of light. So every beautiful cool DeFi application, every crypto application, everything you can imagine you might want to do, you can do with a legitimate company and a legitimate website or mobile application sitting on top of Bitcoin or Lightning if you want to. So I think that to the extent that people do that, that's going to be better for the world. If you consider what holds people back, I think it's just misperceptions about what Bitcoin is. So I'm a big fan of just educating people. If you're not going to commercialize it, then just educate people on what it is. So, for example, Bitcoin's the most efficient use of energy in the world by far. Right? Most people they don't necessarily perceive that or realize that, but if you were to take any metric, energy intensity, you put like $2 billion worth of electricity in the network every year, and it's worth $850 billion. There is no industry in the real world, right, that is that energy efficient. Not only that energy efficient, it's also the most sustainable industry. We do surveys. 58% of Bitcoin mining energy is sustainable. So there's a very good story. In fact, every other industry, planes, trains, automobiles, construction, food, medicine, everything else, less clean, less efficient. So
the basic debate
I wouldn't say there is a debate. I would just say that to the extent that the Bitcoin community had any issue with Elon, it was just, just this environmental, uncertainty that he fueled in a couple of his tweets, right? Which I think just is very distracting.
Well, that was one of them, but I think it's like the Bitcoin maximalists, but generally the crypto community, what you call the crypto entrepreneurs, are, it's also they're using it for investment, for speculation, and therefore get very passionate about people's kind of celebrities, including you, like famous people, saying positive stuff about any one particular crypto thing you could buy in Coinbase. And so they might be unhappy with Elon Musk promoting Bitcoin and then not, and promoting Dogecoin and then not. And it's kind of that there's so much emotion tied up in the communication of this topic, and I think that's where a lot of the
I don't have a criticism of Elon Musk. He's free to do whatever he wishes to do. It's his life. In fact, Elon Musk is the second largest supporter of Bitcoin in the world. So I think that the Bitcoin community tends to eat its own quite a bit.
Yeah.
Like, it tends to be very, very self-critical. And instead of saying, well, Elon is more supportive of Bitcoin than the other 10,000 people in the world, with serious amounts of money that they focus upon.
Yeah, this is strange. Eating your own.
That's right. I think he's free to do what he wants to do. And I think he's done a lot of good for Bitcoin and putting it on the balance sheet of Tesla and holding it, and I think that sent a very powerful message.
Do you have advice for young people? So you had a heck of a life. You've done quite a lot of things. Started before MIT, but started with MIT. Is there advice here for young people in high school and college? How to have a career they can be proud of, how to have a life they can be proud of.
I was asked by somebody for quick advice for his young children. He had twins when they entered adulthood. He said, "Give me your advice for them in a letter. I'm going to give it to them when they turn 21, something." So then he handed it. I thought I was at a party, and then he handed me this sheet of paper. And he wants me to write down his notes. So I sat down, I started writing, and I figured, what would we want to tell someone at age 21?
You wrote it down.
So I wrote it down. And I tweeted it, and it's sitting on Twitter, but I tell you what I said. I said, my advice if you're entering adulthood: focus your energy, guard your time, train your mind, train your body, think for yourself, curate your friends, curate your environment, keep your promises, stay cheerful and constructive, and upgrade the world. That was the 10.
Upgrade the world. That's an interesting choice of words. Upgrade the world. Upgrade the world.
It's like an engineer strategy.
It's a very engineering theme. Keep your promises to finish the one.
I think most people suffer because they don't focus. You got to figure out. I think the big risk in this world is there's too much of everything. Like you can sit and watch chess videos 100 hours a week, and you'll never get through all the chess videos. Right? There's too much of every possible thing, too much of every good thing. So figuring out what you want to do, and then everything will suck up your time, right? There's 100 streaming channels to binge watch on, so you got to guard your time and then train your body, train your mind, and control who's around you, control what surrounds you. So ultimately, in a world where there's too much of everything, then you're
It's like those laser eyes. It's like those laser eyes. You have to focus on just a few of those things.
Yeah, I mean, I got 1,000 opinions we can talk about, and I can pursue 1,000 things, but I don't expect to be successful. And I'm not sure that my opinion in any of the 999 is any more valid than the leader of thought in that area. So how about if I just focus upon one thing and then deliver the best I can in one thing? That's the laser eye message. The rest get you distracted.
How do you achieve that? Do you find yourself, where you are in life, trying to say no a lot? Or it's just focus comes naturally, you just ignore everything. So how do you achieve that?
I think it helps if people know what you're focused on.
So everything about you just radiates that. People know. People know this.
If they know what you're focused on, then you won't get so many other things coming your way. If you dally, or if you flirt with 27 different things, then you're going to get approached by people in each of the 27 communities, right?
You mentioned getting a PhD and getting your roots at MIT. Do you think there's all kinds of journeys you can take to educate yourself? Do you think a PhD or school is still worth it? Or is there other paths in life that...
Is it worth it if you pay for it? Is it worth it if you spend the time on it?
The time and the money is a big cost.
I think
time probably the bigger one, right?
It seems clear to me that the world wants more specialists. It wants you to be an expert and to focus in one area, and it's punishing generalist, jack of all trades, especially people that are generalists in the physical realm. Because if you're a specialist in the digital realm, you might very well, you're the person with 700,000 followers on Twitter, and you show them how to tie knots. Or, you're the banjo player, with 1.8 million followers, and whenever everybody types banjo, it's you, right? And so the world wants people that do something well, and then it wants to stamp out 18 million copies of them. And so that argues in favor of focus. Now, the definition of a PhD is someone with enough of an education that they're capable of or have made. I guess to get a PhD, technically, you have to have done a dissertation where you made a seminal contribution to the body of human knowledge. And if you haven't done that, technically, you have a master's degree, but you're not a doctor. So if you're interested in any of the academic disciplines that a PhD would be granted for, then I can see that being a reasonable pursuit. But there are many people that are specialists. You know the agitator?
Yeah.
The agitator on YouTube?
Yeah.
He's the world's greatest chess commentator.
Yeah.
And I've watched his career. He's got progressive
love hearing this.
Yeah, the adjuvate over here is this. I'm a big fan of the adjuvate. I have to cut myself off, right? Because otherwise you'll watch the entire Paul Morphy saga every weekend. But the point really is YouTube is full of experts who are specialists in something. And they rise to the top of their profession. And Twitter is too, and the internet is. So I would advocate that you figure out what you're passionate about and what you're good at, and you do focus on it, especially if the thing that you're doing can be automated. The problem is, back to that 500,000 algebra teacher type comment. The problem is, if it is possible to be automated, then over time someone's probably going to automate it, and that squeezes the state space of everybody else. It's like after the lockdowns, it used to be there were like all these local bands that played in bars, and everyone went to the bar to see the local band. And then during the lockdown, you would have like these 6 super groups, and they would all get 500,000 or 1 million followers, and all these smaller local bands just got no attention at all.
Well, the interesting thing is, one of those 500,000 algebra teachers is elected to be part of the automation. So it's like it's an opportunity for you to think, where is my field, my discipline evolving into? I talked to a bunch of librarians, just happen to be friends with librarians. And libraries will probably be evolving, and it's up to you as a librarian to be one of the few that remain in the rubble.
If you're going to give commentary on Shakespeare plays, I want you to basically do it for every Shakespeare. Like, I want you to be the Shakespeare dude, because just like Lex, you're like,
I don't know what kind of.
You're the deep thinking podcaster, right? You're the podcaster that goes after the deep intellectual conversations. And once I get comfortable with you and I like you, then I start binge watching Lex. But if you changed your format through 16 different formats so that you could compete with 16 different other personalities on YouTube, you probably wouldn't beat any of them, right? You would probably just kind of sink into you're the number 2 or number 3 guy. You're not the number 1 guy in the format. I think that the algorithm, right? The Twitter algorithm and the YouTube algorithm, they really reward the person that's focused on the message, consistent. The world wants somebody they can trust, that's consistent and reliable, and they kind of want to know what they're getting into, because this is taken for granted maybe, but there's 10 million people vying for every hour of your time. And so the fact that anybody gives you any time at all is a huge privilege, right? And you should be thanking them, and you should respect their time.
It's interesting, like everything you said is very interesting, but of course from my perspective, and probably from your perspective, my actual life has nothing to do with it. It's just being focused on stuff, and in my case it's like focus on doing the thing I really enjoy doing and being myself, and not caring about anything else. Like, I don't care about views or likes or attention. And that, just maintaining that focus is the way, from an individual perspective, you live that life. But yeah, it does seem that the world and technology is rewarding the specialization and creating bigger and bigger platforms for the different specializations. And then that lifts all boats, actually, because the specializations get better and better at teaching people to do specific things, and they can educate themselves. And it's just, everybody gets more and more knowledgeable and more empowered.
The reward for authenticity more than offsets the specificity with which you pursue your mission. Like another way to say it is, like, nobody wants to read advertising. Like, if you were to spend $100 million advertising your thing, I probably wouldn't want to watch it. But we see the death of that. And so that the commercial shows are losing their audiences, and the authentic specialist or the authentic artist are gaining their audience.
That's a beautiful thing. Speaking of deep thinking, um, you're just a human. Your life ends. You've accumulated so much wisdom, so much money, but the ride ends. Do you think about that? Do you ponder your death, your mortality? Are you afraid of it?
When I go, all my assets will flow into a foundation, and the foundation's mission is to make education free for everybody forever. And if I'm able to contribute to the creation of a more perfect monetary system, then maybe the foundation will go on forever.
The idea, the foundation of the idea. So that's it's each of the foundations.
It's not clear we're on the S curve of immortal life yet. Like that's a biological question, and you ask that, on some of your other interviews a lot. I think that we are on the threshold of immortal life for ideas or immortal life for certain institutions, computer programs. So if we can fix the money, then you can create a technically perfected endowment. And then the question really is, what are your ideas? What do you want to leave behind? And so if it's a park, then you endow the park, right? If it's free education, you endow that. If it's some other ethical idea.
Does it make you sad that there's something that you've endowed, some very powerful idea of digital energy that you put out, that you help put into the world, that your mind, your conscious mind, will no longer be there to experience it. It's just gone forever.
I rather think that the thing that Satoshi taught us is you should do your part during some phase of the journey. I think Steve Jobs said something similar to that effect in a very, very famous speech. It was death is a natural part of life, and it makes way for the next generation. And I think the goal is you upgrade the world, right? You leave it a better place, but you get out of the way. And I think when that breaks down, bad things happen. I think nature cleanses itself. There's a cycle of life.
And speaking of great people who did also get out of the way is George Washington. So hopefully, when you get out of the way, nobody's bleeding you to death in hope of helping you. What do you think? A bit of a callback. What do you think is the meaning of this whole thing? What's the meaning of life? Why are we here? We talked about the rise of human civilization. It seems like we're engineers at heart. We're doing cool stuff. Better and better use of energy, channeling energy to be productive. Why? What's it all for?
You're getting metaphysical.
Very. There's a beautiful book that left to us. Like, why do we do that? This boat sailed the ocean, and we've been models of it to celebrate great engineering of the past.
To engineer is divine. You can make lots of arguments as well. We're either here to entertain ourselves, or we're here to create something that's beautiful or something that's functional. I think if you're an engineer, you entertain yourself by creating something that's both beautiful and functional. So I think all three of those things is entertaining, but it's ethical. You got to admire the first person that built a bridge crossing a chasm, the first person to work out the problem of how to get running water to a village, the first person that figured out how to dam up a river, or mastered agriculture, or the guy that figured out how to grow fruit on trees or created orchards, and maybe one day he had like 10 fruit trees himself.
That's functional. There is also something to that, just like you said, that's just beautiful. It does get you closer to, like you said, the divine. Something When you step back and look at the entirety of it, the collective of humans using a beautiful invention, a creation, which is just something about this instrument is creating a beautiful piece of music. That seems just right. That's what we're here for. Whatever the divine is, it seems like we're here for that. And I, of course, love talking to you because from an engineering perspective, the function is ultimately the mechanism for this.
Isn't there something beautiful about making the world a better place for people that you love, your friends, your family, or yourself? You know, when you think about the entire arc of human existence, you roll the clock back 500,000 years, and you think about every struggle of everyone that came before us and everything they had to overcome in order to put you here right now. You kind of, you got to admire that. You got to respect that.
That's a heck of a gift they gave us, but it's also a heck of a responsibility. Don't screw it up.
If I dropped you 500,000 years ago, I said figure out steel refining, or you know, figure out silicon chips, fabric production, or whatever it is. Or like, and so now we're here, and I guess the way you repay them is you fix everything in front of you as you can, right? That means to someone like Elon, it means get us off the planet, right? To someone like me, it's like, I think, fix the energy in the system.
And that gives me hope. I thought this is an incredible conversation. You're an incredible human. It's a huge honor you to tell me. Thank you so much for talking today.
Thanks for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Michael Saylor. Support this podcast. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, let me leave you with a few words from Francis Bacon. Money is a great servant, but a bad master. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. If you get into a sauna the way I just described, not the 2 hours a day, but 30 minutes, twice a week, or 3 times per week, you reduce the likelihood of dying of a cardiovascular event by 27%. If you do it 4 or more times per week, you reduce the probability of dying by 50%. Is there any scientific evidence that
This podcast is excellent. Now, your essence is to thank you for the 5 stars and for the love. We love you.
Thank you very much. This next one is from George X34. It was on May 17th, 5 stars and nice. I started listening to this podcast yesterday. It's great. It was 100%. Thank you. Appreciate that, George X34.
Thank you. We love you. Next one is from X Hours. Place also 5 stars. And each and every one of those to connect with our group. Please never stop their topics and thank you.
Thank you so much.
The next one is from Manda 3355. It's on May 18th. This 5 stars is everything with review. They go on to say, great show. The field of factors for me to relaxing to listen to. Y'all all have good personalities and great with the info. With an also great joke love from Texas. And that is good for Texas. So I hope you're doing good down there. Thank you for the review. And stay safe. You're right through the front. Set wave that flows through the unconscious. I love you.
This next one is from C2 from Australia. They have kids. It's titled Look Up. I've tried a few conspiracy theories on this podcast. It just makes me I find more to be very factual, non-opinionated, and fun to listen to. I'd imagine a lot of effort goes into one episode that you want to do. Great work. And keep them coming. Keep them coming.
Yes.
Thank you so much. Appreciate the love. Very love Australia.
This next review, some others, mispronounces, very they say the U.S. LGBT has a great show of 5 stars. I usually like some of those podcasts because I'm good. But I listen to everything on the website. They let each other talk, stay respectful with each other's opinions, so it's not nice that I listen to their shows. All of the teams are covered. So I think the images are nice, so I think it's a good show. Thank you.
Appreciate the kind words. Thank you.
Alright, this next review is from Taik. It's from BTPNC. From May 20th. They give us 5 stars with subtitles. Thank you, too. They go on to say, love you guys. My eyes are open a little more. Keep doing what you guys do. Smoke weed every day. Nice. BTPNC. Thank you for the 5 stars.
Smoke weed every day. Thank you. You know me changing. Appreciate the love that way. So this next one comes in Suicide BPTS. With Earth Face on May 20th, titled Amazing, gives 5 stars. I love this podcast. I first started listening to this when my show was working, and I loved it. I went back and listened to every single episode. I love this show. I say it. I'm glad I love this show too. Thank you, Suicide BPTS. I appreciate the love and thank you for those stories coming. It's
Yes, thank you, and love you. Thank you very much for sharing. Alright, the next one is a very cheap line from Million People Do NSLM. They were with us at the first, titled Not the Show, 5 stars. Send it to the show. Thanks. Thank you, Million People Do NSLM. I love you. I wish you Okay, so the last review for this week is from South Pixel Racing Review. It's on April 1st. It is 5 stars. The second is wonderful. They go on to say, my reviews don't show up. But you wouldn't be the first one that the reviews that took them submitting multiple times. To me, and thank you for the review and
I appreciate all the reviews you guys send us. They help us so much and give us great feedback. And you guys know that we're all about membership, so kind of better each and every time. If you're listening,
thank you for all your great ratings and reviews. Because we want that. So this week.
so I'm going to shout out my friend Whitney again. She was awesome. Has a special particular kind of good story last super appreciate meeting her. And recently a new friend Caitlin, who is my first Latina friend, for those of you who don't listen to that's a murder shake. But if you know, you know. So stay sexy when you get murdered, Caitlin.
Yeah, if you could get us from Challenge Shop 1 meet Challenge Shop who Super Bowl FTW. Also, Kelly G. She lives up in New Hampshire. She's pretty awesome. By the way, super cool dude. He should you out. Another diamond guy. He has a really great name. And that's it for this week. If you want to shout out, just go on the Instagram page, shout me out. And to listen before, say this. And we'll do it. But thank you for all the love on Instagram. Thank you for all the messages. And thank you so much. I do want to send it to Facebook. Actually, Facebook. Instead of using phrases in the show, instead of using scriptures, the things that you go over and just share. Just live it. So good, she has actually a community and she works on it. She's like, to the customers, so communities of great clients, and stuff. That's it. I wish I would so I could because you're talking to me. Can't stop listening. Jesus always better. Best thing in the third class. And the attention span of 2 weeks my entire life. Still there, my early communities on the tables on the way to take care of the basis, check, prescription, medication. But when podcast and other things I do. Let me tell you what the truth about the world and the world, what I think about it. Maybe there's a question, or there's an experience, or the podcast goes for years to come. Furthermore, she says, she generates actions that we can use it. So we just want to give her a shout out for the foundation. Finish it, finish. Not if you know anybody that goes first the first time ever, you can kick out that person. And the other thing is give it the first minute or how you might end it. That would be awesome. Right? That would be
You want to increase it, so
some words and it's the video thing.
love it.
And
It's
aliens with the
if you
video.
ever read a book by a child cover,
It's a satisfaction. If you can send it to it,
I love it.
reach out to go ahead and take you know there is in the context of something. I do like the picture recently. It's just fun. It's always good talking about it. And always see concepts and stuff just very much. And one of the sweets she gave us Facebook message as well. Those are the kinds of topics that start with the these projects are in each of the tasks that we put we get as much reserves and those completely know it, unlike you. And that's what we should do.
That was really cool. I want to be shouting out Rachel Peterson on Facebook. I appreciate the message, talking about your experience being aware of extra traveling and just mainly like to even feeling like you get to explore each other. I always find it really neat for people. But yeah, I like to meet everybody for a reason. But sometimes you meet somebody so really makes you completely changes everything for you. And so I love that you have that moment. Appreciate the conversation. Keep sending messages. Jackie, you're awesome. I really remember your pizza card that I sent you. It's really good. I wish I didn't show that to you guys. I guess I'm not. I didn't remember that she would like that episode. So I apologize if I missed anything, but you guys have been really nice about it on Twitter. I super appreciate it. Twitter, we're not going to go to Facebook just to use it. I don't use Facebook personally, so I just don't get on there. But I'm making an effort to do it as far as much as I can. People continue on there for me. Everything else is there. You specifically say something to me, then I'll respond, but everything else is there on Facebook. I would keep it honest and what's going on Facebook. I know like tumbleweeds going by on Twitter. It's totally, I mean, I would just
Alright, thank you everybody for your support. Do you have any corrections on the last episode before we roll out?
So I noticed that I said 2 names in the current episodes. It's a horrible thing, so I didn't catch it. One, I just remembered mistakenly said Eric's name instead of Richard. Richard. I said that Eric said Richard. Oh, I accidentally called Chris not Chris. And I just wanted to apologize for that. I've never made myself a victim or anything like that, so sorry to Richard, but owning up to it, my bad, you guys.
Alright, that's the end of today's episode. If you haven't checked out my merch, check out Patreon, we'll be on all episodes. I want to thank you for listening to us today. Again, thank you for your support. You are all amazing. So with that being said, thank you for your voice out. Take good care.
Because you're not
While you're at peaceful, start with peace with you. Harmony is a spiritual research to help you grow. No chemicals, fragrances, or fillers. Just pure food and backed by science. From skincare to deodorants to talent-based products. Wakefulness, nature's healing powerful beauty results. Thousands of five-star reviews agree. This is really what works. Ready to grow? Head to primarycare.com to make the switch. That's PRIMARYPURE.com and experience skincare that nourishes you daily.
In small town of Dalton, Texas, after the party to 17 January 5th, 1992, Welcome to Theories of the I'm your host today. And the other one joining me is Davis. Today's episode is the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson and the Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult. Before we hop into it, like always, let me do a quick announcement. We don't have any ads for different movie corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, we'll get the on iTunes, helps the show tremendously. If you don't believe me, it's fine. We just want you guys, girls, babies, reptilians, Bigfoots, Sasquatches, chupacabras, ghosts, or nippers, whoever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, if you would like to reach out to us, you can cruise us on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, or you can go to our website and click the contact button if you would find our email address. Also, on our website, it's very small. That being said, today's episode is the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson in the Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult. So strap in and strap on down, because this one is going to be crazy. So to get into this Texas Satanic Cannibal Cult, we have to talk about the disappearance of Kelly Day Wilson first, because it all starts there. So, Dave, let's talk about exactly what you mean with Kelly Wilson's disappearance.
I was January 5th, 1992, 17-year-old Kelly Wilson, Northeast Texas, Florida, which is basically the place where we were from.
No streaming videos, so they can pick up the VHS tape and go on and watch it.
So right now, 10 minutes working at this video store outside the store. At 8:30 p.m., Joe and Kelly crossed the video store. Joe knocked it, asked me to squeeze a second prize.
Real quick here, before we continue, let me explain something. So in case some people don't know, most small businesses that run a lot of time socially, they usually have a book that compile all the money each month and then close. Then the worker takes the cash and puts it into a deposit bag, and then they go and drop it off at a bank. Now these banks aren't good right now, but they do have an area to slide their deposit bag in, and then in the morning the bank tellers pick it out, pick up the money, and deposit that cash into the person's business account. Okay, I already have that explanation of what you're doing to continue the story.
That night, Joe and Kelly left the store to go. So go to leave, Kelly went to the car, went to the bed, and the computer and the videos.
Now, there was surveillance video at this point that showed Kelly going through the drive-thru to make the deposit, but the video was so grainy because back then it was 120p resolution. It made it hard for the investigator to actually try to make out if it was actually her in the driver's seat. Also, another side note, the deposit bag was in the bank drop-off the next morning, so she wasn't robbed. So that's not the question. Anyways, back to the story.
So pretty much the video is a bunch of images of Bigfoot. It's all orange, you can't see it.
That's an excellent comparison there. I would have to say yes. Imagine the areas for your Bigfoot. That's exactly what Kelly Day Wilson's video footage is like.
So Kelly had told her parents that she was going to spend the night at her friend's house. However, in that order, even that she never showed up, she had his house. So of course, Kelly's parents were kind of curious, but much too early, so they decided to call Kelly's boss, Mr. Lee, at 6 a.m. to see if he knew where Kelly was. Of course, he said he didn't know where she was. So Kelly's parents proceeded to call the General Police to report her missing, and then went to the look for her body.
So Kelly's mother, Kathy Carlson, and her stepfather, Robert Carlson, alongside the General Texas Police, they ended up finding Kelly's car parked in front of her workplace, which was, of course, the DO's complex. However, Kelly was not inside. The police ended up searching her vehicle, and the purse was found inside of her vehicle, but it was untouched. And a bunch of other things were found too, and so of course to her belongings, but they weren't touched either. However, we're here. The keys to Kelly's vehicle were not inside of it, and also one of the tires had been slashed. Bunch of assholes.
So the next morning, January 7th, the police sergeant, James Brown, called
who has to help in the department that Kelly was missing. Also stated that he has any information about the police department. So over the next few weeks, hundreds of volunteers directed by the sergeant spent thousands of hours searching the backcountry in Texas to see if they could find any clues even with the body. Nothing. So for the next 2 years, the General Police Sergeant James Brown made it his mission to find Kelly Wilson. He spent evenings and vacation time trying to track her down. He took vacation. So this sergeant in that town was absolutely dedicated to it. He ended up becoming super obsessed with the case. Hundreds of hours of his own time tracking down leads outside of his regular police duties. He was even said by the former General Police, and I quote, "We have never worked harder on any case than we did with that." The people know what happened to Kelly Wilson, and 2 of them are still alive. By the way, the 2 identities of the individuals were understood. So this seems like your typical disappearance case, right? I mean, it's your normal person disappears, everybody searches for them, you never find them. And that's the end of it. Well, this case is unique because it takes a gigantic turn straight out of left field and smacks you right across from conspiracy theory photos. So to better understand what happens next in this story, we need to talk about what happened in 1990 first. So let's go ahead and discuss that. Jake, tell us just a little bit about it. So you in 1990, kids are putting on Twitter, watching pet films, body furniture, pictures together. However, back in the beginning of Texas, with Honda hits which, what are the good options? The kids there. Yeah, I know what some of the listeners will be thinking. Okay, well, back in the beginning of Texas, 1992 years previous. But what the heck did Honda hits and Honda put up to do with anything? I mean, why are kids on the thing behind that? Well, we need to talk about these people because they connect to Kelly Wilson's disappearance. But let's first talk about Wendell Kerr. So it's early 1990. Wendell Kerr was then married to his wife, Loretta Kerr, but Wendell was unhappy with the marriage. He told Loretta that he wanted a divorce. So shortly after telling her this, Wendell started dating a woman named Rhonda Hicks. A few weeks later, someone called CPS for Phone Services and reported that Wendell had been sexually abusing their children. Yeah, I wonder who called the CPS. So what happens next after CPS? Not long after the operations of sexual abuse children, Texas opened up a case against Wendell Kerr outside 2 state child welfare managers and Bill and Debbie Nation to investigate allegations. Back in doing nothing, they haven't been this time and we haven't done back into Texas and this time. This came from on the land and reports that at multiple trailers, Wendell's parents and Jimmy and Jimmy owned the lived on together with their and 2 family friends, Roger Don Bennett and his wife, Karen J. Smith. Wow, damn, it's a lot of people. So, okay, I feel like we need to change that. What is a lot of people? Okay, so we're going through this report. We're back in Japan, Texas, 1990. Wendell Kerr gets divorced from his wife, Loretta. Wendell ends up meeting Wanda Davis. Loretta tells CPS Wendell that he was sexually abusing his own children. So the state of Texas opened up a CPS case on Wendell Kerr, and Ann Gore and Debbie Lynch were the investigators that were assigned to Wendell Kerr. And then we talked about the compound, which they all lived on with Wendell's parents, Eugene, Jim Deere, and his brother Danny, and 2 babies, Roger and Robert. So since Wendell and Wanda were dating and living together, Wanda's children, from previous marriage was also included in the question by the CPS workers and Debbie. So our question, those children, Linda's children and Wanda's children, they begin to tell the investigators and Debbie that they would be tortured, molested, and sodomized by their parents, grandparents, and various strangers that lived or that came over to the compound. They also told stories of murder, dismemberment, post-mortem rape, and cannibalism of babies and children by the abusing adults. They also told of abuse including satanic rituals involving masks and knives. And also, here's something else. The initial medical examination of the children found genital and anal scarring consistent with sexual molestation. We will now move over in more detail of these accounts of what the children said, but I kind of agree with that. This is pretty graphic. If you weren't really comfortable about what was just said, you can not listen to the rest. But this is just a warning. So just let you know when you're turning off. If not, venture forth. So, Dan, can you tell us some more detail of the accounts of what the children said?
So one child said that her dad had clothes. After our clothes, after our children's clothes, all kinds of things. Clothes, the child said that to read and love them, the child came into the books. This child also was going to say that it doesn't matter where you got my son from. That's just
Yeah, it is.
very hard with these kids. He also mentioned that people at work are trying to keep human beings and animals and he also said that there would be so many babies who have different prices from white people's babies and black people's babies. They also only have their babies. We've got so many babies and we've got all these different babies together because we have no prices.
Liberal segregation.
Mr. Religion and Wood and the Undercover Seducer, child cut his very leg, laid out. The child said, very nice head. Now, if they would cut his leg in half, I'd like to do it so I could save the birds, because I would really like to get that rabbit. That kid's like that.
Yeah, hold on. Is that the same kid talking about guns?
Yeah.
Okay. So another one of the children told, now this is a different one from the gun boy. He told how he was forced to watch a baby being killed, and later told to kill a baby himself. He then told how he watched the baby's heart and brain, and in detail described how he fed the baby and removed the brain. The child went on to describe how this was done over the kitchen sink and how the blood was collected. The boy then traces that he was actually quite frightened as he remembered being told by Wanda that if he told anyone, he would have been killed the same way. Okay. So all the children had a reference to a devil's book in which blood was kept when they were cut. So they told us how Wanda cut their hands and made them bleed into this devil's paws. That was a crucifix.
So there was a reference to a pregnant woman in a large hole dug in the stomach. One child had severe hands types of bandages. When asked, do you have bandages? He declined. I'm a particular atomic woman. Children refer to sex as different things. And the also spoken haircuts from chapter 4. White powder being spoken on kids being served coffee.
White powder sprinkled on cakes. I think you're hearing kids go down.
It's just
I hope it's powdered sugar. Man, that's. So let's continue. So after hearing all this, what did the two state workers? If you really take a guess, what do you think they did? They sat down and heard the phone and then they heard one kid talking about sorry, baby What do you think this workers did? Oh, they were just taking the kids out of there. Just did something with parents. You would think that, right? You would think that would be the way to go. But instead, they went and recruited two private occult investigators. Yeah, they were paid additional investigators. These investigators were ROTHSCHILD and Steve Banks. They were to assist in an investigation of these accounts by the children. Just like any normal state, they just go in anyways, there is similarity. So in total, 15 children connected to this family. They would end up being removed from their homes and they'll be placed in foster care. And County ended up assigning a special prosecutor to this case, Scott Rabbi. He participated super close with this investigation. So let's get into this Scott Rabbi. So the prosecutor decided to do a search on the court document to look for evidence back up the stories of the patient and the subjects of the children. The well searched for the break the compound, we found 3 child and near depression for the children with blood was the daily matching the children's description of the pieces of the who they realized next day with this clear lives. That was something that children said that we think was the children. Items were retrieved from the contact center as well. These were devices used to track the children's children. Finally, plastic bags were found during the jump up, containing gun fragments. Before Rifle took his evidence to the grand jury in Texas, School took clarification issued a court statement that it was in the security field. And with another report from a Denver commentator filed months after the categorization, reported that the evidence some conflicting reports, huh? I mean, 50 reports about the last one. The top one is open and closed case. You find all this shit that all the kids are saying. You go out and everybody else is like mattresses, knives that the kids through some of the used to look at this underage children and babies. You find torture devices. Anyways, this is where the story of Kelly Wilson's disappearance that we spoke about earlier, and this her satanic childhood shit start to overlap and get a really deep if it is a really difference. So this is where the crossover is. Do you remember we talked about the Sergeant James that got obsessed with investigating the disappearance of Kelly Wilson? The one who's doing it in the streets all everything. So like he just took his vacation, she did an investigation of the disappearance. He's obsessed with it. So who was the special prosecutor who was investigating the third case. So they were both investigating at the same time. So just keep that in mind. So in 1993, one of the children taken from the care home and placed into foster care, who was only identified as R.S., as in Romeo Sierra. It claimed that Kelly Wilson had been abducted, raped, and murdered by the killers. So, of course, as a result of this claim, that Sergeant James Brown, his investigation began to overlap the investigation of the killers. He started looking into this satanic cult and his claim of his command. So Sergeant Brown started investigating the killers and to Wilson's disappearance. The focus on Window first, a key suspect, but quickly concluded that Window was not the state of Texas at the time of Kelly's disappearance. Sergeant Brown met with Special Prosecutor Scott Rabbi and decided to conclude justice plans. Sergeant Brown told Rabbi that when he heard the about the child and Kelly's disappearance, he clearly expressed his skepticism about the satanic story. This pissed off Prosecutor Rabbi. His third case was likely to be the new so Special Prosecutor Taik decided to tell Sergeant Brown, quote, I have investigated the disappearance of Taik personally. I don't want you to feel like we are going to So you remember that we talked about earlier that RS Romeo's heroes, the name Kelly Wilson went to So a few days after Special Prosecutor Alfred told Sergeant Brown posted that kid RS, he ended up with additional details to his account of the photos. So basically, Sergeant Brown was an army with but he saw the country. And he looked at it. He didn't understand that the police were not that they were passing and described in different terms the person who did down to participate in sexual abuse. Adding more fire to Sergeant Brown, Tommy Rabbi, who had been dating women from Scott dating and also said that Sergeant Brown took off in the treatment with the kid. She gave a very honest statement, which
I would do my kids.
no, skip that. Do that, yes. No, actually, keep it with you. I'll get paid for it. I can't. I don't think it's fine. Okay.
Mom was calling me. I would do my kids and get daily food.
You're not you.
I was present for wonderful daily food. Dr. Homer, wonderful, and me, very good.
Dude, I can't do that, too. And me drove them into Gilmore, Texas, in Dan's van. We picked up Kelly Wilson at a video store at the school. We drove back out to Eugene and Eugene first contact. Eugene, Tammy Smith, and someone and my two sons, Danny and Dave, were there. Danny and Brooke brought us all back to the woods. They made me and Rhonda have sex with each other. She didn't want to. They made Danny and Brenda have sex with her. So did Geneva, Eugene, and Doctor. Tammy Smith was there. They kept her quiet while they took over. After they were through, and me and Rhonda took the kids back to the house. I don't know what they did with her after that. Yes, we don't use anything to be this game is like nothing. Yeah, I feel so. Even though there was no forensic evidence to support this theory, the case was entirely unreliable and inconsistent. Murder indictments were handed down to the entire country. The grand jury to Eugene and Geneva, their son Linda, his wife Wanda Hicks, and his brother Anthony, and the two family members were acted by Linda and his wife Hannah Jackson, as well as Stephen Police Sergeant James Brown. All were charged. You know, it's your time. Convenient. One of the James Brown life with kids, and all of a sudden, RS gave you trusted instead of Sergeant Brown's involved in the girlfriend being the first time. She didn't arrested because she was there. TV, anyways, but I guess we'll get that. This is the final one. This is the final bit. So, what did Special Prosecutor Scott Bradford do after he quote-unquote solved the case? Well, he went to Rabbi Wilson, which is Kelly's father, and said the following to him: I am proud after many years I finally solved your daughter's disappearance. Now, this turned out really bad for Bradford because Connie Martin ended up recanting her statement and said she didn't have it. Can you take it back? Maybe I want to go ahead and just I don't know. It's a good question. This left Special Prosecutor Bradford with only the victim again, which was the social worker before the chairman of RS. So they were estimated. This is a shaky shake case. The Attorney General's office reversed life and Dr. Court 66 all the murder indictments. Recently, the Child Protective Services transferred from the Kennedy case and investigation of the conduct in the case. I am too. distinguished Sergeant Brown was reinstated from his position as a police officer and was acquitted of second offense of the justice system. I believe so. So in 2001, Brown and the Tails filed separate civil lawsuits against in the CPS court. Their suits were dismissed by the federal district court on what were essentially grounds of qualified immunity, is what they call this. It's basically government officials cannot be sued unless certain grounds can be met, such as the denial of civil rights. What type of that's what I want to. So that's the case in all that happens. But it doesn't end there. Now we're going to go over some strange facts and findings in both of these cases. And then afterwards we're going over some suspects. And then we'll wrap it all up with our thoughts and theories. But Daniel is the first strange fact. Of course. So under the arrest, one of the courts was given only for questioning as an evidence against another don't know address and those children. Yes, they spelled address on which shows the education. Yeah, you could kind of speculate if they weren't that educated, obviously they're not going to be that much better, right? So maybe they could easily influence the story that someone else. Another strange fact is that Cody A. Wilson's vehicle, it was never fingerprinted. So that's like one of the things they should. Yeah, I mean, isn't that like the very first thing they do? I don't know. So next thing is logic on it. Here's the thing in friend. Many people really look at it as primary with test track. But at one time, I'm not going to reserve police officer with a big friend of police department. Norman was accused of sexually abusing a child in United Texas. But those charges were eventually dropped. Norman was found to be religious fanatic in the court scripture by being questioned during the interrogation, which he was yeah, imagine that. If you're sitting down and you're like, so look at you, change your shit. And the world would say, they like me, another strange fact is that there is a woman who could be influenced and start digging this up. You will find that there's a rumor that Sergeant Brown, he had been dating or seeing Helen Wilson at the time of her disappearance. Now, this is just a rumor, okay? And Sergeant Brown has ever actually meeting or knowing Helen Wilson, even though he did say that she really served him coffee when she worked at a building hotel in Texas. Which is odd because he knew specifically that she served him coffee. This strange effects like these that make you switch your position and feel sorry for it, right? Because I felt sorry for him how Isaac treated him, that special prosecutor, because it's like, why would Kelly Wilson go with the girls unless Sergeant Brown was with them and she was dating him, trusted him, went with him, and took him to the woods and killed him? I don't know. He was dedicated to the case, maybe he's dedicated to the case, but we'll go over that. So there's something interesting to this theory of this rumor of Sergeant Brown dating Kelly Wilson was that before Kelly's disappearance, Sergeant Brown put in his resume for a position at the Winsboro Police Department, but he was denied. So when asked about it, the chief of police at Winsboro was quoted saying, and I quote, "We do not want to hire someone who is known to associate with high school girls." Oh, and Look at that. That's the... Oh, this baby's getting a lot of nothing. November 16, 1904, the Bureau Police released a statement that 5 boxes of letters from the messengers were stolen from the investigation. Boxes contained copies of the records in the case, and the originals were forwarded to the Attorney General's office. But guess what? These are also missing. What happens to this shit? Is there a bad chain of custody when it comes to most of these cases we come across? Because a lot of these are stuff that were stolen or taken away. Evidence always mysteriously disappeared. Yeah. Oh, this is wild. Yeah. So those are some strange facts. But all of this still leaves the question of what happened to Kelly's. So let's discuss the suspects. So suspect number 1, Chris Dick. Chris Dick was Kelly's boyfriend. He was known for having a hot temper and was seen having an argument with Kelly the night before she disappeared. He sold his car only 1 month after Kelly went missing by traveling to Louisiana and had a dealer ship his car to Mexico. So when investigators tracked down the car, they found strands of hair close to Kelly. Chris also had a shaky alibi when Kelly disappeared, and he took a polygraph test and failed it. But, I mean, none of that really matters now for talking about solving the case because he died of cancer in 2004. Yeah, that's the first suspect, Chris Dick. So who's the second? The second suspect, Rent Chris Dick was who told you why he wanted a pickup truck to make Kelly missing. He also part of the problem. He's convicted and faced 3 years of prison for looking at the grand jury about being at work on the day of Kelly's disappearance. Charge sheet showed Greg was mad, and the supervisor testified that Greg had asked him to ride the officers and provide him to cross out. Or supposedly told his supervisor to use 2 photos and the video store. And they say, well, with Kelly 15 years from the course. He, the let's go to the next slide. Michael Habibi was a 17-year-old high school acquaintance of Kelly's who was the one who slashed the tire out of the car. He actually admitted to this tire slashing and served many days in jail. But he claimed it was just a random act of vandalism and all knowledge of Kelly's disappearance. And that's all we have on him, is that he just slashed the tire, and that's it. But that puts him as a suspect. So, shit, social times. They're problems with the beat. Other suspect, Joe whoever Joe Harris is, he's the owner of Texas City. He was the last person to see Kelly. The person that falls will be arrested for possession of child pornography in 2004. Authorities reiterated that he was never considered a serious suspect, and so he had pretty solid alibi for that story. The alibi was that he was taking care of his mother, his family. So those are suspects. But I have my own personal theory about what happened that night. We're going to get into it going forward. So after researching this case for hours, for weeks, for months, which seems like sometimes years of researching for it, yeah, we're sitting down and looking for hours. It's been 32 hours straight of us researching for it, getting the police department, trying to get them to answer some questions that we got in contact with multiple people involved in the case. They all hung up with us. Nobody wanted to talk to us about it forever. One day, there'd be reputable investigation people, like investigation journalists, who love to people hate to talk to them. Anyways, alright, so this is my guess of what happens. Okay, ready? So it's the night of Kelly's disappearance. She gets out of bed, she gets into her car, and she realized her tire is slashed. So she continued on to drop the receipts off at the bank nearby, and at some point ran into her boyfriend, who admitted to driving around with his cousin that night, possibly offering to help with the tire or after heading back to the dealership. previously smiled, given the fight the day before, he was possibly still upset to see the killing her, which that is my guess. It is the boyfriend who did this first date, killed her, ended up discarding her body in the museum somewhere in the swamps, ended up shipping the car to Mexico, where the investigators then tracked it down and noticed his mouth was missing. The strands of hair inside of it that led to nothing, but he dug upon it perhaps, did a shaky alibi, but died of cancer in 2004. Never know the truth. That is my guess. I mean, it makes sense. I always think that my dad kind of catch my attention there about my favorite news. Because he said that they were at the start in 15 minutes before close. This is yeah. You look at the manager and kind of can you about that too? Yeah. You hit a plot hole. Reopen the investigation. Yeah, game was happening. Reopen it. Right. So, my theory, Joe Henry started down on the teams. Sergeant Brown personally listed him and Joe Henry is from Empire. He watches Harvey Oscar was charged with possession in 2004. So the problem is back then and some more. And some back then started this. Also, if he uses some other, you have 17-year-old female working for him. Wouldn't you make sure she actually used the parking lot in such a way to do that? He just straight up freezer, buys the car, and receives. I feel like that was just a tire was smashed. I mean, really. I'm sorry, but I couldn't wear a country sign to still young. Yeah, I got much of close, but I was able to make it 3 days down the road and jump back. You definitely made that fast. So her making it to the bank and back is hard to believe. I feel like she probably dropped off in the closet, went back to her boss lady. He abducted her and convicted little old Edie, stole a car, and a tire that had just perfect around this tire, and I tipped him off. So why do I think of Sergeant Keith? I mean, Sergeant Brown, he was always sick. I'm sure he probably stopped by a few times to check out the underage town, which was same interest Joe has as well, but he possibly he noticed the same thing. So they having to work together to keep each other from being caught. So the Brown made sure that the search and the case were from Joe. And just elsewhere. The other sergeant was charged with the murder, but he knew they didn't have much to go. And the general attorney was more focused on the satanic cults, so the case was very well. Let's just go ahead and turn it. It was totally free. Yeah, the whole entire case was completely messed up from the very beginning. Absolutely crazy. I mean, that's all we really have. That's where it sits right now. But this whole disappearance of hers being the portrayal of the satanic case and that whole thing, you don't even know where it goes. I thought this was such a good story for us to tell, right? You don't know where to go in this story. It's so much information. It goes so many different ways. It's weird. Whenever that becomes the Colquitt set it up perfect. Small town, satanic cults, they're going to get the new attention. Numbers was in, it's upsetting, but you don't pay attention. You know, the cult either babies and kids and different things. Yeah, and then at that time, it was kind of like a satanic and so whoever said that, like you said, said it on purpose, so that they weren't even going to look at just the satanic culture. But then it makes you question, what were the kids talking about? With all of the babies being murdered, isn't that what we're looking into? And one kid really exactly from the right kids turning up all these type of comments. That easy to the anyways, that's the disappearance of Kilda Wilson in Texas 16. Do you have any final things you want to say before we move on from this thing? I think it's I think it's he did it. To be continued. We don't know. We don't know what happened. We never will know what happened. So all we can do until it is speculate. But you think did it. We'd love to hear your thoughts and opinions on it. Oh, if you find out any more information, please begin us. So with that being said, I guess it's maybe to have a voicemail for you. We'll do the iTunes reviews and ratings. Alright, so this first voicemail is from Youth Master 6412. So we're going to play that right now. You might know anonymous and and now I can be known as Youth Master 6412. And let me people say that my is also detox. Keep it easy and stay breezy, San Diego. He's right. You gotta say much. It's exactly right. So were you here when he called and left a voicemail last time? No. No. Yeah, so he left a great voicemail a few weeks ago. A little bit difficult to do. And a big different more than you masters 64 Thank you for the voice today for love. Stay safe out there. Keep playing. This next one is from Anonymous. So we'll play that right. You don't have to go to church. You get up from Canada, but you have to go do you're on YouTube, but you're not supposed to. Yeah, I want to say you got it. They actually make it extra easy to change. So, then come to upgrade to pay the 2, the 3. So, thank you for your support. Thank you for your love. It's all right if you can't get back to me. So, we'll take the voice my love just as much. Thank you for the time. So, thank you. All we need. That's now, go to the ratings and reviews. So, the first one we got this week is from Ricky_. That's a 5-star review. March 13th. With a subject line that reads, "If you're missing and you don't have a stick up your box." He goes on to say, "Hey, it's Rabbi. Thanks for putting me close to me. You guys are awesome. Don't change that. But I have a question subject. If possible, the fourth one and the camps that they had that had lots of living in South America, like Argentina, and did human experiments on observable plants." So, first of all, thank you, Ricky, for 5 stars. Thank you for the love and the honor that really goes through. Keeps me just really keep on so thank you for saying that. Now, I've heard about the fourth one. I've heard about Max's living in South America and Argentina. I have not heard of human experiments up until I looked into this there in that specific area. Would you do? So it's something we have to look into. But it's definitely, yeah, it's on my list. So thank you, Ricky, for that support. And add that to our list. This next one is from Strawberry Alex. He's left March 15th. It's 5 stars. It's such a line that reads, "Best podcast ever." They go on to say, "Hey guys, I love the podcast. Keep up the great work. I love listening while working because it keeps me thinking while I'm loading merchandise. I love the intros because it shows up really the part of personality. I hope they don't intentionally talk about the similarities of organizations and cultures. I like to think that we're all connected in a way, and specifically some things we feel. Love you. Thank you so very much. You mentioned some deep cultures. Yeah, it is something we're going to have to review and go over. It's something that to linguistic languages and different cultures. There's a lot that are all so good. But it's definitely nice for each of the languages or support. That would be thank you for your love. Thank you. Thank you for your 5 stars and for your support. Pictures of us, we're going to really show pictures of ourselves just for privacy reasons. But maybe in the future. Maybe in the future. Maybe. Yeah, it just be. Oh, yeah, you. How many times did we all that thing? Just the top part, just the top section. Where you face it, you feel like that's a nice fucking top there. I got some nice. You do. You said you do have it. See, that's okay. Thank you. The next one is Little London. Left March 18th is 5 stars. The subject line is great podcast. They don't say, just came across this podcast. We like the content and the cast is great as well. Kate's voice is super sexy. Thank you, Little London. You really like Kate Mother, and that seems to be a popular Kate Mother. You love the continue serving Alright, this next one is from City of Angels of the March 19th. It is 5 stars. So the second one is dope. They go on to say, with the show, with the facts and the themes. But the good work. I got a lot of scary stories from my father and mother. Hopefully I can share something in this content. Was it City of Angels? Thank you for your love. Thank you for your 5 stars. Go ahead and submit them if you want. You can go to usethegoodwork.com/contact, or you just go to our website, click on the contact button, excuse me, and you can find our email addresses there, which or you can go to our social medias, like Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, and you can DM us on any send your personal stories. If you know the storm with those stories forward, which is, it'll be a few months until we go to that. So, just let me know. Unless you have some Ouija group stories, and that would be before that, because we're covered before that. But send them in, and we're covered. Thank you again for love and 5 stars. And keep doing you. So the next one is from 8:31. The result in is 4 stars. Second line is good. We say, I really like the topic, good range of topics and discussion, and key personalities and opinions, and for good combo and interesting listening. I see some hate or digression in episodes, but what real conversations do you have? Thank you. I agree. Sometimes there's we got less in some episodes, but I think it's gotten a lot better. But thank you for love and support. So this next one is from Clemens Strong. It's dope. They want to say, yo, this is awesome. I am obsessed with this stuff. We came across this. It met my expectation. It is so good. You have to watch this. Yes, keep guys do an episode on the man. Thank you for your 5 stars. If you got something else, list that guy who we kept him in the contract episode. He was the guy who arrived with Japanese people and did a passport and saved us from the but there was a great but the very brilliant it's a always said about him, which we picked up on. We loved it. He plays but thank you, Alex. Alright, this next one is from Kinsey Sway 23 of the March 21st. It's 5 stars. So They want to say I'm a huge conspiracy theorist level. I just started the process podcast researching for new conspiracy podcasts. It's my new favorite podcast. I love you guys. I feel like I'm just listening to some friends talk. I heard on a podcast someone say that you have a website that would be better without her. And actually, she is my favorite of her voice. Don't listen to haters and people who don't. Thank you for the love, Kinsey Sweaty, for the 5 stars. Hopefully we can keep up with love. And if that is picture of me, next one is from Gina B7. That's our first 5 stars. We go on to say, I really enjoyed your part. I stumbled upon I've been picturing for 2 days. Thanks for the awesome. And thank you, Gina B7, for 5 stars. Alright, this next one, of course, is 1 star. It's fine. So this next one is from Bigfoot Stacy. It was the second one is 1 star. This is subject line reads, never get that kind back. They go on to say, you listen to the Allocated Brown episode, not gonna bash it. It takes a lot to get these things going. However, the dude was trying to be funny and stupid. You were very annoying and not actually funny. Kate, let the sound of your voice do your own show. I listened to the end, but I can't deal with the one dude. Very, very annoying. Dude, just shut your mouth. Kate even had to ask you to get out of the way. Good luck. Alright. She did this one star. Okay. So she's talking about, clearly talking about God in the abstract. He's got kitchen. Really depends on the order to just me. Thank you for the review. If you were accepted, I'm going to that's amazing. I do that. Alright, next one is from ROTHSCHILD. Much preferred as 5 stars. They said it's awesome as always. They want to say great podcast these last 2 weeks. I finally got caught up. I just want to let you guys know this one. Anytime soon on the Las Vegas shooting. That was my next step. Keep being great. Love your help. Thank you for the 5 stars. The Las Vegas shooting is episode based, isn't it? And if you see that you guys have suggestions that you don't say that, but you're completely honest. We have a giant list of what episodes are next, and they get moved up and down depending on the suggestion of the episode. Like, hey, this is what we're up to, what we're actually listening to. So keep suggesting what you want to suggest, and we'll keep on that and what you guys want. And we'll eventually get to it. Nothing stopping us from keep on that episodes. That's the good news. Alright, so this next one is from 36. Who's left over 35th. It is 5 stars. The subject line is awesome podcast. They want to say, hey everybody, I just want to say that I really enjoyed the podcast. I like the blend of seriousness and humor. It's really refreshing. I'm always looking forward to your episodes. Thank you for listening to the American Podcast. So this next one is from Sweetie Bowers. It's left on March 22nd. It is 5 stars. Subject line is pick it on its cover. They're going to say, you guys were my first pick when I searched conspiracy podcast, and you did not disappoint. Doing a fantastic job. I'd love to listen to it as it happens. Keep on repeating the good work on this. That's it. So thank you, Sweetie Bowers. Sort of suggesting if I recall correctly, don't bash me. Yes, I think he was in the quote unquote converted suicide. But before he did, he was putting the example, saying that they would feel pedophiles in the industry named all these people so they put all these individuals saying that they were raising a bunch of kids so he was critically suicide. We'll add him as thank you, sweet girls, for 5 stars. This next one is from P-Rock Drake. Shows up to Australia as 5 stars. Subject line: it's great podcasting. They go on to say, I really enjoy the audio on the side of things and down for represents everything we research. Thanks for letting me grinding experience for Jake Productions and explore those areas. Thank you, P-Rock DHH, for 5 stars. And I'm going to be thinking right there with you as you do requests on your RPGs or PS4. Yeah, you keep throwing that. Listen to us without no pressure, but it's greatly appreciated. I know that we're always there cheering you on, and you fucking do that for us. You gather those 4 apples and kills 5 doors, and you collect that skin, and you collect that nice mace that you guys you level up. So this next one is from 6 cents after mentioning stars from 2nd They want to say this is hands down favorite podcast. They all good juice street podcasts. Thank you, 6 cents. You're amazing. Thank you for the 5 stars and good productions. This next one is from Good is 5 stars. So you brought on my favorite new podcast. They want to say just found y'all and they love y'all's podcast. Thank you, Queen. 5 stars. They love you. Only the last one is what on April 4th. And this one, I don't know. It is 5 stars. Subject to good. You're going to say, I came across this podcast after being caught up with all my shows, and I took a chance and listened. It was not disappointing. It's been a couple of months, and it's now new for the shows. I went back and listened to past episodes, and it was hard to get through each episode. Thank you guys for all you do. Stay safe, stay healthy. Your faithful follower, thank you, Rabbi, for 5 stars. Thank you for the love. We'll continue pulling these episodes out. We'll continue trying to do what we can do. It's much appreciated. Yeah, so that's all the ratings reviews, that's all the voicemails. We'll do some quick shout-outs real quick. Let's see. I'll do this ones first. I want to give a shout-out to Chipper Atlanta, Jessica Cecilia, Army Tex, Sydney Hill, Ford, it's F, Left Breeze, Jason, Two, all my friends are Kinsey Ray, Brad 674, Kimmy 13, Zach, Samir Chapman, Shay Chesney, Jay Fish, Turtle, I think I'm probably, yeah. I want to give all you guys a shout out. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. And keep sending me messages on Instagram. I'll respond as quickly as I can. Right now, I think 30 or 40 messages. I apologize for some of these messages. But yeah, thank you everybody for the love and support. And keep sending me good stuff. You got any Twitter shout-outs or anything on Twitter?
They get a bunch of followers. And it's a bunch of weapon to return. So I encourage people to tweet at them.
So another thing too, I wanted to say something about the Facebook messaging. We are super backed up on the Facebook messages. Backed up so much that we're able to Facebook messages, which people are there's 8 response on Facebook, so if you've got a few messages, you can read those messages. I'll start taking up those messages and start responding to them. So just to let you know, the message has not been is not falling on deaf ears. We will respond to Facebook messages as well. So that being said, I apologize for my Facebook shout outs this week. Just yep. So let's see in the episode. You got anything you want to say before we wrap it up?
Stay safe out there. Keep social distancing. Don't hang out with your friends. Don't conference with other people. Practice good hygiene.
I suggest this. I want to thank everyone for listening to us today. Practice your social distancing. Practice your love with one another as well. If you want to reach out to us, you can go to our social medias. You can go to theories.com and voice note with us. We will review it. And with that being said, can you hold us up?
It's okay, guys.
Because you're not. Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. My name is Henry, and I'm one of your hosts today. We got our host for me, and Daniel Sutton. Today's episode, of course, is DMT and machine learning. But before we get to it, let me do a quick announcement. We don't run any ads or take any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, you can leave a written review on iTunes, and it helps us out quite a bit. If you don't believe in them, or you can't do them, that's fine. We just want you guys to us aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chicken Hunters, ghosts, Illuminati members, whatever you want to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you would like to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook. Or you can go to our website, which is theories.com, and click the contact button. There you'll find all of our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can make a voice note with your phone anonymously and leave a review. So, with that being said, how this episode will go today is that we will quickly go over what exactly DMT is, a brief history behind it, individuals' experiences, and personal stories on taking it, and machine learners themselves, theories about them, and then we will wrap it all up with our own thoughts and theories behind it all. Are you ready, Daniel? Let's go. Alright, well, with that being said, Danielson, can you tell us what DMT is?
YouTube, or Dr. Chicken, is actually trying to keep the found in the human body at least 60 species of plants. Now, this is the concept of sugar plants, psychedelic chicken salad, junk smoking, digestion, stuff like that. Pretty much anything you can think. Depending on the dosage and the method of usage, the effects of DMT can use that psychedelic states powerfully immerse your life version experiences and can increase their state. They experience spiritual realms, alternate dimensions, and interact with
So DMT is found in both plants and animals. It is the active hallucinogenic compound in ayahuasca, which is pretty much it's a tea root, which is used for ritual purposes by the indigenous people in the Amazon. DMT is legal in 184 out of 195 countries in the world. However, unlike some legal substances, DMT is not considered to be addictive or toxic by the scientific community. In no way whatsoever are we telling people you should go out and do DMT. This is just for entertainment purposes. Right? So now we're going to jump into a brief history behind DMT. Traditional use of tension dates back as far as the 8th century, because of it was actually occurring in cities. In particular, very potent personal shaping Japanese Japan and Jesse. The very ritual ceremonies of Taik, during the ancient people of Rabbi, used to take the seed of this Aguro tree, and even up use this giant ancient pot to smoke the roses. Why this is Joe goes back to just 2 weeks, which translates to special. You think it's got weight, but I have some seeds you take it right at the monsters. It's interesting. You will try this out. Maybe in the future. So we talked about the tea group earlier, that was the enzyme that was used by the indigenous people doing that tea called ayahuasca. So DMT is the psychoactive ingredient in ayahuasca. And evidence of ayahuasca's use dates back to at least 1000 AD. The researchers found that bamboo contained the residue of ayahuasca ingredients and various other personal shamanic substances in Kenya in southwestern Bolivia. And that was discovered in 2018, which I thought was pretty interesting. Some other research, another people have been using ganja without any other personal reflection. There are lots of different states. Stephen Zahn, chemist and psychiatrist, and economist patient earlier, wrote about trials for a spiritual group of DMT. His name is looking for alternatives to LSD, which was impossible to achieve to the chemist and the people that experienced DMT that the psychotropic effects of the DMT. So, what are the effects exactly? What does it feel like taking DMT? Well, there's a researcher who suggests that you probably only felt its effects. His theory is that in times of extreme physical stress, some near-death experiences, and even during REM sleep, the body releases DMT. The man behind this theory is Rick Strassman, who will cover him right now. The 1990 interview by Dr. Strassman and his clinical research team at the University of New Mexico studying the functions of DMT on human subjects in experimental conditions. As a result of his research, Strassman was given the characterized as spirit because its effects include many features like religious experience, subjects, visions, voices, powerful emotions, insights, feelings of unbelievable significance. During the project's 5 years, he administered approximately 400 doses of DMT to nearly 5,000 human bodies. Damn, 400 doses. Have you ever had DMT? Yeah, well, yeah. So this Strassman, he was legit. He did all of this stuff legit. So yeah, they were actually volunteers. These volunteers, more than half of them, reported profound encounters and interactions with these non-human beings while in this DMT state. So now we're going to hear a few stories from individuals involved with the study and their experiences as they encountered the past 3 years ago. All agree that this was the most profound experience in life. Now, while you're listening to this, I want you to keep in mind that all of these individuals are not the typical people who the media portray as, quote, drug users. These individuals had this experience at a very young age. All of them are under the age of 25 and have since have become successful in life, such as doctors, yoga instructors, lawyers, shamans, just to name a few. Now, this next audio clip is going to be 10 minutes long, but really, it is completely worth the listen. So make sure you listen to it all and come back, and then we'll discuss the machine habits and the entities and what they could possibly do. So we're going to play that right now. and start to grow and stem skin by the top and really that's really what it's very good. But eventually my coaches don't have the tops in there doing something. So like the five pounds, I saw 5 pounds. Some reaches really good, there's like the last layer of that which defines you as a human being. You no longer there's no so disease. I was so terrified. I never wanted being so terrified. Lost and to leave my body to be going warp speed backwards to my own DNA out the other end into the universe. So we looked right into this one. Suddenly went into it and lost any sense of me. Just this sense of what I was doing in the past and sense of future. It was before this felt like it went on. I was everything. It was an absence of separation, no shadows, no differences, past, the future, the present. But feeling what myself was, and as I felt out of it, I could feel the light glow like the sun at times wrapped around. I could already start to feel this real separation. I reached across and it was sitting out in the universe, this huge world, with these beings on the other side, and I put out my hands in this incredible rainbow pink light between me and these entities. And I was trying to make it feel like but it was this incredible pink light, this energy, light, that through this capacity work we as human beings have. I was trying to just send to them. It's really how I took the infinite space of the infinite consciousness is absolutely wasn't very good. And I'm not willing to accept it. I just realize nothing. It just I'm trying to. But the picture wasn't kind of filled with the farthest reaches of your humanity. This was the doorway into what defines you as a human being. When you go past that, you stop being human to the degree, and the further you get past this world, the further away you get from being a human being. But right now, this picture doesn't have to do with everything. It's everything. It's what defines you as a human being. This is your. This picture doesn't matter who is you. This is like your core of your own reality. This is where you need symbols, stories, or intertwine every symbol or letter and every language is pouring
after rather than I was trying to absorb everything, to understand that there were all of these machines, structures, or things that I had never seen before. I had never heard. It's like the caveman, key. I knew by intellectual terms that this was a very advanced civilization or life forms or whatever they were. They were so far advanced from what we know human could.
There's one state often articulated, vibrating, body work. I use that. Yes, you can see that the inner life and the and then you on the inside, every side. And so it's less possible use in a sense of the texture of the space was very much like an animated life. It seems to be hyper vivid life, but also very there was no art. It was very just the group simply since this is
Very, very personal. Until I got to a space where I realized that I was in very, very silence beneath the footprint. And I was there, and I had been there so many times before. I recognized it as incredible transcendent peace came from that moment in my life. Ever felt such peace. Everything was stripped away. Every thought, every feel, every attachment to the material world was completely stripped out of it. Was free to just be the essence of the self.
after the other the other sensation. So what are the roots and actions? And I
And it changed it like 15 minutes.
the woman the guy who just kind of catch up because now literally cognitive dissonance of experience actually a 1,000 years of experience in 15 minutes. Well, say the least, it is those counselors, those individuals were part of our CrossFit staff. All of them got injected with DMT, and certainly by Dr. CrossFit and the nurse that they studied. All those stories were completely understandable. Thousands of years of experiences in 15 minutes. When you think about it, it's not scary. Scary is something I'm going to have about. The big thing is, why is DMT? Dr. Strassman hypothesized that DMT is used and it's not being which is called the community. Otherwise, the scientists say it's real going to just like the community or 6 times. And instead, that's really mitigated. But despite DMT being naturally produced in the body, sadly, it is classified as a Schedule I drug, which by law makes it equivalent of methamphetamine, which is also portrayed peyote cactus, and opiates which so I have a theory as to why DMT is illegal, but we'll get to that in my thoughts and theories section. So let's go ahead and move on to the machine apps. So James, what can you tell us about these machine apps? Machine apps is a term coined by major philosopher Charles Taik to describe an app of eight entities and also individuals. However, these machine apps date way back from references to such times as traditions and communities to indigenous Australians and Africans. So what is it like experiencing these machine apps? Well, according to Counts McKenna, at about 1 minute to 2 minutes into the DMT trip, one may burst through a crystal ball and find there's a whole bunch of entities working on the other side, saying, how wonderful that you come so rare. We're so delighted to see you. There are a lot of jeweled, self-driven basketballs. So good. And they come plunging towards you, and they will start to you. And then they jump into your body, and then they jump back out again. And this whole thing is going on at a high-speed mode, where you're being presented with thousands of details per second, and you can't get a hold of them, and these things are saying, don't get into astonishment, which is exactly what you want to do. You want to go nuts with how crazy this is. And they say, don't do that. Pay attention to what we're doing. We're doing this with objects that cellular structures into existence. You're not supposed to say, look at this, look at this. And as your attention goes towards these objects, you realize that what you're doing in machine is impossible. It's not simply intricate, it's not hard to manufacture. It's impossible to make these things. The nearest analogy will be the hypergenic things. But these things are like toys that are scattered in the machines on the earth. So as for toys, the toys themselves appear to be so hard you can see what produced into existence. So what's happening is this proliferation of objects which are moving around the scene, and they're saying, do it, do it. And they are very insensitive. And they're saying, do it, do it. Feel like a group of inside your body being created very up. And when it comes out, it isn't sound. It's a vision. Instead of it, you can jump stuff on the way up. And singing is urgent and curious. They say, that's it, keep doing it. At about 4.5 minutes into the trip, you speak into that language. There's a spontaneous outpouring of raging words and phrases unaccompanied by those normally called community. After a minute or so of this, the whole thing begins to collapse in on itself, and they begin to physically move away from it. You should confirm a shot as if they wave goodbye and say, deja vu, deja vu. Now, this is Counts McKenna's interpretation of what he's seeing when he's referring to machine apps. There's a lot of different interpretations of what people see in life. And just with those stories about these beings is not unique. Many other people have experienced very similar things. So now we're going to cover some personal stories of individuals experiencing these so-called things. So this first listener submitted experience from someone very close to the show. Me and Danielson got split up reading this one, so we got this through each one after the listener. So Danielson, you want to start off first?
Yeah. I took one drop. First, it's a beautiful blessing.
Only for bright, cloud series breeze. There were two people, a man and a woman. They appeared to be like semi-computer-generated images. As soon as I took a step, they glided up to me and spoke directly to me. They kept saying, "Welcome back," and of course, the big one appeared and turned. "Welcome to the beginning. You are living." As I looked around the room, I felt the sense of some huge celebration on my entry to this place. Bells were ringing, lights were flashing. These gliding computer-generated individuals began to lead me around the room, showing me how all my life they had been preparing me for this moment. I was shown dozens of experiences simultaneously in life that had led up and been preached to this exact moment. I was shown an flood of onslaught of limitless thoughts, situations, raw feelings, and everything to get me to this moment. That this moment had been planned.
They told me it was a gift. They had me sent to me. I felt feelings of relief and excitement. I also felt a feeling of ridiculous. That this moment in time is going to get free from my life. I felt that this gift would cost me. I did not want to. My own computer-generated individuals felt this feeling and began to have feelings personally deep into my head. I felt their feeling happening to me and it stepped out of the dream, out of the joy, out of my mind into the super. I began to feel my transformation.
As I walked deeper with the silent object leading into these rooms, this object was similar to an hourglass. It was slowly turning. I became aware that this vessel, as it tipped over, transformed its contents and was actually transforming me and my feelings. I felt my humility slip as I filled with this new powerful light. A light of greater perception, of clarity. It felt like returning. It felt familiar. It felt like I was waking up from a hollow held dream of reality. I felt godlike. I realized that this gift was not only a gift, but equally a destiny for my physical body. I felt like Christ, the moment of realization of my faith in the inevitable moment of his crucifixion. I also felt that all this knowledge and perception was far too large to be processed by my physical mind, and that death was the obvious transition.
As this new realization happened, I felt individuals striking directly along this light. At this time, I felt absolute freedom as I gave them the experience accepted by faith. I am thankful that nevertheless I turned a little farther in exploring out this light. I set my bound and bound. And I lost the support of my mind and self and my existence. My friend who was my keepsake, they touched my heart. My being told me that they turned my body to humans. I never and I felt the individual smiling around me and looking at me. I felt the acceleration of emotions. Even though this place was light and
almost like this people haven't died, to which my friends, aka the Trixie, responded in 3 more minutes and he'll be alright. As soon as I was able to breathe, in 3 more minutes, I would be normal again and everything became fine. Then finally, I started to feel it. Slowly, I drifted out of the void back through the gauzy world of colors and colors. With a little extra coaxing from my friends, I was able to wake up and separate myself from that. I still conquered the experience. So that was the first person experience. And that was me alone. The rest of them knew that energy much programs. Just really told you, really pretty interesting. So let's go to the next one. We're going to cover the next story again. Hello. This next story is from a listener named Sheep. I now just realized when I counted that he'd be called Sheep. At first he did it in English from they did some issue. I didn't see what you looked at this. But carried on my stomach, overall I feel like hatefulness during the universe's work. To me they were cloaked figures filled with the brightest white light and with literature that promote via the energy they had. When they talked, during the night, the sunlight deep, high-pitched beats that reverberated and went up. They were very direct in all actions. I feel like the Lord quotes at 100 times in enough rain, so that could also get enough people. I saw a floor out there, as geologically as and I also saw one fly over us to bring its way to complete my commissions. This was just one aspect of my lost connection. It's an interesting story that'd be absolutely terrifying. Being overcome by something or someone, not knowing what it was, and then other ones flying over you. And you're going to really damage you could stop and you're doing you just there. And sometimes you think about the 80s stories in the 50s and 60s and 70s, you know, and what they conducted in order to get rid of them. It almost makes me wonder if when color isn't, you know, when you see it, yeah, that's kind of yeah. Yeah, but I was going on minds, but you know, like the demons and stuff back in the day, the 60s, 50s, 70s, they took LSD and gave it to people, and they had no clue that they were actually getting LSD. And I couldn't remember if that was an actual experimentation, so it was real early. We covered that, and makes you wonder if these alien encounters were actually people on DMT and then the government was like, hey, we need some test subjects. Let's go inject some brain with DMT and see how they react. Alright, so we'll go to the next one. So this next story is from a listener that goes by the name of Ether. I have witnessed an entity of DMT. It can be as human as you are, or as alien as anything you have ever witnessed in sci-fi. In other times, you thought past trivial things like aliens, gestures, and realities wiped away and replaced by a source of by that, I mean you enter a place where everything that ever was, is, or will be. We are limited by our senses. They give us this illusion we perceive to be reality. There is nothing like the DMT filter. Nothing. Well, maybe death. We are God experiencing itself subjectively. I didn't mean to delve on an angel. I witnessed a craft of some sort once, but was under the impression from the crew it was ordinary. Not metal, not steel, but living tissue that could hold any form of life. All communication, if you want to refer to it as that, is in pure emotion. I don't identify it. They are the one in theirs. It is another that understanding that all can be understood in the experience. Our 2D language has no words. It thinks you can break it. It's very interesting. pretty much everything night. So, there's some people think, some people think it's all good, it's such a magic, that would be more fun too. Okay, so this next story is over with the theories and sort of stuff, and start theorizing and stuff like that. So, you know what it is next one? So, of course, the Listen podcast is very so, yes, imagine the people. And there's also anyways, I talked about the we have mentioned this in the opportunity. He said that his experiences because he saw not like she was he said at birth, reality dissolves, the last vintage of my hands were strange. And with these gestures, giving you food, or take with me. I think it's their way of telling you not to take yourself seriously. You got to be the first time to take them. You're not going to some really emotional work that you're not going to strip yourself from ego, very, very ego, get your mental state good for months, and you go smoke it, you think you're gonna have this breakthrough, all of a sudden you see these jokers dancing around with your finger. You just like, what the? Somebody gave us a bad idea. Alright, now we're going to go over some potential theories. This is the fun part. This potential theories is to what this is. So, the first one we're going to cover is that there are no alien spiritual entities at all, and it is just merely a hallucination. Look at that. Very awesome. Yeah. Brain is pretty crazy when it comes to being able to cope, deal with things, and overcome it. So, I can see that. So what's the next one? That's what DMT allows for. Food, maybe subtle. Well, let's see. I could see that. That's another possibility. So, this next one is as a neurotransmitter, DMT causes the overparts of the reptilian brain to dominate consciousness, resulting in a state of awareness that appears totally alien. Now, okay, so I could see this because our brain has a section called the prefrontal development brain. Basically, drives substances and self-preservation because it was in family reproduction and it's all of the factors lives. And it helps us distinguish between correctly and wrongful instinct. I can see the argument being made that DMT somewhat enhances that reptilian part of the brain, and then it overflows, and you become what a friggin' wolf or a happy what everything else is. It's just we just keep all these, I can see it, but I have no scientific proof to back that up, so it's just a theory. What's the next one? The next one is psychedelic hypnosis and alternative means by which we contact with the victims and find who discredit much stuff. I think anything's really possible. So, the next one is DMT provides access to the afterlife of the world. The entities that experience as personalities of the planet. Now, my personal thoughts and views is this, so I'm going to save my thoughts on this when we get into personal thoughts and theories or music. So keep that in mind. So we will go to the next one. So DMT is a master of potential to communicate with humans like physically material. I like it. Always let me see contract. I sophisticated far surpassed non-culture, the company they probably did. Okay, imagine computers back in the day, right? A non-culture was huge. Okay, a non-culture was clearly the 80s computers, so huge. People in the future, their non-culture is just going to be like a little computer chip, a very small computer chip, the size of your pinky, and they just push the pinky in, and then that's how they talk. See, that's what we need to do. Yeah, those things. Alright, so this last one is the entities are rogues from an extraterrestrial or an extra-dimensional species set out to make contact with organisms such as yourselves, who are able to manipulate their nervous systems in a way that has a communication with us. Holy shit. That is cool. I like that. I like that. We didn't even talk about that. These entities that you're visualizing basically brokers these other interdimensional species set out to be probably never. But hey, go make contact with people in the third dimension or we up in the fourth dimension. Anyway, tell us how it goes. Tell us how it goes. Oh, you're down there bombing each other still? Are you kids? Okay, yeah. Anyways, those are some of the theories about the entities. Now I'm going to roll into personal thoughts. Alright, so my first theories are about ghosts. It's similar to the one we talked about before. Okay, but what if when an individual takes DMT and experience these quote-unquote feelings, that they're actually being blasted off into another dimension of their soul? This is under the assumption that the soul is being blasted out into another dimension that we're unaware of. They walk around in that dimension, but seen as ghosts, right? Okay, this is where it takes a turn. What if the people in this dimension, like when we see ghosts, they're actually other beings from other dimensions on a DMT trip that end up in our dimension, in ghost form. So we're not seeing ghosts, we're seeing ghosts, we're seeing species or other beings or other people on DMT trips from other dimensions. That's so interesting. Yeah, that was a good concept. That's something interesting. That's a good concept. I've never even really considered before until I researched this topic. What if that's what it is? It's interesting to think about, you know? So what theory do you have?
Well, I was looking at you to sensitivity and future discussion. One thing that comes across my mind is whenever I took you to the head, the out-of-body experience, and they were all experiencing some kind of sort of death. Yes, DMT seems to get to that feeling of peace, and the area of being used for peaceful. These machines, since there is no true connection, I can only assume that the feeling of passing these homes are representing tensions and stuff throughout their life. And they don't use like a picture of this, imagine it. So people are talking to the news station, and the woman was saying, she was making shot, and that kind of made me feel like, there was them being different things, different things, that maybe they go back to different meanings and different lives and such. Which,
That's why it seems familiar. Or somewhat familiar, but somewhat unfamiliar. Right? So there's a sense of, yeah, deja vu. There's a sense of like being familiar with being in that place. I just want to deep these theories. I do agree that you experience a DMT quote trip when you die. You when you got laid out and go to sleep and wake up. How long is it? It's felt like it's been 5 hours, but you 15 minutes, right? There's a theory that your brain releases a small amount of DMT, because DMT does actually slow down time and only for you. So whenever you start to die, or you realize that you're about to die, your body dumps all of its DMT from the near them, and then it's so much that it slows down time for you, and you live in this bliss euphoria, which feels like to you for thousands and thousands and thousands of years within eternity, but for others it's a second, but for you, you're still in the euphoria, you're still in that state of your ego is stripped away from your body. It's just one theory that I've heard. In essence, I truly believe because they say that when you're pretty much in the people you start to get serious memories and flashbacks. Yeah, that image when I comes back to you. That kind of image is going to be like I said, real everything. And this is awesome. So maybe it's just an extra thing that you can see now that before you get anything checked. Yeah, I mean, it all fits. I like that. Alright, so the next theory I have is called everything. Machine elves are architects and technicians of the universe working around the clock to bring you this world. They are ancient and complex. They always have been and always will be. They are our higher selves. The elves are ourselves, just in a higher dimension. Too deep for you. It's actually as weird. It's so weird, right? But these elves are just a higher dimension of ourselves. I went to the middle and pushed it and I'm about to do better. Now, I got the theories in the end for the Japanese that let's jump into it. So we spoke about deity being illegal. I said I would go back onto something that's still legal. So I mean, deity is not illegal because of any scientific research which states that it's illegal. DMT is illegal because LSD was made illegal in the which still violates the United Nations blanket ban on all psychotropic compounds in 1971. The United Nations Convention put LSD and DMT in its Schedule 1. Now this is even higher than morphine or amphetamine, which are on Schedule 1, stating these compounds in Schedule 1 pose a serious risk to public health and a low therapeutic value. LSD is not dangerous as many people think it is, as extremely few people who take it actually die, compared to a very large number of people who are taking it globally. However, the establishment in the United States clearly considers LSD dangerous due to its cultural, disabling effect. So under its influence, during the baby boom era, a lot of people took LSD, and these individuals began to reject the status quo. They started protesting for foreign wars like Vietnam and all that. And so LSD was perceived to promote social unrest among people. That's why LSD is illegal. Chocolates which cover DMT as well, which is bullshit. But there are no reported deaths from anyone smoking DMT. And neither have I heard of anyone becoming physically injured from smoking DMT. DMT is a non-addictive and no physical harm has ever been shown to be demonstrated with the administration of DMT. So why is DMT still illegal? Now, it is my personal opinion that I would say it is still illegal because it is perceivably easier and convenient for governments to maintain its legality, and there is a lack of lobbying to make DMT legal. DMT is illegal, in my personal opinion, because drugs are illegal, and most governments maintain a redundant and backwards-ass policy against drugs. Pretty much, that's my take, okay? Got all worked up there. That's what this show's about. Get worked up. Get worked up. That's some shit. Yeah. So, is there anything you want to add before we wrap up DMT and machine elves? I do not. better chipset. In case if someone were to yeah, I would highly recommend that better chipset. Now, this is not promoting taking it what you do whatsoever. What you do with your body and your actions, we're not trying to influence you in any way. We just want to make you aware of what it is and study behind it and stories behind it. So, what you do with this respect to you, whatever decision you make, but if you were to do it, I would suggest that it's a chipset. And then something who sits there and watches you while you go to it. Alright. I guess that's the end of the mission guys. I guess let's move on to voicemails. When we go to voicemails, let's go. I have some voicemails. So we have 2 voicemails today. Both of them are from an individual named Kyle, and we're going to play them back to back. So we'll play those right Thank you, God. This is totally unfortunate. The dark web. Now, we can state the dark web that it was made by the United States government. So it's not surprising that it is entirely true. Yeah, I mean, it sucks. But it's good for the people trying to catch the people who look at that disgusting stuff, you know. It's interesting that the device energy disappeared after it was all for the bad. It's really interesting. Yeah, probably the same thing. So, like you with the research files. Okay, alright, so let's see if we can pull this out. See if we can pull that. Give me a thumbs up if you can pull that. I do need it just like that. It's exactly what it does for me. Okay, so we came across devicetv.com and you go to the topic dark web. And when you go to that web page, all it has is dark web and one web page where the completely awesome web page, which tells me that video was pulled. But let's see if we can go to history. Wow. This wait for that machine doesn't have a page on it. That is really weird. Because devicetv.com has been ever since mid-2019. For some reason, that topic was written from my friends. If you see the Tuesday, this week, thanks for that, Cloud. That's weird. So we get cool about it later on. Alright, so let's just move on to the second topic with the Sonic chart and open socket. That's very, you know, Whenever a couple months ago, I was not to go around with people start doing the cat flying, please for one fire. The one bottle of water doesn't get donated to farmers to send it in order to buy it because how disgusting it was or is. And the only thing that is to send it is that put out a drink from the pharmacy or they are doing everything to clean up this whole thing. Disgusting. But that's something to look into to give it a scientific way to figure out what's in it and what's causing that thickness of the critical uses check on it from over and usable lunch lines. Filters it using process of use sources. It adds trace amounts of minerals and uses superfluous sources. Just as for consumer which is different. So yeah, that's such a question first. A weekly episode of what we do. Influenced directly with. So basic plan for the two voice keep saying that we find out the information that is not good quality. And that person sometimes it's nothing personally to do. It's been a good. Alright, so now we're going to get into ratings and reviews. So this first review is left on April 7th, and it's from Great Britain. It is from the user Lonely. It is 5 stars. The subject line is great show. The bonus that I don't really like podcasts, but I've never missed an episode of yours. Keep up the good work. I'm actually out for my knowledge with English class. Thank you. Welcome. Alright, this next one is left on April 7th, and it's by Ruben, and it's back in the United States. It's 5 stars. The subject line is I love it. The bonus that this is very entertaining. I was captivated the entire episode. And then I spoke was my first episode. Keep it up, you guys. I'll have to go back and catch up. Thank you, Ruben. Here's all the discussion. Here's the bastard. Oops. Thank you, Ruben, for the 5 stars. I love it. And just keep in mind, before you go back and catch up on all of our episodes, earlier episodes, the quality is good. So, just give you a heads up. Alright, so this next review is left on April 8th. It's from AGTG. It's 5 stars. The subject line is so lucky to have found you guys. They don't say so much huge conspiracy, more than anything, strange belief. And you guys do just that. Love this podcast. Putting it on the top list. Keep it up, guys. Lizard, Chupacabra, Bigfoot 2020. We're talking about Bigfoot 2020. Yeah. Anyways, thank you, HTG, for the 5 stars. Thank you for the love. I agree. Bigfoot 2020. Alright, this next one is from Dixie Park. It is left on the It's from Canada. It is 5 stars. The subject line is Yep. The bonus said, welcome. I started upon this podcast a week ago. I've been very intense so far. Love the intro and topics you touch on. The tip to our doctor knows better episodes. Miss that. Start from the newest episode booked. Moderate on time. No chicken. It's great when a group of like-minded people can make you laugh and make you think at the same time. Thank you for all the content and all your worship. May all your worship continue to battle the race and find black hearts. Thank you, Dusty Pettit, for the love, 5 stars. No church. Thank you. And hey, since you're in Canada, you need to screw with the Dusty. Make room for it. Yeah, we'll all have some. Alright. So now, this next one is from Canada. Yes, yes, I didn't even realize there was a rest of the story. There was a voice now. So, the government does have something. So this next one is the left extent. It's close from 0 to 7. The subject line is miscellaneous. They go on to say, you guys cover all the topics on that, but your delivery is much to be desired. Hope you improve. Check it out. P.S. Your gifts are running well, thank you for your critique. You can, yeah, if you have a Twitter or Facebook, just shoot us a message and let us know what we can improve on the delivery rounds. We'll see if we can adjust. Thanks for being a suggestion. Thanks for saying coming and check us back later. But yeah, listen, alright, this next one is left on April 10th. It's from Ryan 637 It is 5 stars. Subject line is tapes for bringing back my childhood. They don't say opposite. I've tried to find my present this for a long time. I'm not sure how I started to find this one, but I'm so lucky. You guys are amazing. That is a tough one. When I was younger, I would sometimes ride with them on non-jokers. We would always listen to Coast to Coast. I'm sure that's when our fascinations with the ocean started. I love how fun you guys make it with the noises. Even in the last podcast, when you read like a world this country country, I don't know many friends who are as fascinated with the internet as I am. So I feel great to be able to listen to you guys talk about things that are interesting. Keep up the good work. We love you guys. Love you guys. Thank you, Kylie, for the love, for 5 stars, for the support, and that is awesome for introducing the physical station. You're awesome for writing with me. I love that job. You know, you were right, Daniel. I think I don't think I read anything for reading like the witness company. I don't think because you have a funny Alright, so thank you again, Kylie, for your love and the 5 stars. This next one is from April 4215. It's up on the 15th, it was 4 stars. It's a solid show. We go on to say flows well and seems well researched. Yeah, hosts. No one talks over each other, and it's pretty well organized too. The shout out review section is the over as they overall. They do let me kind of after such a presentation. Pretty good stories on some unique topics too. Well, thank you guys for taking 2 minutes time for your support. Yeah, I guess we got 3 for all 5 because of the review shout out sections for a while. But yeah, it's only nice to be back with it. Still, there's a few some good research. Do you have any suggestions? Should we say? Yeah. We do look at that's not but thank you for realizing that. Alright, so this last one, this last review was that from April 9th. It's by Lobster 666. It's 5 stars and 6 Joe. We're going to say, Assalamu alaikum, brothers and sisters. I want to take back the sisters one because it's love. Aaron, Dawn, and Daniel, and your brother, Danny, and you guys are amazing. Keep up the fantastic stuff y'all are doing. Google, how to go to the house for a week. He's the man who is bigger than all the rest of all. He's involved with the rest of me. Can't wait for the next episode. Thank you, Box, for 669 for the suggestions and that. Last Alright, so that's all the ratings and reviews. Thanks to everyone for the shout outs. So, do you have any shout outs on Twitter? And it's from Rabbi. It says, we're all of my interests. I'm just $10 for the next purchase. They get to choose what they want to punch the others first. For some reason. I think we did touch, we kind of touched on that on the Green Comments, but we didn't really go back. That's something we're going to dive deep into. And maybe you do a little thoughts on the movies. I'm sure that so let's move on to this few shout outs. Shout out CG Foodie, Jason CG. Almost 3,000 Twitter since the message that says absence of shout out to Orlo, to Black Tiger, Business Rebels, Chicken Candy. So thank you guys for shooting us messages. Still can catch up on all of that. Facebook shout outs. Some of the shout outs that we keep bringing up. Jacob D, Sean H, sorry it took so long for those shout outs, guys. We're super backed up on Facebook messages. So I apologize it took so long for those. Just wanted to let you know we appreciate the messages and keep it coming. Alright. So do you have anything to add from what you said? Yeah. Jake Frank, I know some of the people that I wasn't able to reply before email to this we need to switch our email program. I'm doing things taking pretty strong. So, yeah, so Jake Frank, if you don't want to send me anything, I'll try to reply to it. I will be Alright. So that being said, thank you for the show. You guys want to get noticed, we got some things that they've as well as get social media stuff into your lessons. Thank you for joining us. We love you. Stay safe out there. So with all that being said, thank you for us out. Alright, guys. It's okay to be on this world. Because we're Series. Welcome to Theories of the Big Bang. My name is Taik. I'm your host. You're probably wondering where Daniel's at. He had some stuff to take care of. So sadly, he will not be doing this for business. I want to apologize ahead of time. It's scheduled for a short episode. This week's episode. primary theme UFO. So it's going to be a great episode. Make sure you stick around and keep listening. So before we start, like always, we have to do a quick announcement. We don't let any ads on the show be used for any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, a written review on iTunes would help the show tremendously. Don't worry, women, it's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoots, Sasquatches, Cowboys, ghosts, Illuminati members, undergrounds, and people whoever you want to enjoy the show. Also, if any of you like to reach out to us, you can choose us on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, or you can go to our website, which is things@everything.com, and enter for any contact that you can go to your phone or email addresses. Also, on our website, you can use us first when you come to sleep, or you will listen to it. So with that being said, let me go over how today's episode will go. We'll start off with talking a little bit about who Frederick was. Then we'll talk a little bit about the UFO encounter, the search and investigation, the strange facts and findings, and here, of course, we'll wrap it all up with my thoughts, theories, and the evidence. So let's go ahead and discuss a little bit about Frederick. He was born on June 9, 1958 in Melbourne, Australia. He attended Keene Heights High School up until his 10th year, when he decided to continue his studies at a private college. So Frederick wanted to have a career in aviation really bad. So he applied to enlist in the Royal Australian Air Force, but he was rejected. Not once, but twice. A little side note here. The reason he was rejected was because of his inadequate educational qualifications. There's also some other things that happened during the flight school, which we'll discuss later on the show. Anyways, so Frederick was a member of the Air Training Corps, and on February 24th, 1977, at the age of 19, he received his student pilot license. Then, in September 1978, at the age of 20, he received his private pilot license. So that's just a little bit of a backstory of Frederick. And it's not much, but it kind of sums it up to where we can get into the event. So, on October 21st, 1970, Frederick fired a flight at Rabbi, Australia. Now, if you don't know what flight plan is, it's basically like a document that is filed by a pilot with the local air navigation service provider. This is done prior to the departure. It pretty much just maps out the flight path, destination, and the reason. And they can do that anytime before their flight. So on this flight plan, he stated that he was to fly Kings Island and Alaska via Cape Cod to pick up passengers and energy. Now, something to keep in mind while we go over this. The flight to Kings Island was around 125 miles. So it wasn't that long of a flight. So at 6:19 p.m. on October 21st, 1978, Frederick hopped into a Cessna 182 and departed Atlanta. He quickly climbed to a cruising speed of over 160 miles an hour. His visibility was good and wind was strong. It was excellent flying weather. So everything seems good so far. So now we're going to get into the info. At 7 o'clock p.m., 41 minutes into his flight, Frederick contacted the Melbourne Flight Service to inform them of his presence and his name, and reported reaching Cape Cod that he was almost ready to pick up. Now this is that's all normal, right? He's just relaying in Cape. On the same route I'm supposed to be, in 10 minutes same place, everything's fine. So then 6 minutes later, 7:06 p.m., Frederick radioed into the Melbourne Flight Service. And this is like the air traffic controllers are. Air traffic controller Steve Roby picked up the radio. Frederick asked him to declare any other aircraft in his area of 5,000 feet. traffic controller Steve responded and said there was no known traffic at that level. Frederick said that he could see a large unknown object, which appeared to be illuminating 4 light landing lights. He was unable to defend himself, but said that it passed about 1,000 feet overhead and was moving at high wind speed. The radio fell silent for a moment, and Frederick responded. He said that the aircraft was approaching from the east, and said that it was probably another pilot that was in training. Then, 7:09 p.m., air traffic controller started extracting at the altitude, and if he was able to identify the aircraft, Frederick gave his altitude at 4,500 feet. After that, Frederick stopped transmitting for about 30 seconds, during which time the traffic controller Steve asked for an estimate of the aircraft size. Frederick said the aircraft was long and was traveling too fast for him to describe it in detail. After that, Frederick stopped transmitting again, this time for 20 seconds. And Frederick said the aircraft was orbiting above him, and it had a shiny metal surface and blue light in the radio fell silent, and Frederick reported the aircraft had crashed. There was a further 25-second pause in communication before Frederick reported that the plane had appeared and was now approaching from the southwest. 29 seconds later, at 7:12 p.m., Frederick radioed that he was experiencing engine failures and was going to proceed to keep time. There was a brief silence until he said, "It is healthy and is absolutely perfect." This was followed by 17 seconds of unidentified noise, described as being nothing but scraping sounds. Then all contact was lost. Now, I tried, I looked in a book for the audio transcripts of the air traffic controller and Frederick. There's a couple of them on YouTube, but they're all remakes. The official audio from that night was never released. The only thing that was released was the sound, the 17 seconds of the unidentified noise that scraping sound. So I'll play that right now so you guys can have a listen to it. So here we go. So that's the sound. I tried using Adobe Audition, the audio program, to enhance the quality of it and see if there was anything that I could make out from that or anything. I couldn't really make out anything besides it. It sounded like whatever it was sounded wrong. It's weird that he said, that Frederick said it's covering it, it's not a and then he heard that sound the next day. So let's move into the search and investigation. At 7:12 p.m., immediately after air traffic controller Steve lost contact with Frederick, a search and rescue order was issued. 2 RAAFs, 2 3 Orion aircrafts, and 8 civilian aircrafts searched over 7-foot period. Now, you know how big the RAAF Orion aircrafts are? So the search encompassed over 1,000 square miles. During the search, a fuel slip was found roughly near where Frederick last reported. This gets you thinking, fuel slip, this must be going not so fast. A sample of the fuel was taken and analyzed. The results came back as aviation. So vessels and aircraft researched the area, and no trace of this wreckage was found. The search efforts continued for 4 days straight until October 25th, 1987. That is when officials stated Frederick was crashed, and that it was presumed fatal. After that statement, all search efforts ceased. Others still do out there searching for him, try to find this aircraft, but really different. and what was policy. So there's a lot of strange facts and findings in this story. And we'll start from this childhood and kind of look at time of these strange facts. So at the time of his disappearance, Frederick lived at home with his parents and three siblings and worked as a shop assistant at an auto disposal store. Frederick was studying part-time to be a commercial pilot, but had a poor record, to say the least. This is the best part. He had failed all 5 commercial license examinations. Frederick had been involved in a lot of licenses. For example, I read that he actually strayed into a controlled zone in Sydney, Australia, and received a warning quickly. But he got in real bad trouble twice because he deliberately flew the plane. I didn't know that during the flying lesson you weren't supposed to fly into the plane, but he did it twice deliberately. So that's just a And here's something else that I found, which was odd. So on October 21st, 1979, of course the day he disappeared, Frederick told his family and his girlfriend and a few friends that he was leaving with a crayfish, which on his flight plan, of course, he wrote down that he was flying to Maui with the ducks and pigeons and stuff like that. But he told his family that he was working with a crayfish. So during the accident investigation, it was learned that there was a group of passengers waiting there at the and that they were people that were playing. So just adds to the mystery of the story itself. Something else that was odd. Did Frederick Williams, his father, Rabbi, he did an interview with the Associated Press. In this interview, Guido said, I hoped my son was taken by the UFO. The fact that they found no trace of him presents a possibility that UFOs could have been there. I mean, that is huge. Because Frederick's father then says another reason he's so used to study UFOs as a hobby, using the information that he also said that he was not the kind of person who would make up stories. Everything had to be very clear and awesome. And that Frederick was burned into the UFOs. And prior to his disappearance, he had quote-unquote worried about the Now, keep that in mind, that strange fact, because I touched back on that in the previous section, where I think we solved this case, but we'll say let's move on to the next one. Now, you guys remember these 17 seconds of experiments, right? Described as being so there was a researcher, he received a copy of this report from the authorities, and he had it analyzed by the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. And another was taken from the United States for analysis by Dr. Richard Williams, who is a fellow researcher at the and an associate professor of psychology at San Jose University. So he was very accredited in that institute. So after Dr. Williams analyzed the sounds, he said the sounds were 36 separate bursts with very constant start pulses bound into each beat. He also said that there was no discernible patterns in frequency and noise. So the significance of the sounds, it still remains undetermined, and nobody really can say that that's what it sounds like. Me personally, I think it sounds like a microphone going to the wall, which if I had an extra microphone in the which I would stick it up a wall, but you gotta do so much. So on the day of Frederick's disappearance, there was a plumber named Roy F. And this guy just happened to set up a time-lapse camera and tripod along the shoreline in order to photograph the sunset over the water. So Roy took a whole bunch of pictures, and when he got the pictures together, he noticed that they appeared to show a fast-moving object exiting the water near a operating lighthouse. So Roy gave the time that the pictures were taken approximately 6:47 p.m., 20 minutes before Frederick reported with the police. I did get a copy of this photo. I was able to retrieve it, and I will post this photo on Instagram under the story elements. But for the listeners who don't have Instagram or unable to look at it, it is a picture of the sunset. In the upper right hand corner, there is what looks like a bed of course, which is not reflecting, it looks like a field of greens. It could be something else. It could be something else. So there's a lot of different photographs, but I was able to obtain this one. And it was a group called GUINNESS, and they analyzed all these photographs of this object. And this was a group all accused of the distance that the object moved between photographs relative to the clouds in the background, indicating that the speed of the object is moving is 2 meters. So they did some impact to show it wasn't really sitting there. People you could do somebody like that. Remember the Dr. Wings, right? That's the guy who well, he got the pictures as well. And he said, based on the computerized data of the pictures, the images represent an unknown flying object of moderate dimensions surrounded by a cloud-like exhaust resin. Now, when I look at the picture, it looks like the wings. It looks like with the wings. But it says it's an exhaust in computerized data. In the story, and I can see that there that the exhaust. This is an odd shaped UFO because it's more sort of like a square shape rather than the curve. So let's move on. So another strange thing working with is that the news Frederick's disappearance became public, and a number of individuals reported witnessing unusual activity. Some people claim to have seen or both an erratically moving green light in the sky. In one instance, witnesses located about 40 meters west of Hollow Bay, Victoria, saying that they saw a green light turning and flame, which was sexy. And he wasn't so that's eyewitness accounts, but still. Now, some meteorologists from Oregon said that there was a large amount of reports that UFOs being several meters wide. So the next strange fact was that in May 1980, 5 years after Frederick's an engine from a Cessna 152, which was the same one as Frederick was found washed ashore on Flanders Island, which is located in Alaska, which is the area now. The flight featured a partial serial. The range of this partial serial from flying to, well, it was the same range as Frederick's serial. Something to that to this day. Steve Rabbi, that I picked up the photograph, he doesn't believe he's from the same Cessna. He went on record saying, if it was much closer to the day I would consider it, but it's an extremely long way to the point that Also, Rabbi said that there was nothing in what Frederick said over the great event, which ended in the hopes of disorientation and you find a piece of the engine with a partial serial match, and it's the same Frederick was fine. I'm kind of leaving your stuff just based on that, but I would like to see some things. So those are the strange facts. Now, I'm going to give you possible theories as to why. There's quite a bit of different theories, and some more popular than others, which we'll still cover that because we're not touch on this much because they've hammered on ever since Frederick's. But the first theory we're going to cover is Frederick staged his Jesus Christ. Now, this isn't an unreasonable suggestion. For example, during his disappearance, his aircraft still had enough fuel to fly over 400 miles. Also, no time was the aircraft water on land. So this casts doubts as to whether it was even near the and something worth noting here is that the American police received reports of a large aircraft making a serious attack from Cape Cod at the same time as Frederick's disappearance. I don't know anyone was called to police department and said, there is a lot of people making mysterious noise. And if you look at the way that it's not supposed to be, you know, it's a good thing. It's a spot. I don't see that as an issue. But that's more of a so now this next theory is the most talked about when it comes to Frederick going and his disappearance. This one is titled The Great Horse. So an astronomer who retired U.S. Air Force pilot, James McDonald, he proposed this theory. He said the inexperienced Frederick was deceived by the illusion of taking for which he attempted to compensate and inadvertently with his plane to a downward so-called graveyard spiral. So the G-forces of this kind of spiral would decrease fuel flow, resulting in a rapid report of failure. This downward spiral ended up ultimately sending Frederick into the ocean. But what about the crash that Frederick? Well, McDonald also did the very question. I'm not making this up. He said that they were likely to connect Phoenix, Mars, and Mars. I did see an astrologer on the day where exactly Frederick arrives. And they do line up, those planets do line up to where they're close by. They're extremely bright in that area. So, him being an astronomer and him being a U.S. Air Force pilot, he's got all the credentials to steal. So that's what a lot of the news media still to this day know and say what happened. We'll go to the next thing. This one theory is called the God. This one, of course, is the theory that Frederick was abducted by an alien. The unexplained with the green bird was a theory which in turn either abducted them or caused the destruction of his plane. We look at the reports of Wilson, as well as the strange Alzheimer, photograph of the world factory. It kind of lines up, right? But why would aliens abduct if aliens maybe they don't. Which is one of the now, this next theory is pretty interesting. This one is called Not the Whole Story. I found an online group from an anonymous source that claimed to have worked as an air traffic controller at the actual Melbourne airport. He said, or she said, that they were the ones who actually took the call from Frederick. skin was burning out of burns. Ooh, it's pretty scary, but it's true. Alright, so now I guess we're going to get into personal thoughts. I think I solved this case. The second thought, as I was reading and researching this case, what could happen? It's a little bit, but I want you to hear my thoughts. Alright, so the title of my government cover. Secret branch of the Australian government was developing a new contact one that had capabilities of flying at high speeds in a strange type of weapon. Everything was being built with R&D, testing, and everything, but they still needed to test the power weaponry on a human subject, but couldn't or wouldn't ask for permission from their overseers. So then here comes along further. Now the government already had records since they had multiple claims to the Royal Australian Thoroughbred used in America. But he was the perfect scapegoat for them to be able to try this new weapon. So picture this. Weeks before this flight, Frederick has contacted officials from the secret branch of the Australian government. These officials tell Frederick that they are government officials, and they're part of the secret program. But they want Frederick to be the pilot for saving the world from birds, but to not tell him. Frederick accepts, and these officials tell Frederick to fly to Kansas on October 21st for his first mission, but to just tell everyone that you're picking up flights are, you can tell me goodbye to the officials. So weeks prior to his first critical mission, Frederick starts studying the progress. Now this is a matter of father's how his son used to study UFOs as a blind since he couldn't actually look at the camera. He was not the kind of person who would expose anything that would be good for a positive. It was a firm and confident, and prior to his visit that only had just was 5 cents of that. So Frederick goes out on October 21st first back to Kansas County for his first mission to quote unquote save the world from the UFOs. Frederick gets in his plane and starts flying. The secret government officials are not content, but on monitoring Frederick's plane, they deploy a new contact with Frederick sees it and relays the information to air traffic control with no idea what the hell is going on. The pilot of the new high-tech aircraft isn't used to it, which is why he was already placed on that program and then he accidentally slammed into the Frederick's plane, which caused a loud screeching sound. Listen, I say case study, but it's just it's a crazy thing. It's fun to think. It's fun to think. But overall, it was a pretty cool. I kind of reached out for it, but I'm going to look into it. So I just wanted to say one last thing before we close this up is that there's some things that are doing with the vast stories. It's an extremely rough piece of land. One of the roughest in the world. Actually, there's one that's rough. It's the straight. But the vast story is the second. When boats or canoes split from boats, it's not uncommon due to the currents, and the currents are extremely unpredictable. For example, it was in the year 2001, the Margaret Joy, she sank on the right side of the Maxwell. The search was carried out to around the west end of it, but they were flat and washed up on small east side. So that's just an example of how unpredictable it is. So overall, this story is definitely getting us about to do it ever become closer to a friendly resolution and some definite part of Frederick's work process. So with that being said, that is the end of today's episode. Really excited reviews, ratings, voicemail, shoutouts, all that good stuff for this week. Since don't think you are good because there are students who are not good at too. But I want to thank everybody who's left a review and who's contacted us on the screen. Like I said earlier, we have a lot of stuff going on. So that being said, I apologize for this being so short. Thank you guys for all of our support. And remember, it's okay to fly this road. What we do is the third time. One of the things that we post today, the other host of the name is Anderson. And today's episode is the Area 51. But before we get into it, of course, we'll do a quick answer. We have a limited ads which is 29 before promotions. So if you'd like to help us out, the rate review on iTunes helps us out. If you don't want to read them now, it's totally cool. Just for guys, girls, idiots, children's, big fits, and special student members, there's whoever, or whatever you want, do it for the show. Also, if you would like to reach out to us, you can choose to message on Instagram or Facebook, or you can go to our website, music.com. Also, the website will give us a voicemail on so after this episode of Life is that we available what is the Area 51 project, the call itself, what happens after the call, the theories about the call, and then of course we'll wrap up with the personal thoughts and views. Alright, so Daniel, are you ready for today's episode?
I'm ready for shoot.
Awesome. Little side note, did you go book flipping next week? Because it was rumors that Red wanted to go to a book flipping.
Honestly, I'm trying to get the information that he's ready to have. That's the issue.
Okay.
Look what turns.
So you're not his campaign.
I wouldn't say campaign, but I'm probably the guy who really campaign.
Alright, that's good to know. Let's hop into this Area 51. So what exactly is the Area 51? Well, it all starts with an individual named Rabbi. Now, we've talked about Rabbi before. We've covered one of these calls a couple weeks ago on the Matters Call episode. But if you don't know who Rabbi is, then let me know. He was a radio broadcaster in the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s. And he ran a show similar to ours, which was conspiracies and paranormal stuff. And the show was called Coast to Coast, and it was very cool. So that's a little bit about who Rabbi is and Coast to Coast. So Dan, can you go into what happened with the Olympic Committee? Of course. So, September 11th, as I said, on the Coast to Coast on radio show, all parents and all parents are individuals. All of you guys were for the just answer our questions, polls, realize the answers. Then, I was in charge. I took a call from a man that said, "Here, previously worked at the time." His voice was right. It's terrifying for example. When they keep something information, so I killed the national beings, not drastically change. Yeah, it was a very scary phone. I was able, of course, to find the phone. So instead of us talking about it, I figured we could listen to the real thing. Now, this file is only a few minutes long, so keep that in mind. It's going to be pretty quick. So let's play that right now. Yeah, so that's pretty good, right? Yeah. Yeah, but that in my opinion, that sounds believable. I mean, what do you think about it, Dan? Do you think he sounds believable and he doesn't sound like he's frantic? I'm very serious, frantic, and he sounds believable. He's really into it. Yeah, it's really cool. That's completely honest. I thought that's cool, though. So what else? What other things? Let's call that surface to be well, there is some laws of the nature. Now, what makes this kind so unique and fun is that during that time, satellite transmission during the coast to well, it was less. It's 100% complete shows no explanation as to why. So Art was able to get a show back again in that 30 minutes. He was absolutely happy with what he did. And of course, many people listening to the comment and helped them out from the wrong. Even our goal is to as clear as explanation. And he said he'd never seen anything like it in 30 years. So when we stopped that audio, that call, they could all heard they lost the silence because the whole show went off abruptly. Nobody knew why. So that's what makes this scary. It's something also pretty weird worth noting here is that Art said that with the disconnection happened, that the caller screamed in what Art perceived as a genuine terror or fright. Now that scream was not broadcasted to the listeners since inappropriate with a disconnect from the satellite during the show, but not before the long and calm shot to have it on the phone with the call of the satellite flip flop photo, so it wouldn't broadcast them, and then off for the call of the screen, and then the call would come up. Remember this one? No, so that was what it was. And he wasn't even anything because the satellite already voice of oh, man. If I was acting in that that's really not to be very good. Anyways, so what happened after I was determined to suddenly another I'm going to be the owner of the initial policy. So we have that and we can put this into that. The East of the Rockies are on the this is Brian. They just connected you before, didn't they? So that occurs obviously sometimes a little online. The reality is nobody said that's what's happened. We just were on the cusp there. Anyway, going to get back to it. Yeah, show me a button. I was very nervous when I called it. I'm Brian. I showed up on the last week, honestly. And I just figured, Daddy told you those, I'll just do this and let the follow them well. Everybody in the area 51 call. That's my statement. And you or whatever you shared about it. You claim you're the area 51. I am the man. How do you account for the fact you're the 51 call? Okay? That part of the way from your skill. The sunlight we get. I have no idea that the individual is that. I've told a number of times when you're especially when you're building different kind of wacky characters, and that's all that one was supposed to be. And the clock had been completed, it had been ancient history by now. What has occurred to you as Rabbi Mark suggested to me? That perhaps, if you're really what you say you are, you created the reality of the rest of the situation that put down myself. That gave us PGPG without me because we that what I was saying was somehow correct and it was fabrication kind of creating a reality. Yeah, if that was the case, I totally apologize to you. I love your show. The last thing I was going to do is let anyone do that. So what can I do to prove my point? Well, I guess you could give us a little of what you gave us then so that we could hear it and know it to be you. If you're sure something to do, I'm fine with it. But please, I don't want you to ask me to do this. It's a different story. I mean, this sounds human, right? Sort of. I think when you called up the second time, he was going to do it after so I just stopped it. I was going to get the same feel as the person. On the surface level, it sounds pretty convincing and such a I saw a lot of individuals just putting in things for by using the same products proof. Yeah, I see the same exact thing. A lot of these individuals are saying that this phone call, this Area 51 forensic call is completely fake and silent. The second call will call me as the proof. It didn't sit right with me. So I decided to go on a journey to find the truth again. And I was able to actually find some evidence that we could in a solid direction. But I'm going to say that anyways, there's still to this day a lot of debate about these calls. We both call us the same person. The first caller hoax was the second caller actually a government person trying to cover the first caller's tracks. Needless to say, there's a lot of theories behind both of these phone calls. But before we discuss those, let's talk about some strange facts and today we can over the first part of this one. So the first area 51 there's one later. It's actually the first area. The second part. So Steve claims he was an expert area 51 employee who was higher on the food chain than the infamous man. He said he was ordered to call in and discuss certain key events that were logged within the report that were related to Area 51. It gave times and dates of past events, as well as generalized inconclusive information to future events in this area. Steve also gave information about the Illuminati, an alien base on the moon, first contact, and the origin of extraterrestrial species, which from Steve's explanation that they were in fact humans from a parallel dimension. Little black. You see the little black. Yeah, I've seen the first two. Oh, yeah, of course. Jay, you know that Winston contact image, so you know how that goes. Actually, so he pretty much put his hands on this one. He said, what is this? He said, oh, what do you think? It's very expensive. Well, I just got the girl, had it look good, all that, and took the girls. I was like, last Senegal, I didn't think about it. I grabbed it with my thumb and started to try to turn it. I should have realized that I took the thing from something. I should have realized that. I see it after. Yeah, you think you can finish off the rest of the you can feel it, you. Yeah, I mean, it was simply off the rest of the figures. And when they see it in John, I let them go to the same street. Anyways, yeah, so this Steve guy, he represented a semi-people poet that I'm not sure is and they discussed that. At one point, I did ask Steve what he thought was featured at the people poet. Steve said that the strike area for the poet had the up captured by authorities, it was not killed, as many of those students assumed, that life was taken and reprogrammed in very much. He called it a misleading claim for the type of work to be honest. Which, of course, suddenly said I'm not going to get more from the court. Show state that the ball happened just as Steve had predicted. Yeah, I think it would be he has a pretty easy prediction for John. It's not very specific. Anyways. Yeah, that was so what's the next there's a very popular American tweet. I honestly never heard of it. What? Hold on. You've never heard of tweet before? You never heard of music? I said keep it is often given important message links of about 8 songs. You can start off listening to. I love the music. In 2001, they released the album Utterance. On that album, there's a song called Copy Beat. The song is the actual recording of Area 51 poet with music on the top. I also searched to try and find a translation of it for the poet. I found that the American language was translated to this. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Anyways, alright, so now that we've covered those strange facts, let's get into the good stuff. Let's get into the theories. So this first theory is called actual weapons of disaster. So let's theorize. So the call was made on September 11, 1997 by the initial Area 51. And the caller talked about the disasters that are happening and if there's safe areas to relocate. That sounds like a prediction for something very important. So this theory is that what if the caller was genuine? That he was actually trying to warn us about events of 9/11 and the upcoming slaughter of humans in the Middle East that has been happening from that very point and continuing to happen even to this day. I mean, it's a good theory. The dates are exactly 2 years before the 9/11 Twin Towers happened. But it poses the question, if this theory was true, why why would these interdimensional beings, as he states in his book, want some type of magic whereas this girl next to you, that you want to cover as someone next to you? Because I mean, this is a possibility. That's why they would want population control, especially but yeah, this theory is from population control. So what if the population the entire world is controlled by aliens, magical dimension beings? Why do I understand what aliens are doing? After that, the entire goal of these beings is population control, that the human race needs to stay below 7 million humans or everyone is trying to start off. So these beings, of course, wars, running out of viruses that capable to kill off half the population so they can kill off half the threat. I'm just thinking about that. Yeah, I like that. I like it because it kind of plays in as the good and the bad thing. You kind of like always see this, right? You're making sure that the human race stays below that population limit so everybody doesn't die of starvation. And how they keep them below it is this viruses and wars. You know what that makes me think of? And this is completely off topic. Not completely off topic, but it's something worth mentioning when we're talking about population. And that's the Georgia Guidestones. Are you familiar with this? Okay. So I'll give you the book right now. So the Georgia Guidestones are these brainless stones that were collected in the 1900s. They do it. The structure, it was initially by a small group of rural Americans. Literally, that's what it says when it created initially. A small group of rural Americans. And on the stones is a set of 10 diagrams inscribed. And they're inscribed in 8 languages. The diagrams maintain community under 500 million in balance with nature. Diet and production wisely, including fitness and diversity. Unite community with a living new language. World passion, faith, tradition, and all things with tempered reason. Protect people and nations with fair laws and just courts. All nations rule eternally, resolving external disputes in a world court. Avoid petty ones, useless officials. Balance personal rights with social duties. Prize truth, beauty, love, seeking harmony with infinite. Be not a cancer, read word for nature, read word for nature. Especially the first one. They basically want to keep humanity under 5 million and keeps it balanced. I don't know what that's balance. That's the population. I don't know. I don't know if it's small group of world. They're probably really good. Probably does. They're really big around the United States. Ooh. Sorry, I kind of off the tape there. Population control. But still, it was something worth about noting the population control. Yeah, I guess we can move on to the next theory. Ready for it? It was all about the business. So, this theory is that, of course, it was all about business. And the proof to that, so immediately after this happened, Art Bell's program, which, of course, was Ghostbusters, it gained quite a bit of attention in mainstream. This had some people thinking that all of it was just a publicity stunt. The evidence that we point to is that the evening of this call happened, there was a writer for the House magazine in Art Bell's home studio who was actually interviewed him. They called him and interview him, and then he takes this Area 51 call, and all of a sudden satellites magically go out. I mean, the voice of Mercury, Mercury kind of watches this, and you hold off on your opinion until you get closer to 2 years. Okay, we'll hold off. I'll hold off my opinion until the first one gets so you go on to the next one. Yeah. So the next one is universe. First thing we come to we talk about universe. God. So we talked about that recent earlier. So this does really is not range of these are concrete items that truly responsibilities. Even today, we still go on these are on showing us images of the experience and story of the vision of the right? He has a proof of their opinion in terms of his private explanation for the society. Yeah, so I said I didn't want to check it out and see if of course, but that will be still isn't active. But one day we'll get there to people will respond. Once they get something, I guess, they're going to recognize the shit. Instead of being poorly analysis. Anyway, so if there was meetings like that, and I did want this last one. But I spoke earlier about following training to find evidence that Freud sees on certain relations. And that was part of the trying to find evidence, just trying to get it to show that. But he put it on Twitter. They happened to find it. So, I just happened to come across an expert in the field of evolution. This expert was gracious enough to take their calls, the original and the calls for 1 month later, the one who's down the others. And this expert was equipped through his vocal input. This is what the expert said. So you don't have that. No, I guess just your regular birds. I'm a part-time independent record producer. I went to the studio and heard recordings through the recording gear. The second color passed with black colors and advocated way of self-proclaim. Local input. Local input is exactly what it sounds like. We will print person's voice, just like a fingerprint. No two are alike. Police and FBI use common local inputs as a means to identify the speaker of unknown threats. I'm no conspiracy theorist and have no reason why, but after analyzing and reviewing the local input of both of these players, I have reached the 100% certainty that these two voices are not coming from the same set of people. What do you think of that? That's exactly right. They just didn't sound like they just didn't sound the same. No, they sound similar. Sort of similar. Something was off that they put on people. And that's what it was. Keep that in mind when you're approaching things. So, do you uncover this glass theory? Yeah. So, the glass theory is a sound. So, as my explanation to what a satellite got before, I did come across an account that claimed the satellite being off-air was because of the event that the satellite's Earth sensor lost the power. And the satellite went into an altitude where no one heard the updates as a quicker chance to get off-air for minutes. And what did this happen? The other stations understood. Spoke everything. I did the same thing. I came across the same theory, and I couldn't find any other reports of other satellites that day or other terms for reports. Anyways, I guess this leads us on to personal thoughts and details. So I'm really interested in yours. Mine's nothing special, but I definitely think it's just this. If you're not people interested in anything at time sleep, you became like a regular home live. So we like here from these things. Thanks for telling me the show and get people to interact with me. It's entertainment. That's what podcasts are for. And it's entertainment knowledge. That's what we are doing to ourselves. Really show. It's knowledge and it gets you thinking and everything. It just worked out awesome. Do you think Paul notified Paul and Paul was internet as well? Or do you think that kept the boy from there's a good chance? I realize this is as a hoax when he kept the program media for this, but you think he was already in from the book? I think he was already in because you're not afraid to point out that. I feel like his reaction should be different. Like he should be more excited. He be like, hey, man, come on, hurt it, give us the information or something like that. But he just said, well, we like, come on, give us information quickly, and go to get you. It's whether you didn't believe it or you already knew it. I think you already knew about it. What's easier? having a program to like center that perception. And it's the perfect. But I don't know. I mean, he's doing presentation and did you create the campaign slogan yourself? I mean, that's a good campaign slogan. He's ready to take charge and lead us into the unknown yourself. We're gonna make a T-shirt for that. Let me hear with you. Okay, so I do believe the caller believed in what he said. Now, whether he was delusional or paranoid or psychotic or telling the truth, we don't know. You know, we both believe all of those. Then again, what if he wasn't? So if I were to take a guess, I would have conservative options. I don't believe the caller was close. I genuinely believe the person, he was either mentally unstable or he was really saying some real shit. Because that type of acting is not, that is 100% flight terror. It's something not in his face. The second call, we already proved that was a hoax, so you can look around and just by hearing the first call, I'm thinking it's real. I'm thinking about the second call. This is real. Previously, before this call, and close to close to Art Bell, of course, was dipping his toes in the He was dipping his toes into places where he should not have been. I think, maybe, this is just me theorizing, and what if Art Bell had been previously visited by certain government officials saying, these are the topics you need to steer clear of. So Art Bell said, okay, still talk about some other things, about tiptoe away from certain topics. He gets an Area 51 call, his frantic call. Art Bell is trying to judge him out, trying to get a feel of him. He starts using terms like triangulate position, starts working in the military in Area 51. I think Art Bell recognizes, holy shit, because you gotta think, Art Bell took thousands and thousands of phone calls, so he's very good at interpretation. I think he was, this is legit, oh my god, and pulled some cords and cut it off long, not to get him more attention in the media for this, but for his own sake and his family's sake. That could be possible, and that's what I kind of leave from this. I can see that he's not very much working to himself. I believe that next person said that he was up there for medical reasons. So I mean, he could have had some kind of psychotic episode or mental breakdown. Yeah, in Art Bell recognizes that maybe he is mental. Something, he's telling the truth about something. He truly believes something. And I have to protect my family. I've already been visited once. I can't let that happen again in the course of the day. So the only thing that I find the fact that they just released him, because I mean, he's supposed to be a military person. Yeah, top secret military. Yeah. I don't think they would just release something just like that. That is a good point. I mean, to get clearances at that level, you have to go through force things. But I mean, hey, you could have passed it with flying colors and you got into Area 51 after months and months being subjected to things never thought existed. You are military track, and then you're told to go ahead and maybe said they thought about it, and it just exploded. You know, some mental disorders develop over time as you age. Maybe that was the case too, but it's just like a story. Which said, I believe, a lot of people can actually make you comedy and film, so what doing a super jobs too much for. I'm pretty sure that people want to definitely do a job that could, just beat you down and break you. If it is the possibility of you hurt aliens, I think we could have been tested before. And we tested, see what happened, and tested. First thing they did was keep still humans. I forgot about this thing all the time. What if they are? What if there's some type of they will contract, but that's just theoretically what started there. Military brought them in, and took over the military, and this guy's plans and everything, and that was the future, and took them into work. That's just another little theory. So whether or not this car is real, we will probably not. But what we can say is that the agencies, for instance, in the cars, as well as the satellite, they're all certainly so, thank everyone for joining us for today's episode. We are saving voicemails, reviews, ratings, shout-outs for episode 50, which is next week. And we have a big announcement, but I guess we'd like to say now. The end of season 1 is next week. Yes, we will have more things to come, announcements in the future regarding season 2. And I can tell you this though, season 2 was very it's only season 1. Season 1 is a feel like, right? I would think that would show. If you got things figured out, we'll keep improving. We'll make a lot more next week is the end of season 1. We'll have all the voicemails, reviews, ratings, shout-out. And I hope you join us for that. And I want to thank everybody at the beginning. We'll all be able to that. This is just a fun. It always seems like some job. Search input 2020. That's a kid on that. Ooh, yeah, okay. If you draw something good, we'll have a surprise for you. So, there you go. Anyways, all this being said, I love all you guys. Thank you again for joining us. If you want to get in contact with us, all of our social medias, we can just direct message. That means that Daniel can roll us out. Sure is. Alright, guys, it's okay to be on the screen because you're not there. The theories have confirmed the find. Welcome to Theories of the Third Kind. I have one of your hosts today, Aaron, and the other host joining me is James. So today is episode 50. Theories first. But before we get into it, of course, I have to do a quick announcements. We don't want any ads or take any money from any corporations. So if you'd like to help us out, you can leave us a review on iTunes and help us out. If you don't want to leave in there, that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatch, just keep the fires closed. Whoever you call, whatever you are, translation. Also, if you want to reach out to us, you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, theoriesofthetheird.com. Click on the contact button, and there you'll find our email addresses. Also, on our website, you can leave a voicemail with your phone, and we will listen to it. So, today's episode is Thoughts or Theories First. Episode 50. Can you believe it's been 50 episodes now? Episode 50. It is 50 straight weeks. I love it. So, today's episode of Life Force is that me and Daniel each have a new theory that we'll be discussing, talking about. And at the end of the show, we will be covering voice notes, reviews, and ratings. So, make sure you stick around for those because we have a lot of good theories and things that we're going to discuss. So, who should go first with their theory? I'll let you know. Okay, my theory this week is called the Sounds of Hell. I came across this theory, I thought it was super interesting. This whole story behind it, started digging into it, tell everybody about it, and figured out a way to cover it. So my story starts way back in 1989. So in 1989, there was this Russian scientist, and they were wanting to do some studies in race for us. They decided, well, let's go to Siberia and start drilling some oil holes. So when they got there, they had beautifully set up equipment and started digging the hole. They started drilling a hole, and after a round of drilling, they drilled 14.5 kilometers or 9 miles deep into the earth. And profound freaking miles into the earth. Yeah. So at that depth of 9 miles, the drill ended up breaking through into this open cavity. And the Russian scientists, they were intrigued. What is this unexpected discovery? Let's stop the drilling and let's investigate what the hell it is. So they decided to do the drill at night. They found this 9 miles, which took a while. And they hooked up this heat tower with a microphone and other equipment such as temperature probes and a bunch of other stuff to figure out what was down there. Now, they loaded this temperature probe and the heat tower and microphone down, and the temperature that they picked up on the probe was around 2,000 degrees. Now, when it finally got down there, the cameras of the microphone only captured 17 seconds of happening before the microphone melted. Now, I do have the audio, so let's go ahead and listen to the sounds and I'll be back with you. It's kind of disturbing, so we'll play that right now. That was pretty scary, right? I mean, we're definitely going to look that over. Yeah, so I'm going to do a backstory real quick before I dive into this details of all that stuff. I was doing some research like this during my night shift time, and I decided to listen to this audio on the drive home. Now, I hadn't listened to it at all. I just read about the story and all that, and I was like, oh, listen to the audio. It was pitch dark. We drove from night shift, and I volume up because I didn't think it was like it was loud. I didn't damn speakers on my phone. So yeah, it was scary to say the least. So after the scientists heard this recording, some of them were convinced that it was sounds from hell, and it was reports that a lot of people decided to quit. But there were a few scientists who did stay there, and these scientists told a story that happened that night. They said apparently one of them has a big gas burst out of this warhead, this flame, and the scientists wanted to look to see why it was doing that. And they said the shape of a gigantic green demon was forming as flames coming out of this borehole, and then it dispersed, and the words "I have conquered" and flames formed in there. Anyways, so as a final touch to this weirdness, notes the reporter kept giving everyone a dose of a sedative that erased their short-term memory, but apparently not well enough for these scientists to below the grid on this story and go to the top where it's about and all that stuff. I thought it was a pretty interesting story, but it didn't feel right to me either. I wanted to do some digging, right? I would like to know if there's an actual hole inside here. But those are around the same time frame as this. I found no evidence of such a hole inside here. But I did find this town. So the deepest borehole in the world is the SG3, which is part of the area super deep hole. So let me explain this real quick. In 1970, Russia started drilling this super deep hole, and they named it the Korea Hole. This was like the main central hole that they were digging. And then eventually they started branching off this main hole and digging other holes. One of the branches off of that was the SG3. So Korea was done in 1970, but get this, SG3, that was done in 1989. The same year as supposedly the story of the hole in Siberia. Really? It's a lot. I mean, it wasn't in Siberia that the SG3 was at, but it was in 1989. And to date, it is the deepest hole dug at roughly 7.6 miles. It's not the 9 miles that was reported in Siberia, but it is 7.6 miles. It's deep as hell. I couldn't find any reports of these sounds coming from SG3 or anything coming from the Kola super bowl deep. So my tracks that we posted. But then I had a next mission. My next mission was to find the origins of the story. Who reported it first? Now this would tell me a lot about if the story was actually true, because that's what I was digging into. I would know the truth of this. Right? So I found out after digging that the appearance of the story that first appeared in the English newspaper called American Asia. It is like the longest word. I looked it up to try to find pronunciations of it. I couldn't find it. It turns out that this Asia was not a scientific journal, but was a small evangelical medical magazine that was published in Finland between 1974 and 1999. So in 1989, an evangelical ministry magazine named ROTHSCHILD, he ended up coming across this Finnish newspaper article that talked about this book, and he sent this article to the Trinity Broadcasting Network. This is amazing. So this Trinity Broadcasting Network was a huge Christian network, television shows, newspapers, and Taik. This network was portraying stories in the late 1980s, both on TV broadcast networks and newsletters about the super core hole that they had sent to us, and they titled it "Scientists Discovered Now." So that's how it started. The Finnish religious kind of article newspaper, and then that ministry in Texas found it, sent it to Trinity Broadcasting Network. They made a story about it in 1989 broadcast networks. But when you look at this up, this all happened without anyone ever hearing the alleged audio recordings of the sounds. Nobody ever presented one or broadcasted one or anything. Hence the question, where the hell did the audio come from? Right? Where did it come from? Well, it's some more thinking about it. I figured it out. 12 years later, in 2002, after the story oh, someone in you want to guess who? You'll say yes. Someone in read, and they said, and I quote, "I just recently began listening to a radio show and found that they were going to talk about sounds from our life. My uncle had told me this story a couple of years ago. I didn't believe it. One of the listeners who just added the story is nothing more than religious newspaper Rabbi. The story about the digging, the hearing the sounds from now, is very important. It did occur in Siberia. We collect videos on paranormal and supernatural that get passed away for years. Yet the recent audio clips that we have of the sounds from American Siberia are copyrighted. He received his copy from a friend who worked at the BBC that captions that sound from that hours are, of course, then plugged into the recordings, and that's what we were heard. That's where they came from. And ever since then, they've been widely circulated and attached to this 1980 story of that So do you believe this world actually exists? Do you believe the sound is identical? So 6 miles. So I'm looking at the whole there's sound from 0 sounds. I looked through all that sound. It sounds like it is a new sound. I did find out, but I couldn't find a source for the sound. The main is the sound of the and I could easily reproduce but not that probably not with the technology. The thing that gets me is it started in a school that was a part of a religious group and doing Trinity Broadcasting Network, looking at and spreading it. Was it just a product for the evangelical Lutheran magazine and Finland to kind of push people more towards the church? Possible. Possible. Yeah. But people have rising found this worry and found sounds and said, we need to protect the public from this, and we don't need to open it up, because if you do, there could be demons from America or some other beings coming out and invading people. But that's another possibility why they didn't look into it further. But overall, I thought it was a good story. I thought it was a good conspiracy. I wanted to share it with you, and look at it. Alright, so I guess we move on to yours. What do you have for us today? I would like to honor this book who exactly in episode 50. Of course, we use campaign pictures, so we can promote it. Yeah, I tried to promote it, but I found a couple videos and I feel like they're just, it's slander. Slander? It's, I mean, this is what they're put on red. They're trying to make it sound like it's real. They're talking about the beef jerky commercials. That's how I'm not making beef jerky. Sometimes beef jerky, it was missing. I don't know, this video is, they want you to start screaming at people. I don't know what to scream. What's the scream? You have some. I have a video of the guys that have mushroom hunting. And what does it say from well, he doesn't say it, but all the comments say it. Okay, so let me get this right. You have a video of a guy who's mushroom hunting who caught Bigfoot, caught him screaming. Does it show Bigfoot or is it just the sound of him screaming? Just the sound. Of course, you have a comment. And in the comments of this video, I'm guessing it's on YouTube. In the comments of this video, they're saying that it sounds like Bigfoot. Very much. Is this a popular video? No, it's not. It's actually less than 300 views. Whoa, 3,300 views? Well, actually, you may have discovered something that is very interesting. So, simply take a listen to that. It's the rich that may be on it. Well, they do. What is the better podcast? Whoa, I've never seen this video before. What the hell? I admit, that sounded scary. Sounds like something's wrong. Whatever it is has a pair of lungs on it. Yes, it's strange. We'll link this video on Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, all that stuff. I'll leave it in the comments of the post for episode 50. Do you want to describe the video? I mean, there's not much to describe. It's just a mushroom hunting, and then he hears mushroom. We did find a mushroom that we could find them. It was a swamp bite. But we just out here, the next thing you know, there was mass tree patch. I've seen a lot of Bigfoot videos, and that kind of sounds very similar to this one. I did find another video that sounds sort of just like if the guy was on the bridge at the start. The video is on YouTube as well. It's about 129,000 views. That one's actually very recent. So it was pretty much almost the same time. Get a link to that. Group. So you just want to see that one as well. But it's similar to the one in the first video. So like you said in the first one, so everyone has the same ones. This one, the guy was shorter, leaving the comments that some people think it's a mountain, but it's clearly not a mountain. That's what the person said. That a lot of people think. The second video, the people think it's a mountain, but it's not. So anything that they think I have no idea what could be besides Bigfoot or some creature that is getting killed. Another animal, I don't know. I would open the depth and the mountains. I know that that's what sounds like. And sometimes you can't pass the first video. So that one has about power. So huge. With that one, it's like 50. It's like what? No, but I'd be good at this afterwards. This is good stuff you found out. Anyway, sounds like something like we're just laying in the distance. So that's no names. Or these political figures. The political figures running. And this is Robin 2020. This is good. Honestly, first I was Facebook stores, especially the first one. You can imagine that. You're eating some mushrooms and then it finally hits like hits out and it just screams out. Sounds like the best do it juice. Insane scary. Big anyways, I guess that's all the theories we have for today. I mean, we only have two theories things that we're kind of cutting short because we're going to be discussing a lot of other theories and stuff. Let's do this one first. Yeah, let's do this one. Alright, so this is the first reason we have this from Kyle. We've got that right. In this theory, okay. Sure. I'm going to do this one. This one, it says that human representative countries and some time that have big execution and concentrated teams, including the mattress is transferred so that the family has to relationship. Many things. I just want to make things that we can share this week. Next 12 months, you know, is a typical episode. So, I really was considering if we could get this episode. Except for maybe something else. Are you familiar with what he's talking about there? Okay, so I'm pretty familiar with this because I looked up some research a couple days ago. I came across it and read the conspiracy theories out there. Alright, so Joe Biden, right? He's a Democratic nominee that's running against Donald Trump. I usually don't talk this we did. Okay? And I'm not taking any political sides on either of this. I just want to let everyone know that I'm not Republican, I'm not Democrat, I'm talking to the people. I just want to make that clear. Okay? So anyways, Joe Biden is the Democrat nominee. He should have his party. It's the election. Anyways, so there has been reports from an individual named Taik that she was secretary or something for him, an associate with him and she was sexually assaulted. And she came out and was telling me, hey, Joe Biden was sexually assaulted. Everybody's ignoring it. Well, back in 1993, Larry was doing his talk show. He got a phone call from a terrorist mother who claimed that Joe Biden sexually assaulted her. Well, fast forward to now, the media is pretty much ignoring this claim. As of a couple days ago, they were monitoring this claim, which is odd because you look at it the interesting thing is that you can go and purchase or rent old Larry King episodes of Larry King. And Google Play is one of the only places where you can rent that. If you go on Google Play and you look at Larry King and you go to season 3 in 1993 and you scroll all the way down to episode 150 something, there'll be an episode August 10th, it's 154, and then episode 155 is August 12th. August 11th episode, where Terry meets another called the one Larry King, that is missing. Google removed that episode and renumbered all of the episodes. They renumbered them, removed the one, and renumbered them. I looked it up myself, so I know exactly what I was talking about. That is so odd that Google is doing that. And you gotta think how much power Google has to influence people. And now they're actively helping the inside cover up or purple silence someone by doing this. Doesn't feel right. It's kind of messed up. Actually, it is messed up. And, I don't really have much else to say about it besides that. But thank you for sending this voicemail. Keep sending them. We love hearing from you and we love everything else. Thank you. Alright, so this next voicemail is from Rabbi. Get that right.
Hi guys, I totally got contrary opinion. I just wanted to call and tell you about something odd that happened last night, April 18th, 10:15 p.m. My partner and I, sitting outside, were soaking in the fresh night air. We noticed a distant light going over top of us. We assumed a satellite phone. Then we noticed 3 more small lights at separate times, all taking the exact same path as the prior light that we had seen. These lights were super small and seemed quite distant. Then, we did see recognized biographs, and there was no denying that it was an airplane. As we could see the lights on the wings and the tail, plus the red flashing light, and it was much closer than the other lights. Weird, but okay. Then we were looking up towards the northern sky, and there was the same type of small lights that we previously saw fly above us, but now they were flying over the northern sky and across the sky as well as the field. But this time, we kept watching the light and counting. There were 29 small lights scattered over the night as well, all taking the same path and spaced the exact same distance apart. It was so small and blurry as well. I think they must have been extremely far away. I find it so strange, especially considering there are not very many airplanes even flying above us, let alone 29 or more, maybe even fewer, flying in the exact same path and perfectly spaced. And on top of that, even noticing wings is what makes some of them sound like airplanes. Anyways, I thought it was pretty interesting and wanted to share the experience as I really do not know what to think about it. My daughter and I were just telling her when the lights just kept flying as she was watching and commenting. We did not expect to see that many.
And take check show that we create and release this peace.
That is a lot of your focus. That was your focus. Identification. So first off, can we just say how good or voice and microphone sound? Yes, yes. Just really voice and microphone sound. I'm jealous. I wish I could get that voice. But then it's so that is odd. You see the pictures in 24 that many on April 18th. I tried looking for anything on April 18th when you saw this couldn't find anything. Couldn't really find any military activity happening on that day. Which kind of leads me into the theory this whole COVID-19. This is going to be a little out there. The COVID-19 being a way for them to keep us inside so that there's aliens that are active sources of the light. We have to get people inside and away from the outdoors and seeing all these things. But there was the video that we recently used that UFOs going around. Yeah, was it released by the government? I think that one was released by the government. The one released by the government was the ones that found it all that they agreed to. He released their ones about that, and the government just thinks, oh yeah, those are authentic, those are real. Did you see those? As evidence? It's definitely some crazy aircraft or something. Hey, could you be anything that we have to do? We have to play with birds. Big ass one with them. It could be, well, let's just talk about it. We talked about the so it would be, I would be very interested to, if it happened to be, for you to get out a camera and try to take some footage. You know what it could have been? It could have been, what's the thing that Elon Musk shot in the other satellites started? It could have been those. It could have been a satellite. I don't know. I'd have to get more details if those were just straight up lights that were going through the sky. If so, then it was most likely starting satellites. Real cool. So far, there was some very something else that they put on the yeah, it could have been that. Go to get that and look at how many starting satellites they have. Show you all the satellite pictures. You can see all the Alright, so when you could go into Earth and look up starting satellites, and you'll see pictures of them in a row, a whole bunch of them extremely bright. If you could look at that and then write us an email and let us know, your email or Instagram message or whatever, let us know if that was similar to what we saw. I would be very interested in that. But thanks for the voicemail. Love hearing from you. Love the voice of the microphone. Great. Alright, so that was my last voicemail. This is from Jake. I didn't even realize this is my first time on this one. I think both of our first time on this one. Alright, so play that for us.
It's a two-change on this week, which can play. Each day, keep going. They begin on the both sides of the football US championship. We have to get the future of each championship. So, possibility is a big deal. It means that the advantage can give it to the soon. I guess we need a way to change people. This was all really saw that pitch. The ones that are pretty fans also exist. Therefore, the group really no pitch decisions. Listen, you're a few of them you make videos to this boy, you know, has 6 strokes off every time someone comes with a double street ball or this, or the thing you teach you to swim scope. That's like a what you're skipping is a total fix. You talk to us, but really so that they can get it maybe, or teach you to show up and do it, or use it. You want to awesome preseason, or keep us waiting too long for subscription fees.
And that was very dreadful. But you know what? Don't be ashamed of your voice. You got moments, I got my rich voice, low tones, but then you just gotta own what you got, be proud of your voice. Anybody hates it, so what? Who cares? But thank you for boosting up the deep sound. I get what? We won't leave you guys waiting for that for season 2. Next week, we're going to be releasing a short clip that will go over details about season 2 and what you can expect and when you can expect the start date and when that will be. Thank you again, Jake, for your love, your support, and I've kind of taken over the Facebook world, and I've done all the electronic substitute between Instagram and Facebook. Instagram is packed with freaking messages that I'm still trying to reach people from. I admit, I'm sorry. I should have gotten a resignation. I don't get you. I love you. And that's it. That's all I have to say. Everybody else, I'm curious about that when you put Twitter. I'm just still trying to put that Twitter. I don't personally know. I do try to stop and push that Twitter. But Twitter is a nice place to live. I'm just trying to figure it out. I don't know Twitter. I have no idea how to work it. So I'm ever so grateful for you doing that. And it's crazy. Yeah. Okay, so those are the voicemails. Let's go move on to emails. What are emails? You really want to know. If not a bit of emails. Okay, so this first email comes from John from the 6.5 Peace Connection. Hey guys, in DC Liberties or something like that. The first one, Luna Dirt from the show Girls, was the previous one because she wrote in her book that she favored her little sister when her sister was a baby. She got a lot of flack from that and was being called a pedophile even though she was a child herself and that's the matter. It's just spooky stuff. Like the podcast and almost this is the shapeshifter feature. It is spooky as hell. I look at stuff like it kind of sounds like the government playing on the disturbances around that area. So people with maybe fear and drive down the possibility. Keep doing what you do. I'll be sure to keep you organized for these questions. Awesome. Thank you guys for that. It's so weird. I don't think I should do that first. I wonder if she would ask me anyways, thanks for the email, Johnny. And you will keep saying it. Okay, so this next email is from an individual named Bobby. Fuck you. And their email address is second@answer.com. But I just wanted to acknowledge and thank you for your email, Bobby. This next email is from Second. The subject line is Trump contracts. They go on to say, just listened to this last night. Great show. Started a podcast in September. I had an idea when you were discussing logistics of contract with the position of solar something. But I realized this is not a belief in chip builders or never looked at the structures or the solstice. It is never really got the ancients' obsession with the solstice. Yes, so that's a really good connection. It makes sense, right? That could be why. Maybe they did use time travel, and that's why they have any number of constructions for the solstice. And those structures were allowed them to time travel. It would be ridiculous. And we'll have more episodes in season 2 about structures and reducible time travels. So, yeah. Okay, this next email is from Zombie 2021. Subject is Ouija board. Hey guys, first of all, great podcast. Glad it's listened to it all. And listeners still trying to get through our podcast. Love you all. And Zombie 209 goes on and tells us the Ouija board story. What they have. But we can actually say that Ouija board story is probably too deep in each one. Ooh. Thanks for Jeff and Fortune, but thank you, Zombie 209. cover your story. Thank you for the email. Next, email is from Joe A. I just found your show. I think it's great. I don't know if we're talking to you. I'm honestly surprised I haven't seen a lot on this and conspiracy theories because it covers so many things. On YouTube, there are some videos that are posted and they're supposedly a whistleblower who calls himself Rabbi. Did a video titled Antichrist and one conspiracy theories. I think you should look into it. I really think that's what's being said. If you like our education, reading of it, we'll topic in our episode. Thank you, Joe, with the email. Yeah, shoot your interpretation on over to us. We'd love to hear it. It's good to know. Right, feel free to email because I just want to send you a message from the podcast and I need to so that it's not I always said this on YouTube, but it's only she gets a chance. Discover this podcast with a weekday. Let's become a free sorry. So, we're going to spend oh yeah, that's that. Sorry, Marie, thank you for your love. And, keep sending us, keep sending love, keep sending love. This next one is from Jacob. Subject is Lord of the Different We can only say, I think you guys are fucking awesome. Don't let anyone tell you guys otherwise. I listen to you guys every day at work, and I recommend it to everyone I talk to. You guys give me information, and make me laugh. What more other than a big foot slap across the face? Thank you, Chip. There's a great message around. You say that definitely from Rabbi Davis. Subject on often must not be changed. He goes to thank you guys so much for all the you bring up comments with individuals. Do you think the government doesn't tell us the truth about aliens because they don't want us to find out the broken lives of the aliens? Maybe Illuminati is feeding aliens the right energy in exchange for the government technology? Maybe an episode of Minecraft would be awesome. But again, thank you guys. 5 stars. Sweet, thank you for the email. It's interesting to mention subject and topic because very, very, very soon in season 2, you will hear us talk about it. So look forward to that because it is coming to you very soon. Alright, this next one is from Enzo. They go on to say third podcast creator. So this one was saying, I appreciate the introduction by the sound effects. And also, first one we listen to, thank you for the great podcast. P.S. Bob and Harlow wasn't people, and sometimes my own side of the Jesus. Alright, shout out to your entire office. I don't want to stop what you're doing. And your boss is going to turn his head and say, hey, what kind of guys do you should work? Look at him and say, hey, we're taking a moment of silence to reflect on season. Okay? I want you all to join me in soul, which is hands together. And Dan is going to match you in this trance, but also sport. That's it, you guys can make sure that you love one another in the office, you're good to each other, and always stick it for you and your family. Thank you for listening to us, and we love you very much. And I hope we can provide you with all sweet intel. Let's see. This next one's from Parker. You guys keep fucking ass. I do agree with you. I just discovered a podcast I started while sitting on my ass trying to find something to do at work. And I said that I was so honest that I was like, again, let's say it's just let's see podcasts. There's any way I can contribute any or something you guys know. feel about the show and it was costly. You could still listen to the show. You did. Even the first 5 minutes, you would know. No, we're in the ads. They would never do that in the ads. So fuck off. That's what I tell him. And he still doesn't get it. So, okay, this next one, this next email is from James. Subject line is profits. They want to say, you guys predicted Epstein's death and predicted the COVID-19. You should rename your podcast to the Profits. I think I mentioned this email before, but thank you, James. I agree. Profits. That's very true. Yes, it does. Alright, this next one is from Alan. My name is Alan. I would like to pay you back if you pay out for this content on the website. How much would you charge for something? Skip those. But and it's pretty cool. That is what I'm talking about. Right? That's a fine example of what I'm talking about. Okay, it's not happening for this. Yeah. Alright, this next one is from Simi P. Don't have iTunes, but definitely 5 stars. They want to say, found you guys the same neat truth about once our food was put up. And since I have missed the sales, and keep the rights of true and damn. 400. Yeah. They're going to say, just one more thing, where's the fucking merch? I will go to shit out of the TNT 3K2. But other than that, good shit. Let's keep it coming. Thank you so much. Good merch. Like I said, season 2. A lot of things are going to be changing for the good. Okay. So, be on the lookout. Should I actually do the people? I don't know. Myself and all of the universe that's years after the show. But very, very soon, there will be individuals that have the ability to do it. Thank you for that. This was from Rebecca. She says, hey guys, been listening to you for about a year now. Just got to listen to the DMT episode. Wow, I enjoyed it, very intriguing. I hope it kind of be a few more videos. Congrats to you for checking it out. So seriously, don't change it. The show is awesome and it's set on others just like yourselves. Wishing you all the very best for Illinois. Stay safe. Thank you, Rebecca. Thanks for loving. Next email is from Josh. We have to agree with this message in 21. We have this email. We have a dinner 21 on the list. So, yeah. This next email is from Sean. Found the podcast today. I took with the opportunity and didn't need any mention of the thing. Taking a talking fit in one of your speeches and dropping something in the class. There's video of them. These things are never 100% what they are. Just a little more proof here. If so, I'm sorry to should try to get people. Hey, you didn't waste my time trying to tell people about it. Did a YouTube video for the feedback? It didn't look it up. Yeah. What the hell is that? It's something that she's often. There's a big lot of that's fucking disgusting. But thank you, John, for the email you did yesterday. David Clayton is a relative. So I'm sorry I left her out of this. Make no mistake. She's a relative. I'm just trying to keep her. So this next one is from Shawanis. I listened to your podcast, 2 so far, and I'm not too sure what your female host's name is. But can you please let her know the phrase? I'll try to inform you quickly of the first statement female host is not a phrase in the segment today. Special. You talk with this new to the listener. To repeatedly says you have a it's not only that you know maybe it's a phrase that is irrelevant to any topic that you submit to a listener. Plus, with voice is very active and very piercing. Should be referred to. I'm not trying to be offensive, just a comment. You know, I agree that she does need a outlet on her microphone. That she's got her on her microphone. It's told her before to get one, but I'm not sure she has. But I believe the messages, we should feedback. This email is from Adam W. They noticed that I started listening to your podcast about a week ago, and I've been listening to damn near every episode. His eyes have been open. Thanks to all of you. And then he says, thanks to Brianne, and he says to send him a message on his Instagram. So Dan, he can send you a picture of his 1-inch meat. Nice. Thank you for all your work. Every week really makes my day better. Be sure to next to this year, but please do not send pictures of meat on Instagram. I run the Instagram. Next time anybody send it to Twitter. That's just what it is. If you to do it here, you will show us. Okay, this next one is from please make the Discord. Please. The Discord is coming. It's coming. With the Patreon. So, yeah. So this last email is from Rex, and like I said, we got they actually definitely do episodes from some 52. My favorite podcast. Keep it up, guys. Thank you, Rex. Thank everybody for sending emails. Alright, so now I'm going to go over the these reviews with quite a bit of things that we have covered. So stick with us because we're going back to April 15th. Here we go. This first one is from Taik. It was left on April 15th. It's 5 stars. Simple comments. It goes, I recently stumbled upon a show on love with Dan and Thank you, Taik. We love you 5 stars. His next one is from Colorado 2. It was left on April 16th. It is 5 stars and simple comments. Spanking the back. What he says that here I am spanking it on the living in Oklahoma. I was starting to with this sexy British dude, but no, I heard Danny's voice and heard I had to come to the right side and maybe more ways than one. Like the topics, the topic, heard it always spent and really nice new English. This one shoot one. Here I am. Salutations from Ontario. There is an incredible picture. I'm really glad that we talked about that. I also do people learn from my opinion of yours. All of it was very entertaining. The shows were all out. Thank you for this. Wishing great luck. Every time you these broken hearts, just a good time. Your journey forward, drinking visible roots. Please continue to make the good thing. Hashtag just learn. Hashtag friendship. So this one is very good. Please follow great into five stars. This one here. Hi guys, I'm really glad to podcast over the last few months as I finished listening to the previous subscribe to the latest DFT episode. Other stories on my photos I know you have a huge episode. Everybody experiences it. I'm planning to go back this year with amazing pictures. And if you're one of that, so like to look at Take it. These people as well. It's like this 5 stars. It's something like it's interesting, quirky, and well worth listening. And I must say, just like the process of this, really he's supposedly talking about the 1555 explain the correct things. Anyways, you're all amazing. Keep doing what you do. Listen. Thank you. This next review is about not the most tricky podcast out there. Hashtag ever post. Thank you. It's everything that I'm close with. Thank you for that. Thank you for the love. It's a post would do it. Honestly, it's like two time to love this show. It's 5 stars. The show was great. Recent quality was really good, especially in the recent episodes. And they covered most of the major topics related to the stage stuff. And also, I found it great. Also, I like the TV shows like Jim. And the whole album fantastic. Guinness, I think it might be kids, I think I might be a major kids series. So the next one is from SN208. And they don't think about mistakes like that for 2020. It's not a great podcast. It's 5 stars. I really enjoyed listening to you guys. I really hope you guys present your photos, story, just facts, feelings, and keep on getting the great stories. This next one is from Inside Barrett. It's left on 420. Subject line is they did it 5 stars. And I said, Black Boys are fantastic. I listen to your friends at night. It makes the time fly by. Great job, guys. Keep on that way. Thank you, Inside Barrett. And we love you. Thank you for listening to us at work. Because I can actually take a break. Sit down. Yeah, I read this next. This next review is from Commercial Spin. It's left on 420 and it's 5 stars. The subject line reads, Safe for Randy Savage. Should I do my work with Richard Randy Savage? Thank you, Emotion Spin. And it's reviews from Rest in peace. Next one we got is from Johnny Factory 1993. And it's 20, titled Very Enjoy. Got 5 stars. Really is, hey guys, really love the podcast. It's super easy to listen to. Overall enjoy. The guys took this into a deeper. Friends just for the big picture joke. Also, if you can make a suggestion, recommend looking at my future lines, my tour predictions episode, update my predictions for the tree. Anyways, keep up the good work. Hope you take that and regards to the emotional bonus. That's, oh yeah, thank you for the 5 stars. But that emotional bonus idea is a good one. Maybe I like that. This one is from the kids who do. I guess it's a little. They're going to say stuff on social. That's how they want you guys. 5 stars. Listen to the last episode. Maybe play it. You don't have to be on the phone before us about topics and really good opportunity to discuss things in length. What you guys represent on Instagram is by the host. So much knowledge about it and how to get to it. One of the facts of the law in sense is very sometimes dangerous topic that feels sometimes after I'm whether it be YouTube, Facebook, MSN, YouTube, or whatever mass manipulation based discussion. In addition to many other things that harm the mass manipulation of consumers for wrestling, scrutinize government changes. Feel free to present the lives of those who shine light on to so much realm. Journalists are keen on estimates or silence when it comes to this topic. Please prevent that. Use this series as latest websites and outlets that expose the news for what it is. Best podcast enough. I appreciate the work you guys do. Thank you for that. Thank you. Yeah, we're not going to have super episodes going into season 2. But we'll start with that. You want to still be able to talk and listen to season 1 episodes. Just some of them will be like that. But we'll keep that. Anyways, this next review is from David. He's up on 423. He is 5 stars. He's such a podcast loving all the time. They've obviously loved the podcast. It helps me get through my work daily life. I was interested if you guys could do an episode on Walmart that's on the goal and its connection to the whole market. Not to be confused with the third market. They're Anunnaki and ancient Sumerians. All of these topics are also connected to James Walmart, who is an American discrete hero who conspiracy theorists survived mysteriously in 2017. If you're interested in this, I would encourage you to just search Walmart's Walmart. Each of the stories covered in the lecture and the Thank you for your kind work and everyone. We are going to have an episode of huge some words and words. So be prepared for that. It's coming fast. It's coming right. But thank you for love. Thank you for 5 stars. This next one is from Matt Willis. This 5 stars is such a keep up the good work. Skinwalkers. They want to say thank you for thoughtful, fun, rebellion, stupid cute podcasts. You all take it to the next level. It's so cool to feel like having knowledge, chatting with friends about life, and all its freaky what ifs. Series, look at the terrible life-hearted potential. All your personalities are distinct and complement each other. And no, innovative, professional, entertaining, dare I say, that's it. Thanks for the fun. Thank you. 5 stars and really do appreciate the love. Next one we got is from Giovanni. Thank you, reviews, 5 stars. I can say, those reviews, like the sentence. Thank you. This next one, I don't think it's going to be old, but we can use it. It's UHLYITUHKG. United States of Fortune, added to overkill. 3 stars. Please, keep this together. Every time she speaks, it's the global animated voice that makes nonsense for nights. She doesn't even know what she's talking about. Time, operation rations, and political plans. But let her know. Alright, so this next one is from it's the same. Music on April 22nd. This 1 star was the subject line the Thread music. They don't say it would be much better without her. She sounds uneducated. Guys, you can get a burrito, and back to back. Right. You want to mention this? I want to mention from left kid, that's it. Okay. So the food, states, Saturday, 5 stars, and reads, hey guys, my podcast, the word break, my wish is my face, and my first to the word, to experience, but the guys heard of spirit. Yes, I have heard of spirit within via knowledge or something like that. Maybe something that we will cover in the future. Something like that, because you know, but thank you for your help. Next one is from Honor Director Choice. Please having 5 stars, that's good. 5 stars. This podcast is integral company very it's so interesting. Thank you. Thank you for your help. Glad to keep you company. Next review is from Smith and is up on April 24th. It is 5 stars and 70 comments on its very good. They can only say just found what they prefer so funny and interesting. This next one is from Stereo Fan 2. It is from Australia. It is great. And left on April 24th is 5 stars and 7 comments. Amazing podcast. They can say I'm a person. Found this podcast and searching for content. This is my heart, my favorite podcast. I like the host website, the content always interesting. 5 stars. Thank you, Stereo. Thanks for that. Alright, the next review is not from Week Splits, but on the book, Week's one. It's titled Film Scratch, not the Scratch Notes. Great work on the podcast. I know there's documentary about the real Film Scratch, which is the same and makes the sound around celebration of the station. Understand the Film Scratch. Check it out. It's podcasts on the phone, and all the work. Yeah, we're going to do it that out. Thank you for the splits. Next one is from R2 and 42. That's on April 23rd, the United States. Tom Elson, left us on Sunday. He said, make sure you feel the beginning of it. Very sweet. Short and sweet. Yep, thank you. This next one is from Taik Ranger. It's from Australia. Left on April 25th. It's 5 stars. Subject on his favorite show. It knows that his husband and I started so haven't missed an episode. Making our way to the beginning. Well researched, great tip. Loving our culture. Only things I wish the episodes were a little long. Yeah, Thank you, Taik. Glad we could provide you the information that you're going to need. And episodes will be longer as we grow, as we get more interesting. Our episodes are longer. Now we do have to I'm so glad I actually got that from you. The creator of the project. And it's gonna go on to season 2. Long actually is going to be really good by the end of season 2. This next review is like on mental skills is from Canada. It was like April 26th. The subject matter is pretty good. It's 4 out of 5 stars. They all say, you guys put in time to at least somewhat understand the topics you talk about. I hope you don't seriously believe these people though. Thank you, mental skills, for the stars. And recognizing that we put some time into some second research. Thank you for that. I also agree with that exercise. April 26th, United States, and the podcast by stars. I like listening to this man's series. The format is getting stronger with all the work is established. I like to see these approaches. The format keeps tempo low, and it's essential to straightforward integrity, and makes episodes very well. Very good. Not only do you get the thoughts, but views and showcase individual diversity. These cuts keep you focused on some subject of interest. Let's do the voting again. And these times are high, it's good to go see objective, rapid conversations. Awesome. Thank you. Well, that's what it's about right there. This could be enough conversation. Get your mind and deep. The next one is from Chapter 23, Dr. April 27th, United States. Titled Got My Attention. It's 5 slides. I'm not really a conspiracy theory fan. This podcast is open to ideas. Now we look further. Every episode will keep you into the rest of the time. One thing I would ask is each episode has their own stories. Instead of having to flip the stories until I find a picture of something good. Thanks for the hard work. I know you guys can find interest. Yeah, we're making some changes. Switched up our Instagram for the stories. Put season 1 stories. So when we start season 2, which is season 50 episodes every day. Season 2 is going to be 50 episodes. It's going to be short things. So we're talking about something add them to the Instagram stories. If you have the season 2 stories, and if you want to go back and listen to other pictures, you can go through the season 1 stories. And the 50 days. 13 the 5 section. If this next one is from looks like that people to me as 5 stars. He said that it's super entertaining. It was a lovely seeing the show right now. Thank you all for the research you do. Also, your intro was incredible. Thank you. Really. Very much on. Yeah, I was looking for weeks to like a year ago. This next review was Steve. It was on April 30th. It was 5 stars to the guy who's entertaining stuff. They go on to say nothing better to listen to while I can't outlets keeping up with the range. Also, look into the Texas Thunderbird, pretty interesting topic. I saw this and I don't get the Texas Thunderbird. It's a fucking colossal rock, not colossal rock, it's a pterodactyl. It's found in Texas, supposedly. So, I didn't know this. So, I didn't know what to do with it, so the next one is from Johnny titled Great Podcast. That's 5 stars. These guys produce a very top podcast. They present this personal knowledge as well as extended paper and recordings. And they are studying how to set up copyright telecasts. It's very interesting, educational, and fun. All of these guys, as long as they do this podcast, I'll be a subscriber. Great, very great tonight. You guys are great. You're going to be great. Yes, I happen to be in that 15% of people that are extra. I'm not married. I'm actually very good at it. So this is the most relevant. Maybe that's why I'm so topics that you next one is from SKC Phoenix, Dr. Flavors from the States, titled Amazing Podcast. 5 stars. I was looking around for a good interesting conspiracy theory podcast, but I came across this one. The first episode I listened to made me fall strong to it. There's definitely both idea. It's 5 stars, such a high opportunity class. They want to say, love this podcast. All the conspiracies and learning new things. Keep up the good work. Thank you, sir. Thank you. This next is used as a great fun camp and it's up on May 1st. It is 4 stars and 6 stars. And it's love this podcast great. They can only say, everything in this podcast is very deeply and pure ingredients. It's something that always keep my attention. But how we can seem to be trying too hard. Keep it simple. With interesting and real topics to be listeners first. Personally, I don't need some part-time sexy voice and a dude making sex jokes, and I'm trying to hear conspiracy theories. The episode is dated and fair, and listen all the way. The others have parts of deep. No hard feelings, and I'm trying not to be just letting you know how it is. Keep up the great work. Assume when you said hate, assume you dominate. No idea what it is. But thank you for the help. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Our next review is from David Cameron. It's really short. Left on May 1st in the United States, titled Taik with 5 stars. So due to all this presence, I'm going to focus on this contest to make a rejection. I know benefits this that they're not the show facts related to verify the purpose of your living, that you can keep up the point is really open and spirit. Another thing is that after I listened to the first episode, I'm going to do the episodes about episodes titled to episodes where they can do something and introduce segments to the anybody. That's still a good place. But then to post it, you know, thank you, David. The next one is from KQFE on May 1st in the United States, titled True Heroes. Cheers. Get this 5 stars. Interesting topics and good comments about both industry and others. Thank you, GQFE. Look, this picture is from Awesome Matt from May 3rd for his 4 stars of this awesome podcast. They want to say, when you guys did the DMT episode, I had thought of thinking, what if heaven is the effect of the DMT releasing of hormones? It would make sense to me since most of the descriptions of treatments are actually just passed out. I think that was your feeling. Right? That's what you said. The pretty much all in that way, but they pretty much the DMT is still passing around. Awesome, but thank you for the 4 stars. Thank you for that, man. Really awesome. All right, this next review is at 153638261, and it's from Canada. That's on May 1st. This 5 stars is such a blank sick. We're going to say, I only listened to a couple episodes, but I like how you really go in depth on every topic. It's awesome how you include proof and conclusion from many different things. Keep doing what you do. Y'all are good. Thank you. Love you. Next one is from Michael. May 2nd is the States. Title of the podcast. This is my greatness. Good content and sounds great. I will recommend for listeners if you want. Next one is from Joseph. They're down May 2nd in the United States. Title is Contents, 5 stars. I started a DMT episode, so I would like to know. I made that production part of the release of the podcast last month. Really helps to have it on great deals with all my recent audience. I like the podcast, guys. Hopefully, if you're going to just listen to the podcast, yeah, thank you, Chase. 10 hours a day, every day, that's 4 weeks. Woo! That's a lot of conspiracy, right? That's a lot. Yeah. Alright, this next review is left by Duke Lucan 21, accepted by May 3rd. It's 5 stars, and second one is look at you. They go and say, if you ain't got haters, they can keep out. Riveting subjects will use this. You can absolutely discover the research and work of every subject. It pays off in the format of wonderful podcast episodes. It's humor that I find enjoyable. Most importantly, you guys and God are genuine people feedbackers to me. That's the greatest quality I think you get in you and something this world can desperately need. The talkers have a wonderful chemistry on the microphone, From episode listening to the first episode 6 weeks ago, how that helped you grow. Honestly, I just said I can't wait to podcast all my everything else I can it just application with the you guys are great guys. Please build up the stage for doing so far. Keep it up, guys. Much love. Thank you, guys. Love you. See you too. Won't be too far in the corner. So that we can feel things that are good. If you live. Yeah, right on the corner. And I have a lot more stuff to talk to you both about. So be prepared. The next step on the review is from anything that can make clear for the states. Tactical, talented, 5 stars, and handling like reviews for recent episodes have been awesome. The interview setup is very tight. After the roundup, please keep it to hosts. It's a food for show for the rest. Another Dan is very interesting and intelligent. Don't listen to all the things to reach and all over kids' sexy voice. She's actually very impressed by her speaking style. She doesn't have a clear path. I love sex jokes just as much as the next person, but in a time of place. It's not a conspiracy theory podcast, but I know that's the too. Well, but I appreciate the 5 stars. I appreciate the honesty. Thank you, Peter. In the future, we'll talk more about some stuff, but we'll just leave it there. You know, but I appreciate it. Yeah, and I appreciate you letting me know maybe to improve the rest of the episode. Alright, this next review is what by Skyler is May 4th. It is 5 stars. It's for finding It's the Date. It's a great podcast. I checked out an episode the other day, and now I'm working through it on my board, especially that the theories from the Mandela effect human experimentation, the human growth, and particular. If you like to open your mind to new possibilities and think that powerful and appreciated, this is an excellent podcast. You're never alone. You're never alone. Thank you so much for listening to this. Those are actually the episodes of it. Yeah. That's good stuff. Alright, just 2 more reviews and then that's it. This next review is fun. Origin UILPASDFGHKLLXZCDB. Great. Means that recently started listening and not listening to it backwards. Things we Thank you for the 11 5 stars. Actually, of course, to actually like cross the keyboard and down, cross the keyboard down. Last review, no one has last review is from Nicholas Adam. From Mary Force in the United States, talented, talented, 4 stars. Well researched and came to I only knocked off 1 star due to Japanese jokes until listening to the sentence. I'm not saying you're bad, it's just about excessive. Damn it, Dana. In fact, I guarantee you he meant that in my view. I would put any amount of money on this man down. I would put a down. No, I guarantee you this man would be down. But thank you, Nicholas, for the 4 stars. You know, I like how for those of you who are trying to calm down, yeah, so that's pretty much the end of the episode today. I know we didn't have much background at the beginning and all of this messages and stuff, but it takes much of that stuff. But next week, we're going to be releasing an episode. It's not going to be an official episode, but it's provide you with everything you can expect. What we have coming out. We want to interview on this break between season 1 and season 2. We've just taken a small, necessary break to make the changes needed to the website and a couple other things. It won't be long at all. Trust me. Just tune in next week. We'll release an episode giving you all the details. I'm so excited for how the season 2 is going to play out. And again, thank everybody who stuck around and everyone who's listened to us. All the love and support. It really means a lot. We really keep doing this. I love it. I couldn't change it for the world. But thank you guys a lot. When I first started the podcast with them, I was a podcast. Literally, I just asked to do a podcast and listen to videos. Pretty much going back to the place on the Republic or reserve class. Yeah, and always after that, I was just like, oh, this one actually kind of fun. And it's pretty much cool. Yeah, a lot of things happen. I mean, a lot of things have happened since we first started. You know, we made a lot of changes, and a lot of changes to come, but all of those changes have all for the betterment of this show. We're just going to keep on improving, keep on getting better, and keep on giving you guys interesting things to listen to. And as we say to you all, thank you for the support, and we'll see you. Our guys, it's okay to be artists around your cousins, because you're not alone. Welcome to Season 2. My name is Aaron Allen, your host. There are two other hosts that will be joining me this season. One of them, all of you are familiar with, is the Asian sensation who is returning from being Bigfoot in Southeast Asia, Danielson. We also have a new host who is joining us. She is the sensation from a different nation who is Croatian. Everyone welcome Anna.
Hey, all you cool cats and kittens.
I'm very excited for Season 2 and what we all have in store for everyone. We have a ton of surprises, twists, and turns. So before we start today's episode, I have a few exciting announcements that we have. But before I say that, I just want to say, like I always do, we do not run any ads on this show or take any money from any corporations. So if you would like to help us out, there's a few ways that you can do that.
One of the ways is Patreon. For only $5 a month, which is only 16 cents a day, you can sign up for our Patreon and get an extra episode a week. These Patreon episodes are exclusive to Patreon members only. Today, we actually released 2 Patreon exclusive episodes. We did one on dreams, everything about them, including us telling our most memorable and personal dreams. Also, the other Patreon we did was the Clinton body count. If you're into mysterious deaths and suicides, then that episode is perfect.
Another way to support the show is through merchandise. Today we officially launched our merchandise for sale. T-shirts, hats, socks, all of this. And feel free to go to our site, there's a Patreon.com, click on the shop button, and there. I just wanted to say that the money we get from Patreon and merchandise sales goes to bettering the show. For example, get a microphone, more audio interfaces, more audio hosting, so that we can have room to record longer episodes, so it just goes right back into it. Also, anything can check out there right now, so if you can't afford a shirt or a Patreon membership, or you want to help us out, then you can leave us a review on iTunes, and that helps us out a lot. If you don't want to leave one there, that's fine. We just want you guys, girls, aliens, reptilians, Bigfoot, Sasquatches, Chupacabras, ghosts, Illuminati, Wimpers, underground lizard people, whoever, or whatever you are, to enjoy the show. Also, one last thing. If any of you would like to reach out to us, then you can shoot us a message on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook, or you can go to our website, GUINNESS.com, click on the contact button, and there you'll find our email addresses. Also, on our site, you can click on the voicemail button and leave us a voicemail anonymously with your phone, and we will play it during the show next week. Hey, there are some announcements. I'm sorry, they won't be that long in the future. So how today's episode will go is that we will quickly go over what are aliens, a brief history of aliens and the first encounter of them, maybe take a trip in the Montauk chair, and then the different types of aliens, individuals, encounters, and stories with them, as well as listener-submitted stories, and then we will jump into strange facts and findings, theories about them, and then we will wrap it all up with our own thoughts and personal beliefs behind that. So, with that being said, terrorist abductions did not achieve widespread attention until the 1960s, many similar stories are known to have been circulating decades ago.
So that brings up the question, when was the world's first alien encounter? Many say that they came to help the Egyptians with pyramids. Others say that Jesus or other religious prophets were actually aliens. While all of these are intriguing and interesting to think about, we get the first actual description of a typical gray alien in 1896.
So instead of us talking about the 1896 encounter, let's go experience it ourselves. Dan, me and you are just going to collect the dust as our mountaintop tours. Anna, yours is bring us with you against the game or something. Yeah, I kind of think for coming a little bit, really big time.
So that's like extra magical. I love the glistening purple color you did.
Yeah, if you haven't noticed, Dan added velvet seats to yours. So that more cushion. We got these plastic seats. So, yeah,
I'll definitely test this new one out for you and I'll let you know how it goes.
Alright, so everyone hop into your mountaintop chairs and set the location dial to Lodi, California. And then make sure you set the date dial to November 25th, 1896. Alright, everybody get the dial set?
It's just to return for Thanksgiving.
And go. Alright, is everyone okay? Hold it.
It's having a lot smoother than I was.
Yeah, this is all shaky. Oh, yours. Then you're going to have to do
It's like a Cadillac. There's something smooth about a Cadillac.
Anyways, alright, so you're probably wondering what the hell we're doing here. Standing on the side of a dirt road around sunset. Well, we aren't here for the sunset. I'll tell you exactly what we're here for. If you look to your left, this dirt road that's in front of us, it leads to a wooden bridge that is about 100 feet away from us. And if you look to the right, you will see in the far, far distance a horse and carriage slowly heading towards us. You guys see that? Yeah, we're back in the day. There's no cars here. Alright. So there are two individuals that are riding in that horse and carriage. Those two individuals are Colonel H.G. Shaw, along with his friend, Colonel Stewart. Now, what they are about to encounter is mind-blowing. So, when they get to right where we're standing on this road, is where all of this goes down. So, we have to hide in some bushes to watch and listen to what happens. So, there's some bushes right there. Let's get down and let's watch what happens.
Colonel H.G. Shaw, and that's what not only in person, but very West Coast, to put together an expedition to explore West Coast cities.
Well, I tell you what, man, it's a lot of fun points you got for us here.
Well, I say thank you, Colonel. I'm just worried about us crossing that wooden bridge up ahead. Do you think you will hold it up?
I crossed that wooden bridge quite a few times. We did just fine.
Alright, what you say so?
As the horse and carriage go about 100 feet away from the wooden bridge, the horse comes to a rough stop.
Whoa! What the tarnation?
Colonel, did you hear that? It sounds like someone is in the bushes. Gee,
As the carriage and the horse pushes, each stage shooting back inches to understand their movement. All order to slowly turn right, directly towards the woods. They are headed to shot.
Colonel, are you seen Patsy here?
What?
Are you human? I mean, they look human, like many respects, but they're still No, not anything high, but a few cold.
Yeah, whatever they are, they're tall as hell. But I was thinking about 7 feet tall. Look at it. It's super skinny. You can't take them off. Let's get the hell out of here.
Get horses, get! They are budging.
It looks like we have to get out and do something.
What?
Come on, Camille. Let's go say that. If they try and whip my ass, you got to go for that.
Oh, hell no.
Yeah, come on. Get out of here. Hurry, Camille. Step up. Well, hello. Where are you fellas from?
The colonel asked the question. Where are you guys from?
We're doing something. They started looking towards each other. They could roll in the house. Just like
What the hell? Are they talking to each other?
well, this sure seems like it. I don't think it's going to be as good to try a conversation.
Yeah, they keep staring at a horse and carriage. Do you think they want to eat on a horse?
What the hell is wrong with you, Camille? Let's just watch and see what they do. But be ready. They attack us. But I don't horse. And I'm attacking their pride. Three strange groups began walking around across the carriage. It's like a kind of
Alright, now they're closer to us. They look super weird. Look at the hands. They're so small. They're kind of like strong. They're missing their finger.
Hey, look at his feet. The hell knows? They sound like super big. They have twice as many as my feet. And the toes, yeah. Giant. They're saying that's a long ass fingers.
What in tarnation? It looks like they have better use of their feet than their hands.
Similar to monkeys.
They don't have any clothes on either. But some type of gross colored man. It doesn't look like hair or feathers.
They don't have hair on their head either. Delicious. Super smart.
Their faces look like polished ivory.
Man, their eyes are so large. Look at that. So smart.
Well, that's good for me. I don't think they got teeth.
The beans each had a bag with Jerry under their left arms that had an nozzle attached to it. Every 5 or so minutes, one of them placed the nozzle into their mouth and then into their eyes, which made the sound of their skin to the
It looks like they're breathing some type of gas.
Yes, the three bears walked towards the river. No shit. Here they come towards us, be ready. Then they would walk close to the river. They stopped directly.
Oh my God! He's standing right in front of us.
I'm gonna kiss that bitch. I'm gonna touch him.
No, don't do it.
I'm gonna do it, then sis. I'll touch him. The girl reached out, placed his hand on her hands. He gently pressed upwards. The creature started floating up. At the same time, trying to grasp the ground with his feet. These easy things that they absolutely nothing. It's their nails. Look at that. The skin is soft. It's like velvet. It's soft as silk.
I don't gotta go here about this one.
One of the beams out of his hand, something the size of a prince inside. The beam either opened up his head and one of the most vengeance, penetrating him. It's beautiful.
Can't stop staring into it.
The beam closed his hand, motion to release. They smiled. But goddamn, here we go, boys. Here we go. Beams began to charge. Left the corner. They tried to lift me up. Put your hands off me. Put your hands off me. The beams were unable to move. They appeared to have almost some power outside the beam. The beam stepped away That's right. You better look away from me.
We're flashing that light from our hands towards the bridge. What are we doing?
As the light beamed from our heads towards the bridge, the rested our hand on 20 feet above the water, which is 150 feet. 3 beams walked quickly to the ship. The door opened on the side of it. It was perfect. Turn on to me to extend it. Looking for the rock out.
Oh my God, I wouldn't do that.
Then it picks up the rock and throws it at the ship. The rock struck the side of the ship and was down. At that moment, the ship took off as soon as it sank. Now back to Earth on the Venus conditions. So as you can see, that's the great one. I mean, we almost got caught.
It was really close.
Yeah, but they were looking at us. So let's get back to the studios with the everyone go please define each other. Now, you good, Anna? Ready to go?
How do you get? I can't figure out how to make it uninvisible.
It just, yours is right here. Here, I'll finish. Ready.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Alright, and go. Yeah, I'm glad to be back in the studio.
And I got really intense really quickly.
We go around the ship. Yeah, that was crazy. So what we just witnessed was a true story of what happened in 1896. I almost couldn't believe it when I was reading about it. But it really did happen. I thought it was super interesting. Good way to start off today's episode. That was only one problem. And before we get into some other ones, I figured it would be best if we went over the different types of aliens. So let's go ahead and start that and describe, because there's a whole bunch of different types of aliens. So we can describe each type so you get a better feel of them when we go into the others. So, you want to start us off with that?
Yeah, for sure. You're right, there are a lot of different alien types. The first one that teaches about are the Greys. These alien beings come from a star system known as Zeta Reticuli, which is a star system located somewhere in the southern celestial hemisphere, and is thought to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. And a little over 40 light years away, they're practically our closest neighbors. If we had to pick out one particular race in the cosmos and call them the bad guys, they would definitely be these guys. Tall and humanoid, with a long head and distinctive gray features, but they are the most commonly depicted alien life form in our media. They are also the beings that are most commonly described by alien abductees who have been returned to Earth. So the Greys have a great tendency to be involved in abductions because they like to stockpile humans. They think of Earth the way that you would think of a chicken farm, just brimming with genetic material that they just can't wait to get their hands on.
Alright, the next group we're going to look at is Sassy. Sassy is developed by materials and gray humans. The development was found in this area. New generations of tuning so aliens know we feel that it's legendary beings with new genetic variation over successive generations, which agent problems. So they came to Earth and convinced the people to share their genetic information. And this genetic crossover in the universe was blessed with an entirely new type of being, the Sassans, who in a way are like our understanding cousins. They were then given a new technique allowed to go through and evolve into the best babies that they can eat. The Sassans had a stronger connection with their cells and are connected to their chemical what they eat. Or they are really that's what I would do as a Sassan. Look at it.
Yeah,
I think you're right.
I think so too.
So the next one on the list is the Arcturians. Of all the species known to look at the Milky Way, the Arcturians are the most It would probably have been theirs was the first system to be given the gift of life in our galaxy. They mutated and evolved over time and now exist in many forms. The main race of Arcturians stand for about 5 feet with green skin and large dark eyes. This race is developing their minds rather than their bodies, making small in stature, so you could probably take one of them in fist fight. However, their advanced intelligence mean that if any alien species out there knows how to use the Force from Star Wars, well, it's these guys. Thankfully, they do have a reputation for being the most kind and loving beings in the galaxy.
This sounds very nice to me.
Yeah, I contact with the guys and some big team.
You do have assassination with the team. Okay, so the blue aliens, they're a type of alien that have been known since ancient Egypt and are said to be involved in some of the construction of some of ancient Egypt's architecture. They're 8 feet tall and have a resemblance to blue humanoid birds. They tend to speak telepathically and tend to make introductions through dreams using a form of sign language. They may even use light or physical touch to communicate as well. They will typically make physical contact after they have been invited to appear in the physical reality. They use a blue sphere as a form of transportation and can teleport at will to Earth. Unlike with various other different alien species, they do not abduct humans and do not seem to have any intentions of invasion. They tend to simply want open conversations with people, acting as guides to human ascension and spiritual evolution.
That's for this is all the other races in touch up there. There's no ground and the contact is the best because the first contact with us huge and advanced and the relationship around this, know that we're not continuing to get that. So they're taking their time to make themselves like coming around into our psyches. With early UFO sightings such as the March 1997 sighting, the lights, with very responsibility. Very letting think over thousands of people across the state of Arizona. It's a spectacular light show in the sky and there's only a video that was making this time. Yeah, if you really want to know about the Phoenix lights, just Google Jerry. The next race we're going to talk about is the Anunnaki. So if human beings were able to successfully colonize another planet, what would be the first thing we'd do? Well, of course, we'd pillage it for resources, which is exactly what the Anunnaki did named after us. They came from planet X, aka Nibiru, a planet that is believed to rotate around the sun in a very long elliptical orbit that takes it far out into the expanses of space before coming back in for a close shave of Earth's sun. This crazy elliptical orbit is what makes its presence so hard to prove. However, the presence of the Anunnaki has been noted down in texts that date back to Mesopotamian cultures. They are believed to be one of the alien races in contact with Earth. When the Guru's last brush with the planets of the inner solar system crashed into another wall, the resulting collision created a planet that we now call Earth. While their planet was here, a few of the Anunnakis hopped off of the world around the waters in search of a yellow element that they call gold. Have you ever wondered why gold is so valuable? But it is useful, but it doesn't appear to silk that produce energy. So why do we as a species desire it so much? Maybe it's because of the advertising so much. People play it up and get you to buy it. Or we desire it so much just because the Anunnaki desire it. Suppose, and while they were here, they enlisted us as their workforce slaves to buy it for them. That's right. Our entire existence is based on working our socks off every day so that our alien overlords can have their fix of gold and other precious metals.
Actually sounds pretty accurate.
We're the shadow that we created. So we should know about that. You said that they're at once. It would only set you up.
He would be more like a paleo since he's mixed. The Anunnaki were one of the alien races in contact with Earth, and we were not the first race involved in the wrecking of mining materials on our little blue planet. Before them came the Alpha Draconians, standing at up to 22 feet tall. These badass beings are made up of pure muscle and resemble dinosaurs and freaking dragons. As you can imagine, they were very unhappy when the Anunnaki showed up and took over. However, they're still active on our planet with puppets placed in high echelons of government as they bide their time in an attempt to take over once again.
My question is, where the hell are these 22 feet tall beings being held at? Underground caves? Probably worse in the middle of Earth? In a flat Earth?
That gotta be something. It's hard to hide that.
Yeah, imagine how intimidating it must be. You got some transformer-looking beings coming out, pure muscle, and they're like, "Hey, we're about to fight the Anunnaki, and it's about to come by on 3 decks. You guys ready?" What? What is my goal for? You guys leave us alone.
That's like some of the reptilian shit we talked about in the early seasons. Or early episodes.
Yeah, which brings us to
No.
that's what about the reptilians. Before you hang up, it's not by your engineered by any workforce to be recruited. There's a race of intelligent beings who live here and stand in the northern hills for reptilians. Screaming and singing about the size of the being. They were driven underground by the Anunnaki that they said the story resides there. Epic and complex Ooh. Now that we have a better grasp and understanding about some of the alien races, let's hop into the juicy stuff, okay? Let's get into some encounters. So the first encounter we have is called the Gundia and the Clan of Dutch. This is probably one of my favorite ones, because it's one of the ones that make you go, ooh, that's odd. So can you tell us about that one?
Absolutely. In October of 2001, Amy Ryan's then 22, her husband Keith, and her friend Petra were at their home in Gambia, Australia. Her friend Petra woke up at 11:15 that night and went to the living room, where she was horrified to find Amy being carried in a sleeping position out through the window. She was on a beam of light, and it was taking her to a, quote, huge ship outside. Petra woke Keith, but by the time he entered the room, Amy was gone. The curtain was torn, the dishes outside were burnt. The pair called the police, who struggled to take the claim seriously. However, around 90 minutes later, Keith received a phone call from his home in the Cape Police Department, and Amy was drive from the window. She said she was with him. He was at the hospital, dazed and dehydrated. No one could explain how she had traveled such a distance in so little time. Amy was uninjured except for red marks on her upper thighs and heels. She said she remembered lying on the bed, tall figures moving over her, reassuring her and taking samples from her. When she was found, her body hair had grown considerably, suggesting that she had been gone for much longer than a few short hours that she was actually missing.
When I read that one, I was like, okay, number one, she slipped out, and this is the most plausible explanation I can have for this, okay? She snuck out when her husband was asleep. Petra covered for her, okay? She snuck out, got into a private jet with her lover. They made sweet, sweet love in the bathtub. And it was really cold in the pool, so it caused her hair to grow fast. And then they just dropped her off at a random place where they parked at dinner. It was like SeaWorld with Dynamite. Driving by the freeway caused her to go into shock because she was upset. Goes to the hospital and calls Petra and says, "Hey, you need to make up the story." And Petra's like, "I'm going to find your ass outside." And then say you were carried off by an alien. That's more believable. So, to be realistic, let's said fuck real quick. I mean, that's very weird. 9 minutes later, and she's 8 hours away.
I don't know how that's possible, but I will say there's a good chance she had just got out the shower, she was shaving her legs, and the minute she got out, all of her hair fell back to her back. Because let me tell you what happens every time as a woman who shaves her legs. It's smooth in the shower, and the minute you walk out, you already got stubble. And how'd that happen? I literally took one step out the shower.
Same thing happened to me. She was in the car.
It's amazing thing.
Yeah. Anyways, I'm not going to leave it so. Interesting.
It's super interesting.
So it was very much like
Mm.
no.
Yeah, in your position.
Honestly, I don't know. You guys, get that messed up. Or she's in some championship. That's the title. Maybe you could have been. Let's move on to Jesse. Alright, so this is the abduction of Jesse Long. Jesse Long was just 5 years old when he said he was abducted by aliens for the first time. He was exploring the woods with his brother when they came upon a round structure in a clearing. The tall figure appeared and paralyzed the animals. Jesse remembers being taken into a craft and placed on a table. He could feel the figures around him, looking at his legs. For the next few years, Jesse said he was abducted repeatedly. He claims he was experimented on, including having his sperm extracted that was used to cross over with a female alien. In 1990, he says the aliens were sent to him with a baby, which they said was his. He also left 9 more as other children. Jesse, now 65, says he knows many people went through the story, but he insists it's the truth. What if you were having trouble with something? You know you're wondering about the wondering the same thing.
I had to go back and get. He's 5 years old when they did that to him?
No. For the first time they abducted him was he was 5. But over the next years, many years, they kept abducting him repeatedly. So this is not like Jeffrey Epstein.
It's like put it through all the way to the top.
It's all the way to space.
Yes. You can't escape that.
Where did it go? You think, you probably like the American transport. That's great.
I mean, could you imagine being those kids, people being like, yeah, I went to go see my daddy on Earth. He can't come. He can't come over here because he's just kind of dancing. You know what it's like growing up with father in an intergalactic world?
That's a very interesting.
Okay. We got a lot more to
Our next story. Betty and Barney Hill, 1960. Barney Betty Purchase is almost universally considered the most famous case ever recorded of abduction. Barney and Betty Hill were traveling back from a holiday in Iowa Falls, 1961. The satellite in the sky was getting closer, and eventually appearing as a huge shape over the virgin earth. Got out, said he saw 11 alien figures in shiny black uniforms and capes that were just watching him. Terrified, the couples drove off. However, they both claimed to have experienced an unseen sensation when they finally arrived home at dawn, a 4-hour journey had taken 7 hours. The hills closed with trees in strange places, and Betty found a mysterious pink powder in her dress. She claimed having a intense dream about their spirits, in which skin samples encircled from her. In the middle across the journey, later she drew a star map which she said she had been shown to Betty. And then there was back to the community. Barney was involved in a civil rights movement, building the social network. No one had any reason to suspect him of lying. Yeah, we can make the most well-known case. Crazy about these, seeing 11 humanoids in shiny black uniforms and capes watching them. Yeah, whoa. I would have picked the same thing with
I would have been fucked up for life because I would have been sitting there looking at them thinking, what else is out there? If I just saw that, and then I saw that, then what else is there?
Yeah. The image was a little big problem.
It was probably, you know what, I know what it was. It was a powdered fun dip. And she wanted to eat some of that stick, you know what I mean? And it got her dry.
That on the grass, and she totally forgot about it because you just saw some aliens
Yes.
on her side.
You know, it's tradition because Daniel Son came on the show and graced us with his Asian sensation. So we can be people all members. And so now, my time has come.
So you put that in on the show.
Yes. Oh, so we're going to get into Travis Walton's abduction. It was 1975 in November. 6 forestry workers in Arizona reported seeing their pilot, Travis Walton, blasted through the air in a beam of light from a UFO above the trees. The workers reported Walton missing, but 5 days later, Walton reappeared, claiming that he had been abducted by aliens. He described waking on a table, surrounded by small figures in orange gowns. Their skin was smooth and chalky, and their long hairs were too large for their bodies. They had huge, shiny brown eyes. But in the through the aliens and fled through the ship, he eventually met more humans on board, dressed in blue uniforms. They didn't speak to him, but forced a gas mask onto his face, so he lost consciousness. Martin claims the next thing he remembers was waking up, shaking and confused, on the roadside in Arizona.
You think he was like walking and woke up on the side of the road, and he had these memories. Do you think he could sit there and talk to himself? I think I believe you when I told him this.
Oh yeah, if you have the word alien in any sort of story, you're gonna have to sacrifice that. Even though it may be real, at the same time, you may have a really vivid dream and swear that you were there, this happened, and it never actually happened. Or at least not in this year. So,
I remember that.
let's hear it.
It was very first, when the person was just forced to do this. These guys were not listening. They were doing some fucking bad restaurants. That was really, and what was scary is the fact they had a beach. Fucking Travis, it wasn't like Michael's guy. He was good ass naked for the and they're just like, oh, there goes one. He's just flying through the air so fast.
I don't like your theory.
I like it too. Alright, now let's get into the Jonathan Reed story. So let me start off by saying this is going to sound super crazy as a man, okay? And it's been called up or it's based off of the TV show that recognized. So we wanted a link to show you side by side and come to your conclusion that you guys decide. Now, Jonathan Reed was a child psychiatrist in Seattle in 1996 and worked at the University of Washington. One October afternoon, Jonathan Reed was directing his dog Susie to a normal path that they take by the woods. Now, Susie took off into the woods, which wasn't that good. I mean, she usually just go and investigate a situation and then always come back and Jonathan called her. What was different this time is that the dog was barking. It sounded like he was getting into a fight with something. So Jonathan ran into the woods with her and his dog, hoping that a mountain lion wasn't trying to kill his dear Susie. When he got to her, what he saw was her entangled with a creature trying to fight it off. And the creature, grabbed Susie's claws and tore her in two, ripping her spine out and up. However, Mary would have immediately turned to one punch floor. Jonathan was so angry by this, all he wanted to do was to kill the cat. So while this was happening, he grabbed a big stick, ran over and hit the game in the back of the leg.
moment that he did that, he became extremely disoriented and anxious. He was recording the alien and throwing up at the same time. He had a camera in him because when he went on walks, he would often take pictures and videos of nature. That's what he loved to do. So of course he has camera in his bag. So all this information came from pictures that he's got posted on the website. But anyways, so during this encounter, he looked up to see a black floating object. It was about 3 feet off the ground, just up the hill. He went and took pictures all around it and it did a 360 video. Ultimately, what happens is he puts his creature, he calls Freddy in his truck and takes him home. And then he records himself examining Freddy, moving the head side to side, looking at the room and he had in the back of the head, heaving Freddy. He opened up the eyes and was like playing in there, trying to like bail him out. And even in the video, the alien gets red eyed, which I don't know if you guys know how that happens with aliens, but basically the only way to get red eye in a photo is to have an actual red eye because the red eye is the light reflected from the back of your eye, and that's what you're seeing. Hypothetically, you can't fake a red eye. I actually know that the kind of red eye, it makes sense. You have to have an actual eye to have those. Just something to think about. He also opened up his alien's eyes, and you could hear it making sound. It was super creepy, stuff you've never heard before. Highly recommend listening to the audio for this video. Later on, the alien took us days, and the audio that was recorded for that is kind of terrifying to hear. It sounds extremely crystal. You can hear it throwing a couple of videos. So Reed ends up putting this alien in his freezer. And at one point he opens it. And the sound of the thing baby, I swear it sounded like a demon if I ever heard. It gave me chills to my bones here in my life. I'm going to see if I can find that. I haven't been able to yet, but I don't know if people. But if I find that, I'll 100% link that on Twitter and I'll give it to you guys. So we ultimately had to leave his house and when he came back, there were black veins in his driveway and Freddy was gone. They told him to never speak of this again and to act like it never happened. He ends up having his whole identity right. They fucking robbed his car. And bank account, college degree, a job. Some people have even come out to say that they were told not to acknowledge that he ever existed. The co-worker he had and a big teller who saw him all the time. She was recommended for arguing against the man and was threatened for saying that she knew. So you know what, I respected you because you had the time to pay his bill and whatnot. So what he had left from this encounter were the pictures, the videos, and what we're going to talk about now, a link artifact. Link INK artifact that came after Freddy during their fight.
The late artifact is a armature piece that is always its 3 small portions of the spheres that basically share like this layer skill and keep themselves. There are only 27 or 30 graves that can surround the moon, mostly a radical mixture of silicon polymer, beryllium, aluminium, manganese, copper, zinc, bismuth, gold, and some unknown elements that are unrecognizable from the United States. Once put on, it forms to fit the water. Read a course because I would it's fun. Pick up the check. And she noticing issues yet. Finds some of the culture for shame.
He explained that every time he wore this link artifact, he was welcomed by a golden angel light, and it was named Peter. He's quoted saying, "It's amazing and so wonderfully tender. Each time I've been in its Just thinking of it now makes me begin to weep. I certainly do know we continue after this Cherokee issue is finished. I've been there. I've seen it. I've personally, physically experienced it. I know there is life after death. He's been shot. He's been threatened. People he cares about have mysteriously died and have gone missing. But at the end of the day, he says that his story is no one else's, and he doesn't care if people believe him because he knows what he saw. So I've been studying the story for a really long time, and I've always believed it. And as I got older, I decided to research it again, and there's so much stuff said about it being hoaxed. And I don't know, after I looked into it, I saw a lot of misinformation. You had a TV show to try to tell you that this wasn't real. I think you can take that as a grain of salt.
Yeah, I'm always for people doing their own investigating. Like, you form your own opinions. Don't base your opinions off of other people's stuff. That's why we tell you on the show that we'll give you the information, but go verify it for yourself and then form your own opinion as well. We'll tell you our opinions, but don't base your opinions just off our opinions. Form your own, and if you think ours is the best, then you find this information and it's awesome, you know? I don't really trust the media. I don't really even like that. What's that Sonic Snopes or whatever? I don't know.
Yeah, that Snopes will tell you that Jackson is a hoax too. And it's just...
Snopes is
That's a good comparison. I like that.
the weatherman or Snopes. The sexual organizer is Jessie Westenberg. She lives in Staffordshire, England, and weirdly enough, same month of year as Reed, October of 1954, she had her first alien attack. One of the earliest reported sightings in the UK. The family would ultimately have 6 encounters total. Honestly, we didn't think we could do her gender storytelling enough justice, so we're going to play this video of her telling her personal story. You really put a link to this video to all the social media. So we're going to play that story right now. Staffordshire had a host office line sources, Scott, and Johnson's, but the strangest of all was seeing one more of this cottage. Mysteries of Western were living in farm in agriculture, well, what? They just tell me what you saw. It was one every day. The weather was going to be like in 2 suns. But the sun was still with nothing changed, and I had children. Realized it was just like a giant cold water being poured onto a fire, sort of noise, you know. And the first reaction was, well, the children, I thought maybe a plane's crashing or something like this. And then so we just went outside to find my 2 sons lying flat on the ground in the garden, shouting at me with a flying saucer. Well, naturally, just I couldn't do this stupid come in the house. But first, some strange sensation. Running my way at the side of the house to where we had pump where we used to get our water from. And automatically looked up to see this, what I can describe as huge Mexican hat. It was stationary, this thing, and it was white silver in colour, and it had a dome. It was tilted to so that I could see their people in it. You saw people in it? I saw people in it. There were 2 people in it. These people were beautiful people. That's the way they described them. They had long golden hair, like a page bob, just like the old kings. You used to see photographs of the old kings. And the colour of their hair was golden. But I was really angry just to put they had a sort of a turn-up jumper with their hair, like a ski check suit, and pair of boots. Now, these people weren't
together, but this, whatever it was tilted so that I could see them and they could see me.
Well, you're looking at them, so you
And cocktails, it was just, it sounded like a cockpit, I suppose. Because I had the spectacle, so that was what they could see me and I could see them. And then they were beautiful places, it's not that they places schools and all. The forehead seemed to be a bit larger than, you know, the bottoms of places as normal people you would expect to see. But maybe this was just what they had on their heads, which is like a transparent fishbowl. And I just looked, and I was absolutely paralytic with fear. I couldn't believe what I was taking over. And they were so sympathetic. But I was just mesmerized by what seemed to be all ages, but it took only seconds. And I turned to sort of look down at the grass. Was only glad that they were waiting, because I was so absorbed. And the next thing, I looked up, and it was them, right down to the feet. With the pool, but the height I couldn't tell you. But the house that you've seen, it was just on top of the roof. It was high up on top of the roof.
what was it compared to the
So
second house?
it's horrible. The whole circumference of the roof. I couldn't see the roof was completely left out. The chimney we couldn't see. All I could see was a massive object that I described as like a Mexican person out of the house.
And then through that second,
I didn't see it. I just looked up and it had gone. But I assumed it was straight up. Because for a short while after in the sky, I looked around and such a magic voice. What can you see anything? And it said the dog taking me in the front of it. And I watched it, we just had a little cashmere next to it. And it floated 3 times.
if you get into the sauna the way I just described, not the 2 hours a day, but 30 minutes twice a week or 3 times per week, you reduce the likelihood of dying of a cardiovascular event by 27%. If you do it 4 or more times per week, you reduce the probability of dying by 50%.
Is there any scientific evidence that being naked is beneficial in the sauna?
Well, in certain contexts, it leads to childhood.
Okay, well, I'll have to read up on that.
I think Dorothy Parker said the cure for boredom is curiosity. There's no cure for curiosity.
Following is a conversation with Andrew Huberman, his third time on this podcast. He's a brilliant neuroscientist at Stanford University and the host of one of the best, if you ask me, health and science podcast in the world called Lab Podcast. Check him out on Instagram, Twitter, and YouTube. Most importantly, Andrew is a great human being and has quickly become a great friend. This is the Let's Read the podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, dear friends, there's Andrew Huberman. We meet again, my friend. We should talk on each other's podcast once a year. I think we should make a deal. I was just talking to the guys. This show called Louie. I don't know if you know it. And with Louis C.K. And there's this thing called Bang Bang, which people are probably watching know exactly what I'm talking about. It's this worst possible thing you can do in terms of meals, which is you go to a restaurant, do a full meal, and then you go to another restaurant and do a full meal. And you exactly. So they go Mexican, Italian, sushi, pizza, barbecue, IHOP. That one is disgusting. This kind of thing reminds me of the joy of food.
Last time we were hanging out, we went to see Joe Giovanni.